Being the main focus of attention, Derek didn't choke. He eagerly said, "I've recently been in an exploration team led by the chief to Afternoon Town. It's a key gateway that leads to the giant king's court. It's a door that separates myth from reality." His opening perfectly garnered the interest of all the Tarot Club members as they awaited the rest of his account in different postures. Derek skipped the unimportant experiences that they had during the journey, and he directly started his story from Afternoon Town. He first described the dead silence and darkness before how his three-member team discovered an underground altar. He then described how he identified the names, Ouroboros, Medici, and Sassurer, and entered another side of the town without realizing it. There, he saw the titles such as Dark Angel and the words Rose Redemption. Having said that, he thanked Mr. Fool once again for his help from the predicament. Then, Derek simply introduced the monsters that transformed from their shadows before emphasizing the ecclesiastic who was in constant penitence in the half-collapsed cathedral. He used his own words to describe what was said, mentioning that the ecclesiastic suddenly self-destructed when he was about to say the name of the fourth king of angels and was burnt to a crisp by a transparent flame. Another king of angels. And the mood in Afternoon Town is really dark and scary. The ecclesiastic's penitence has a very, a feel of a prophet predicting a calamity. Audrey listened in relish as she had her interest about the blank line and unspeakable name piqued. At this moment, Derek turned his body and looked at the end of the bronze table, sincerely asking, "Mr. Fool, who was it that tempted Dark Angel Sassurer? Who does the fourth name refer to? Why can't it be said? Here it comes." Behind the gray fog, Klein's smile nearly froze. The reason that he had hurriedly sent Little Sun back to the real world was that he was afraid of facing such a question. Back then, he was worried that Little Sun would inquire about Dark Angel Sassurer. And now, he was facing a question he didn't know the answer to. Thankfully, a magician never performed unprepared. After that day, Klein undoubtedly began to seriously consider how to answer such questions. Now, with great confidence, he landed his right palm on the armrest and said with a deep, meaningful glint in his eyes, "It's because it's a secret." He used his eyes and body language to hint to the Tarot Club members that secret wasn't to be taken at face level, and it had a deeper, more substantial meaning. As for what it was, they had to figure it out themselves. Deities had deep reasons to conceal certain matters. After finishing this series of actions, Klein couldn't help but feel penitent. He felt that his charlatan vibes were increasing. Meanwhile, he felt regret that the hermit's prying into his secrets was a result of his temptations. This was because Mr. Fool would use his eyes and body language to provide additional hints. Therefore, all the members would subconsciously observe his attitude. "That's because I have no solutions. Without doing this, how am I supposed to continue the act? It's not like I'm a real evil god." Klein sighed silently. "Secret? The name itself is a secret? The content which Mr. Fool wishes to point out is in here? Which names are secrets themselves? True gods at sequence 0. Alger instantly thought of many things as he came up with a theory by combining many of the matters which Little Sun had previously mentioned. When a name itself becomes a secret, it means that the matter involves a true god. Furthermore, it's very likely to have the Evernight goddess involved. It's because she's the mother of secrets. The extreme danger of the darkness in the forsaken land of the gods indirectly proves this point. Katlia came up with an unconfirmed theory based on the knowledge she had and the hint from Mr. Fool. Meanwhile, she was almost certain that the calamity the ecclesiastic was referring to was the cataclysm that ended the third epoch. A king of angels who was tempted, Afternoon Town residents who fell from grace, a town being corrupted bit by bit, a black flower of calamity that blooms. All of that buried an epic, creating the forsaken land of the gods. What a heavy sense of history. Katlia couldn't help but think poignantly. While the Tarot Club members were in contemplation, Klein also began to analyze the reason for the empty name and the reason why it couldn't be said. Could it be the true name of a deity? A true god had tempted Dark Angel Sassurer, and the fourth name representing the King of Angels also became a true god later? But it's not like I haven't said the true name of a deity before. Primordial demoness Cheek is understood by many to be on the same level as the 7 deities. It's not like anything happened in the end. Perhaps it has something to do with the language used. The languages of Lone, Intis, and Fasak, and even ancient Fasak, do not possess the ability to stir the powers of nature. On the other hand, the commonly used Jotun in the city of Silver Can. That ecclesiastic likely used a similar language. I should later try to pronounce Cheek using Jotun? Then, I'll die on the spot and succeed in courting death. Forget it. Besides, having a blank name and an unspeakable name means different things. I've no idea why. At this moment, seeing how Little Sun was still in a confused daze without understanding Mr. Fool's meaningful hint, Alger volunteered to give an explanation. The 2 names might separately represent 2 deities, so they cannot be said. Perhaps the true creator had tempted Dark Angel Sasfer, leading to the fall from grace of the few kings of angels and the residents of Afternoon Town. This brought about a great calamity. It's why he has a temple and statue in your forsaken land of the gods. The 4th name that corresponds to a king of angels might have benefited greatly from the calamity and succeeded in advancing to become a true god. This is similar to my guess, but they can't be confirmed. Katlia didn't supplement, as she didn't believe that their theories were facts. Audrey, Furs, and Emlyn listened attentively as they couldn't help but feel poignant that the Tarot Club often made things appear especially high-end when discussing such matters. Things like kings of angels, evil gods and real gods, or ancient secrets all depended on a single word. Is that so? I get it. Derek came to a realization as he earnestly thanked Mr. Fool once again. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly recalled something and worriedly asked, Mr. Fool, is the crux to leaving the forsaken land of the gods really in the giant king's court? After all this time, he had already accepted Mr. Hangman's take that the region where the City of Silver was located was known as the Forsaken Land of the Gods. That's what I believe. But the problem is that I'm unable to confirm it. To not search for the sea and switch to exploring the giant king's court was likely Shepherd Lovia's suggestion. This can partially verify my theory, but it cannot eliminate the possibility that it's a conspiracy. The fool Klein's smile nearly froze again. His thoughts raced as he quickly thought of a solution that didn't need him to give a direct answer without tarnishing Mr. Fool's reputation. He immediately gave a relaxed chuckle, turned his head at the hermit Katlia. Speaking of this matter, Bernadette already knows the method for entering the forsaken land of the gods. Katlia immediately recalled her vague memories of the dream and subconsciously looked at the end of the bronze table. It's that shadow? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that she was sizing up Mr. Fool again. She hurriedly closed her eyes and said, My eye of mystery prying is instinctive, can only be enhanced and not be deactivated. I need to rely on a mystical item to seal it, but it doesn't exist here. Is that so? Klein nodded gently. You can conjure a pair of glasses. Yes, Mr. Fool. Katlia followed the instructions and conjured a pair of glasses. During this process, Klein stirred a minute amount of the power above the gray fog and infused them into the pair of glasses. By the time Katlia wore them, she discovered that her eye of mystery prying had been sealed as she had expected. It was only at this point that Furs and company realized that Ma'am Hermit's eyes were extremely special. It had something to do with the prying of mysteries, and it didn't need to be activated to use it. It's no wonder we didn't notice it. Ma'am Hermit was severely injured because of her attempt to pry into the mysteries of Mr. Fool. Audrey moved her lips in enlightenment, having one of her questions answered. As for Alger, who recalled how the hermit had previously sized him up and how he had been wearing the clergy clothes of the Church of Storms, his face nearly darkened. Klein didn't wait for the members to calm down. He chuckled and replied to Katlia's previous question. It's that shadow. The shadow of the giant king's court. So it's the shadow of the giant king's court, Katlia muttered in pleasant surprise. Then her mind went adrift as she thought. She likely also knows this answer. Derek spent a few seconds to digest the conversation between Ma'am Hermit and Mr. Fool, and he vaguely came to a realization. The key to entering the forsaken land of the gods had to do with the shadow of the giant king's court. Therefore, the crux to leaving the forsaken land of the gods is really in the giant king's court. Derek's heart palpitated as he bowed his head in excitement. "Thank you for your answer, Mr. Fool." Phew. Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that such a situation was extremely draining on his brain. Alger kept his emotions in check as he looked around before looking at the hermit. "Where's the shadow of the giant king's court?" He didn't dare ask Mr. Fool, as his question about the forsaken land of the gods had previously been rejected. Katlia answered frankly, "In the waters on the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, in the dream of the night time there. I happen to wish to share with all of you what I encountered this time." Audrey and Furs simultaneously slowed their breathing as they waited excitedly for Ma'am Hermit to recount her encounters, which were bound to be fantastic. Katlia controlled herself without looking at the world Gehrman. She said in a deep and slow voice, "Northeast from the Gargas archipelago, there's a safe sea route that allows one to enter those dangerous waters." She began her description with the deep abyss which separated the seas, the sun chariot which couldn't be viewed directly, the night which required sleeping, the terrifying ravings that filled the entire sea, and the shadow of the giant king's court which stood on the opposite mountain peak in the dream world. During this process, she didn't mention Gehrman Sparrow at all, deliberately avoiding any mention of him. As for the abnormalities that happened en route, she described them simply, such as the remnant aura of Mother Earth which caused hair to grow rapidly. Towards the end, she placed her focus on the ruin with a sleeping corpse and the adventurer's sailboat which had the words written in blood, "Fountain of Unaging." This might mean that the Fountain of Unaging is in that ruin, and the corpse that produced such loud breathing is the keeper. Katlia mentioned the common theories on the future, but it didn't mean that it was hers. Fountain of Unaging, one of the 6 major treasures at sea. Alger was tempted by what he heard as he considered the possibility of exploring those ruins after reaching Sequence 5. Audrey finished listening attentively as she shook her head slightly. "I don't believe that the decisive meaning behind those words in blood mean that the Fountain of Unaging is in those ruins." After a second's pause, she attempted to analyze the deceased's state of mind. A person who's about to die after being attacked by monsters wouldn't point out matters regarding the treasure. If he wishes to warn companions or relatives who come looking for him, then he should have written that it's dangerous here, or speak about the source of the danger. If he plans to tell passing ships that the Fountain of Unaging is there, then he lacks the motivation to do so for a living creature at death's doorstep. Unless a conspiracy is hidden in this matter, the conspiracy of enticing people to enter the ruin to seek out the Fountain of Unaging might be how he can be rescued. Yes, if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't think of desperately telling others that there's treasure here. "What's in it for me?" Emlyn echoed. "Only hatred, bone-deep hatred, will make me write something like that on the brink of death. Otherwise, I'd rather tell others how I should be buried or what kind of burial items I want." He sked and shook his head. Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Controlling the world," he said hoarsely. "The Fountain of Unaging is a scam." He used absolutely certain words without any additional words that would signify other possibilities. "The Fountain of Unaging is a scam." Katlia looked at the world before retracting her gaze in thought. It seemed to corroborate with certain theories and guesses she had. Alger frowned. Not that he didn't agree with the world's judgment or that he believed that Miss Justice's and Mr. Moon's explanations were devoid of reason. Instead, he realized that he had completely failed to consider this possibility. To him, this was a mistake he shouldn't have committed. After all these years, I'm still being temporarily blinded by immense profit. He fell silent for a few seconds and sighed. After exchanging what everyone had seen and heard recently, everyone began to teach little son ancient Hermes, and they learned some mysticism from each other. Time quickly passed as the fool Klein surveyed the area after everyone came to a stop. "Let's end it here for today. By your will." Audrey stood up immediately and curtsied with her illusory dress. The rest of the members said the same almost at the same time. As he watched the blurry figures vanish before his eyes, Klein wasn't in a rush to leave. He conjured a goatskin and fountain pen and wrote down the divination statement. The hope for my advancement to sequence 4. Putting down the fountain pen, Klein held the goatskin and leaned back. As he closed his eyes, he entered a cogitation state and began silently reciting the divination statement. After chanting it 7 times, he quickly fell asleep and entered the dream world. The gray, blurry sky cracked open as he saw a towering mountain tear through the clouds. At the mountaintop, there was a collapsed palace whose walls were covered with weeds and moss as they showed obvious holes. Inside the palace's hall was a huge throne carved out of stone. It was adorned with dull gemstones and gold. It was mostly mottled and damaged. It looked as though it wasn't prepared for a human, as countless translucent maggots were bunched densely together. They squirmed slowly as they kept growing. Around the throne was a raving that seemed to penetrate the long rivers of time and history. It was illusory, ethereal, and constantly echoing. Hornasis, Phlegria, Hornasis, Phlegria, Hornasis, Phlegria. The moment the ravings entered his ear, Klein jolted awake before he frowned. It really is the main peak of the Hornasis mountain range. Furthermore, I can see and hear it more clearly than before. This made him recall Queen Mystic Bernadette's prophetic words. Your fate lies on the main peak of the Hornasis mountain range. Is that my fate? It really makes me want to be rebellious and not go. I can't deal with absolutes. It depends. Klein sighed and conjured the 5 bounty notices provided by Emlyn White. Combining the information he had, he used the methods of divination to find the locations of the primordial moon believers. Finally, due to his lack of information, he could only confirm 2 points. Gallus Kevin, Windsor Bearing, and Argos are all in Backland. Dandy and Lara are at Enmat Harbor and Pritz Harbor respectively. This is as good as nothing. Klein shook his head and returned to the real world. Recalling how he had already agreed to provide Little Sun with the notary potion formula within 3 days, he wore his coat and a top hat, and he prepared to head out to find a target. When he opened the door and came to the stairwell, he saw Anderson Hood walking up, twirling his deer-hunting cap with his hand while humming a folk song. This fellow is really good at recovering from setbacks. He was just taught a lesson by a demigod in the morning and was forced to apologize and agree to a request. But I don't see any sign of trauma from him anymore. It's no wonder he became a Sequence 5 powerhouse. Just this state of mind alone makes it difficult for him to lose control. Klein looked at him, nodding slightly as a greeting. Good afternoon, Gehrman. Anderson chuckled as he waved his hand. I've received the bounty and characteristic money. I'll pay you the rest now. As he spoke, he took out stacks of cash of different thickness from different pockets. It happened pretty smoothly, I see, Klein commented without much emotions involved. Anderson immediately laughed. That's right. It happened far smoother than I imagined. Those fellows who should have rocks for brains were surprisingly friendly, polite, and efficient. I even suspect whether I've become a blessed of Lady Luck. There's no such deity. Klein ruthlessly shattered his fantasies. Why so serious? It's life. Relax a little. Relax a little. Anderson handed over the remaining 1,200 pounds. Actually, I'm very clear about what happened. That gentleman doesn't want me to waste my time, so he secretly exhorted those people. Klein glanced at the cash, pressed down on it, and asked in passing, Have you confirmed which pirates gave you the problem? He was asking about the prey that resulted in the manipulator's involvement. There's no way for confirmation, Anderson said with a bitter smile. Do you think I didn't confirm it ahead of time? Although I appear nonchalant in front of you, I will investigate the prey's background and situation ahead of time to avoid provoking someone I can't afford to. Who knows? Sigh. I can only blame it on my bad luck. This fellow is more careful than I thought. That's right. His previous sequence was called Conspirer. Klein thought in enlightenment before asking indifferently, Who deserves death the most in this area? Anderson was taken aback before he chuckled. Does our craziest adventurer plan on beginning his hunting activities? However, you have to consider it well. I do not wish for you to be my partner when completing the demigod's mission. Don't worry, we're different. I'm a seer. I have all kinds of means to hide my tracks. I will not allow someone to come knocking at my door. Besides, that's a demigod of the spectator pathway. He's not good at divination or prophecies. Klein maintained his cold attitude that was unique to Gehrman and said, "You don't have to bother." Anderson immediately gave a thumbs up. "Your craziness is worthy of praise." He thought for a moment and added, "The person who deserves death the most is Malsona from the Lone's new party. He's one of the pirate's best friends. He has in his control some kind of plant that's similar to cannabis, which is highly addictive. This helps him control many people in the Toscarter government and the police department. He's one of the most powerful mob bosses over here. He has committed many crimes, killed plenty of people, and basically did it with the help of pirates. On the surface, there's no apparent problem. Heh, he isn't a beyonder. But the difficulty in killing him is how troublesome it is. Yes, troublesome. He has 3 to 5 beyonders from different pirate crews providing him with protection. On the rooftops, outside the building, beneath the windows, everyone there belongs to him. To finish him off, the only way is to forcefully storm in and kill a large number of people. I have the means to do it, but it's too troublesome. There's also a certain level of danger. You'll become a wanted criminal after that. So I didn't deal with him and only dealt with his safe at home. Safe? To talk about banditry in such a fresh way. Yes, I previously heard that Toscarter's main industries are its plantation economy and pirates' black market trading. It also has flourishing bar, brothel, and gambling industries. I never expected that it includes new age drugs. Malsona is an ordinary person and not a beyonder. Perfect, creeping hunger happens to lack food. Klein nodded and indicated for Anderson to go deeper into detail. Evening in the Oak Tree Bar. A boxing match was about to unfold in the boxing ring. Many alcoholics surrounded it with mugs in hand. They were like sharks who had caught the scent of blood. As they placed their bets, they loudly yelled words such as, "Kill him." This was a business of the head of the Lone's new party, Malsona. The unique thing about the boxing matches held here was that death was permitted. Malsona greatly enjoyed matches that resembled ancient wrestling competitions. He often came to watch a few matches. At that moment, he was seated on the second story, overlooking the ring. Around him were several bodyguards. They were watching every direction, and among them were no lack of beyonders sent from the pirates he worked with, as well as experienced adventurers he hired with large sums of money. These people either had their backs or sides facing Malsona as they surrounded him, and they prevented anyone from approaching him. Revolvers, rifles, and hunting rifles were all aimed outside to leave the masses intimidated. After confirming the situation, Klein pressed down on his top hat, entered the bar, and saw Malsona sucking on a cigar. This mob boss had a very discernible face. Be it his brandy nose or thin brows, they were all very unique. Klein retracted his gaze and first went to the bar to get a cup of local malt beer worth 4 pence. Then, he made his way to the railing beneath the second floor. Although he wasn't directly under Malsona, as it was heavily guarded, he was already not very far from him. "I'm within 5 meters," Klein silently muttered to himself, raised his cup of beer, and looked at the boxing ring. Black spirit body threads that stemmed from different life forms appeared in Klein's vision, but he didn't immediately extend his spirituality to attempt to control them. After distinguishing and confirming which spirit body threads belonged to Malsona, he gulped a mouthful of malt beer as he began to focus on the boxing match in the ring, just like a real member of the audience. The two boxers had their tops bare and didn't wear any protective gear. They fought all out, constantly clashing with each other as fist met flesh, and the situation quickly escalated to a fervor. Many of the alcoholic gamblers had adrenaline pumping through them as they shouted for the boxer they supported passionately, yelling, "Kill him! Finish that son of a bitch!" On the second floor, Malsona also forgot the cigar in his hand as he was fixated on the ring below. His hands clenched tightly into fists. Apart from those who had to have their backs facing him because they were keeping tabs on any suspicious people or watching the important regions such as the rooftop or area beneath, the people around him couldn't help but have their eyes peeled to the intense boxing match. Klein raised his hand again, gulping a mouthful of beer as though he was out of breath from the tense atmosphere. At this moment, his spirituality silently extended and grabbed onto the illusory black threads corresponding to Malsona. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The brandy-nosed Malsona was just about to pump his fist a little, as though he was in the ring himself, when he suddenly found his brain go numb. He felt the surroundings abruptly turn odd, as though several panes of glass were in between him and them. Malsona immediately discovered that his thoughts had clearly slowed down, as though all the parts in his brain had suddenly rusted. As the target was only an ordinary person whose spirit body was far inferior to that of a beyonder, Klein took less than 20 seconds to achieve initial control over him. 7 seconds. All it took was 7 seconds. Oh no, something wrong is happening. It's likely a beyonder with relatively special powers. Malsona, who often interacted with pirates, was no stranger to the mysterious world. It was why he spent large sums of money to hire beyonders to protect himself. If he hadn't long destroyed his body with sex and alcohol, making his psyche relatively weak and his condition terrible, giving him a high chance of losing control if he were to consume a potion, he would have also wished to obtain supernatural powers himself. At that moment, as his thoughts were slowing down and due to his lack of experience, Malsona spent more than 10 seconds to figure out that he was under assault. He immediately reached out his arm and opened his mouth in an attempt to shout for help. However, his actions were extremely slow, and his voice was weak. With a number of his bodyguards around him engrossed in the exciting and nerve-wracking boxing match, and the audience's roaring in an ever-increasing crescendo, as well as all the guards along the perimeter putting their attention on any possible attack locations to protect their employer, his obvious abnormality ended up being neglected. When the climax of the match received a temporary respite, a number of bodyguards and subordinates turned to look back at their boss, and they saw that his eyes appeared somewhat in a daze. His hands didn't seem to be in the right place, as if he was still caught up in the match, anxiously awaiting the final results. The corners of the mob boss's eyes had tears welling up as he tried hard to release his fingers to drop the cigar to attract the attention of his subordinates. But he discovered in despair that his line of thought was becoming highly impeded and stiff. Even a simple action needed more than a minute to complete, and his fingers were even resisting his will. Pa! The burning cigar finally fell to the ground as Malsona's tears flowed down to his neck across his cheeks. A few bodyguards discovered this and were just about to ask their boss if it was because the match was too exciting when Malsona suddenly bent down. As he wiped his face, he picked up the cigar. That was an excellent match. Give the victor more money. Malsona flicked the cigar and pulled up his collar as he grinned happily. He didn't say exactly how much was to be given, as Klein didn't know the market rates. All he could do was give a vague comment. Yes, Malsona of the Lone's new party had already become his marionette. As this mob boss was only an ordinary person, and his spirit body was even weaker than most healthy humans, all it took was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. If the time needed was any longer, he would have had to divert his attention to create an illusion to create some chaos, making the bodyguards place their attention on protecting Malsona and not being able to discover his abnormality in time. Kill him! Kill him! The shouts of the audience suddenly turned uniform as the match in the ring came to its end. Malsona also allowed his bodyguards to continue watching the match. When a boxer collapsed to the ground unconscious, Malsona took a swig of his cigar and said, "To the lounge. I want to take a break." "Yes, boss." His bodyguards and subordinates immediately surrounded him, escorted him to the corridor on the second floor, and helped him open the door to the lounge. After instructing his guards to guard different critical spots and to not disturb him, Malsona paced around and opened a safe. He found documents involving all kinds of new drugs and selected the most important ones. Following that, he placed the documents and an address he cut from the newspapers, as well as a total of £758 in cash into a briefcase. With a creak, he opened the door and called for a subordinate. "Throw this bag under the 3rd Street lamp around the alley." "Yes, boss." The subordinate didn't inquire why. This was a rule. After closing the door again, Malsona found 3 candles and items with spirituality, and used a pen and paper to carefully draw the corresponding symbol of the fool, a half-pupilless eye which represented secrecy, and the contorted lines which represented change. Then, this mob boss who had become a marionette lit the candles, used cologne to represent essential oil and extract, and solemnly held a bestowment ritual. He softly chanted the fool's honorific name, and he used ancient Hermes, which he originally didn't know, to recite the corresponding incantation. Following that, he picked up the item with spirituality and let it fuse into the wind, constructing an illusory door with the transformed candlelight. If he couldn't find any items with spirituality, Klein had planned on using Malsona's blood. A human's blood was an item with spirituality to begin with. In the washroom on the first floor, Klein took this opportunity by taking 4 steps counterclockwise and going above the gray fog. He didn't use the Black Emperor card, and instead, he directly stirred some of the powers of the mysterious space, combining it with the paper figurine before throwing it through the bestowment door. The pitch blackness immediately transformed into an angel with 12 pairs of wings. It flew through the illusory and mysterious door, passing through the pitch-black depths of the void and arriving where Malsona was. This was to disrupt any subsequent investigations via divination, prophecy, or other beyonder powers. Right on the heels of that, Klein picked up Creeping Hunger and threw it into the ritual's door. Creeping Hunger arrived in the real world thanks to the bestowment ritual, and it arrived in front of Malsona. Having not eaten for a long time, it immediately became restless. At this moment, Klein, who had returned to the washroom, controlled the frozen Malsona from a distance of dozens of meters away to immediately close his mouth and pick up the glove on the altar. A crack opened in the middle of the glove as 2 rows of illusory, white, and eerie teeth were revealed. The senses of the marionette he obtained quickly weakened as he decisively severed his control. The slight backlash made his mind spin, but it didn't take long for him to recover. Then, as though nothing had happened, he left the washroom, returned to the bar counter, and continued drinking the malt beer he didn't finish earlier. At the same time, he found a rat on the 2nd floor through the use of spirit body threads, and he made it become his marionette in less than 2 minutes. The rat began searching for a tunnel and path with rather awkward and unfamiliar motions, and it took quite some time before entering Malsona's lounge through a hole hidden by a bookshelf. At this moment, a thin glove that resembled human skin lay silently on the ground as there was nothing left behind of Malsona, not even his clothes. The rat climbed up to the table and bit on the paper with the symbol corresponding to the fool, placing it close to the burning candle. The paper quickly ignited and burned to ashes. After extinguishing the 3 candles and returning them to their original locations, the rat came beside Creeping Hunger and bit onto it. Then it returned via its original path and left Malsona's lounge. It stealthily ran all the way to the balcony facing the outside on the 2nd story, and it silently climbed down. On the 1st story where the bar counter was, Klein finished drinking his last mouthful of beer, put down the cup, and slowly stood up. He pressed down on his half-top hat, stuffed his hands into the black double-breasted frock coat, and walked past the alcoholics and gamblers without any haste and came to the streets. Following the light of the street lamps, he entered the alley at a normal pace. While pulling out a paper figurine and lighting it with a flick, he picked up the briefcase thrown under the 3rd street lamp. At this moment, a gray rat came with a thin human-skinned glove in its mouth out of the shadows. Klein bent his back with a deadpan expression once again and picked up Creeping Hunger. Then, the gray rat left on its own, climbing into a rubbish chute and lying there until it lost its breath. With night about to fall, the street lamp illuminated Klein as he stood there, spreading his fingers in an unhurried manner while wearing Creeping Hunger on his left hand. After stretching his finger joints and getting used to the glove, he carried the briefcase and followed the still vibrant and lively oak tree bar before vanishing at the crossroads. He took out the address slip and stamps from the briefcase and left only with the important documents, pasting them onto it. Then, he placed it in a mailbox on the corner of the street. Finally, Klein changed back into Gehrman Sparrow, took a rental carriage, and headed for another bar around the pier. It was a bar provided by Anderson that had relatively more pirates. Upon entering the bar, Klein swept his gaze and took in the interior. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. The figure had a medium-sized build and his lips were purple. His brown eyes hid an intense maleficence that left one afraid. He was none other than the second mate of the king of immortality Agolito, Slaughter Curtius, with a bounty of 9,500 pounds. Clearly, after escaping via the exit of the dangerous waters, the death announcer had arrived in the nearby Toscarter Island in search of replenishments. So you are here as well. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly, discovering in a chance encounter the devil who couldn't be more suitable for hunting. Just as he generated that ill intent, Curtius sensed him and turned his head to the entrance of the bar. Klein didn't hesitate to grab a beer on the table beside him and threw it over. Right on the heels of that, he drew his revolver and coldly aimed. Bang! Gotcha! Curtius only half turned his body as the cup of beer hit the round table beside him, smashing to pieces. Amidst the gunfire, he didn't attempt to dodge, as though he had instinctively seen through the illusion. It was as though he had a spring installed in him as he bounced to the forefront amongst the gamblers and alcoholics who were crouched down or scattered. His gaze was locked onto the cold adventurer wearing a suit by the door. Gehrman Sparrow. Curtius's pupils constricted as he opened his mouth and chanted the language of foulness that stemmed from the abyss. At this moment, Klein truly pulled the trigger as a pale golden bullet that appeared to be scooped out of boiling hot water shot out, going straight for the slaughterer who had a bounty of 9,500 pounds. However, all Curtius did was gently lift his right hand and spread his fingers to produce a light blue flame in his palm. Then he grabbed the bullet in an unimaginable manner. The bullet entered a cage as the light blue flames solidified. Following that, the bullet emitted sunlight, just enough of it to neutralize everything. Two figures stood up beside Curtius. One of them was a short-haired woman wielding dual pistols, and the other was a boorish man in boxing gloves. Clearly, Curtius didn't come to Toscarter's Pier in search for supplies alone. Or it should be said that he definitely had partners he knew here. 3 Beyonders. Curtius might even be a Sequence 5. At that moment, Klein nearly blurted out something along the lines of, "Sorry, my bad." One couldn't make any preparations when attacking a devil, relying on complete chance. Furthermore, there couldn't be any hesitation. Otherwise, the devil would immediately detect the ill intent and danger. However, under such situations, it was truly hard to tell who held the advantage in such situations. Klein didn't hesitate to turn around while holding his revolver. Then, he agilely dashed for the staircase leading to the bar's second story amidst the crowd and above the crouching alcoholics. Just as he dashed in, a light blue fireball smashed into the side of the staircase before instantly exploding. Boom! A tiny part of the bottom of the staircase collapsed as the bar began to tremble. The strong smell of sulfur spread. Curtius and his 2 companions didn't delay as they jumped across the first few steps of the staircase in fervent pursuit of Gehrman Sparrow. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran for the second story, and midway, he quickly began his examination of the corresponding spirit body threads. This allowed him to easily find an empty room without any humans. He turned around, took a step, and was about to enter the door before jumping off the window to escape from the bar. At that moment, Curtius and his 2 companions chased up to the second story, and upon seeing this scene, they tacitly split up. The former continued the pursuit, while the latter entered the rooms on the same side in a bid to head down to intercept Gehrman. And Klein was waiting precisely for this opportunity. He suddenly half-turned his body as his left black-gloved hand grabbed at the air. The woman with the dual pistols and the man in boxing gloves continued their actions without detecting any abnormalities. They rushed into the other rooms, jumped off the windows, and went far away without returning. Their goal and actions of separate and intercept had allowed Klein to use the Baron of Corruption's distortion to change it to separate and take action alone. This wouldn't last very long, but it was enough time for Klein to fight Curtius one-on-one for a brief moment. Boom! Having completed distortion, he fell to the ground, rolling inside the building and avoiding the light blue fireball which Curtius kept shooting out. Amidst the incessant booming, the buildings where the bar originally was wavered as though it had experienced an earthquake. Right on the heels of that, Curtius rapidly lunged forward, entering the rather vast room. Seeing Gairman Sparrow adeptly somersaulting and jumping without fighting him head-on, while also controlling his emotions very well, Slaughterer immediately opened his mouth and used the unique language of foulness to say the word, "Slow!" The entire room and all the objects inside seemed to calm down. Klein's somersaulting actions slowed down significantly and weren't as smooth as before. Curtius didn't hesitate to lock onto his target as he followed up with another word of the devil language. Die! Klein's figure instantly froze as he stood rooted on the spot and gradually turned faint and thin, becoming a paper figurine filled with spotted red rust. At the same time, he surfaced by the side of the door, wearing a half-top hat and black double-breasted frock suit. He reached out his black-gloved hand, grabbed the handle, and shut the door to the collapsing room with a pull. Creak. The din outside vanished as the room seemed to stand out alone, becoming a firm cage. Upon seeing this, Curtius's body swelled as his clothes tore. He instantly transformed into a behemoth nearly 3 meters tall. His skin appeared dark, but it was dark black and sinister. Goat horns filled with countless mysterious patterns grew on his head as a pair of bat wings on his back spread open. Swirling around him were light blue flames that emitted the strong smell of sulfur. So. Light blue fireballs shot out in unison, blanketing the region around the door. At the same time, the redness in Curtius's eyes bloomed as he said with the extremely corruptive words of the devil, "Corruption!" This was also an area of effect attack. The light blue in his eyes filled up as Klein clenched his left hand, which wore a sinister and noble glove, and quickly did a half-twist. The fireballs immediately lost their trajectories and acted chaotically as though in random motion. They smashed into the ceiling, the door, ground, or flew backward at Curtius. Immediately, the booming sounds in the room undulated. The seal created by the power of distortion suffered an intense blow as it trembled, but it didn't show any signs of damage. The light blue flames soared into the sky as the smell of sulfur spread. Klein's body suddenly bent down as his body was covered in a layer of clearly sticky black liquid. Bang! His figure exploded, turning into torn pieces of paper and corrupted black fog. Immediately following that, he surfaced on the other side, his skin a clear dark shade. His clothes were torn from the explosive force and the flames from the abyss. Corruption, which had splash damage, was useful against his paper figurine substitutes to a certain extent, inflicting damage to a certain degree via an unavoidable influence. And the aftermath of the explosion wasn't within Klein's control. Similarly, it dealt damage to him. However, upon their first encounter, Klein had given Curtius a cup of beer, completing the bribe. Therefore attacks and control effects directed at him were greatly negated. Curtius clearly didn't expect the minor influence that corruption had dealt to Gairman Sparrow. Just as he pulled out a long blade formed entirely of flames, and before he could unleash his speed and strength in a fervent attack, he saw his opponent's left hand's glove transform as though it was made of gold. 2 blinding streaks of lightning tore out of Klein's eyes, psychic piercing. Ah! Curtius instantly let out a tragic cry as he felt as though 100 bottles of holy water had been infused into his mind. He was rich in actual combat experience and, knowing that having been struck by a psyche attack, knew that he would subsequently suffer a series of relentlessness attacks. Hence, he instinctively transformed into a pitch-black liquid and began spreading across the floor. The liquid appeared to be the coalescence of the darkest and evilest desires of a person's heart as the liquid spread across the room towards Gairman Sparrow, as though it would corrupt everything. This state is truly perfect. In a battle encounter, either party would suffer the problem of not being sufficiently prepared. Thankfully, I've always remembered the suspected desire apostle I encountered, and I've completely held back all desires and emotions. Klein didn't dodge as the glove on his left hand rapidly bloomed with pure and clean sunlight. He spread out his arms, allowing a pillar of holy light that had golden flames swirling around it descend from the sky. It illuminated every corner and every shadow of the room. The column of light struck the richest parts of the pitch-black liquid as it radiated outwards in a rippling manner. Amidst the bright and holy light, the pitch-black liquid quickly evaporated and mostly vanished. Curtius hurriedly materialized his body and reformed near the window. He still maintained his state as a 3-meter-tall devil. He was as calm as always, but he could hardly hold back his intense bloodlust and desire to kill. The present him was already rather weak. He didn't dare to circle around Gairman Sparrow as he waited for him to show any emotion so as to control his desires. He ignited the 2 mysterious goat horns on his head in an attempt to forcefully attack his enemy's psyche, inducing emotions to a certain degree in an unavoidable manner. Once he had any desires or emotions, the situation would be in the Desire Apostle's control. At that moment, Curtius's head suddenly turned numb, causing him to nearly lose the thoughts he previously had. After both parties entered a range of 5 meters, the reason why Klein remained in a passive state, using paper figurine substitutes and a Baron of Corruption's distortion powers to barely put up a fight and stall for time, was to divert attention in order to control Curtius's spirit body threads. With the strength of a Sequence 5 spirit body, it wasn't easy to obtain initial control over Slaughterer to begin with. However, with the cup of beer bribe it reduced Curtius's defense and resistance. And after that, this Desire Apostle suffered a psychic piercing and was thoroughly purified once by light of purification. As a result, he had become rather weak. Therefore, even though Klein was using his other powers, he still took 15 seconds to obtain initial control over Curtius. The intense battle in the room instantly turned quiet. Although Curtius's thoughts had turned slow, he still had the ability to complete certain actions. He could still forcefully resist the control that stemmed from the depths of his spirit body. The bloodshot colors in his eyes converged as his eyes reflected Gairman Sparrow's figure. The curled goat horns on his head began to burn intensely as hatred, greed, lust, wrath, and other emotions and desires began to spread outwards in a corporeal manner. Klein entered a half-cogitation state as he calmly focused on deepening his control, hoping to quickly make Curtius lose all means of resistance. In the room that had been reduced to shambles, Klein, whose top hat had fallen to the side and clothes had become tattered, was about 4 meters away from Curtius, who was a behemoth with bat wings. The situation was so quiet, as though a puppet show was being played. In fact, Klein still had the means to do something else. Back when marionettist Rosago forcefully controlled both him and Sharon, he could resist the Wraith's possession and use flame controlling to summon a flame to destroy the shadow pulled in by Sharon. If he hadn't made a serious mistake by targeting the Sequence 5 Wraith, Rosago could have diverted his attention to killing Klein, snuffing out any chance of him using the language of foulness charm. Now, although Klein was definitely inferior to him, there was also only one enemy. Of course, there wasn't really much he could do. Under the premise of not losing control over Curtius, he could move, but he couldn't do it too hastily or quickly. He could use Beyonder powers which didn't expend too much of his spirituality, but he couldn't divert his attention to power the mystical items he carried, or use actions that required too much movement like drawing a gun. And when a target was controlled to a certain extent, several attacks could nudge or stimulate the target, allowing them to resist the control of their spirit body threads to a greater extent and even show signs of escaping from his control. Therefore, Klein had to wait. At that moment, his heart rate suddenly sped up as an uncontrollable sense of horror and anxiety surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but suspect that Curtius's companions, who had their intentions affected by distortion, were about to return. No good. My emotions have been stirred. Klein was first taken aback as he tried to use cogitation to forcefully calm his agitated heart. Aha, he has emotional stirrings. A chance. Curtius was delighted as a slow thought flashed through his mind. Then, using his Beyonder powers, he attempted to magnify Gairman Sparrow's horror and anxiety, planting an emotional seed in him. As long as he succeeded, all he needed was to completely trigger it, maiming his opponent, making him unable to influence him further. No, how can it be ineffective? His emotional stirrings have disappeared. Curtius's bloodshot eyes constricted slowly as it was gradually filled with shock, alarm, and anger. Klein, who imagined that he had given the Desire Apostle a chance to counterattack, discovered that nothing had happened after completely calming himself down. The curled goat horns on Curtius's head were ignited, but he didn't attempt to use his emotional stirrings. Moments after having this thought, Klein roughly understood the situation. It wasn't that Curtius didn't wish to control his horror and anxiety, but it was that he had failed. From the moment he sensed the emotional stirrings, he had to take a few seconds to digest the situation before using 2 to 3 seconds to make the decision. Finally, he spent even more time to organize his thoughts before channeling the corresponding Beyonder powers. All of that took him at least 10 seconds to complete. Klein only took a total of 3 to 4 seconds to calm his mind after detecting the problem. Therefore, Curtius's Beyonder powers naturally failed to be effective against an enemy who was in normal condition. To put it simply, the delay was too long. Under such situations, don't try to fiddle around with highly intricate matters. Klein lampooned before suppressing his sense of schadenfreude. After another 10 seconds, Curtius finally understood the source of the problem. He no longer considered targeting desires and emotions, and instead, while flapping the bat wings on his back with great difficulty, he relied on a devil's powerful body and spirit body to resist the control stemming from the spirit body threads. He tried to make the swirling light blue flames slowly coagulate into a fireball. Klein could almost foresee fireballs bombard him. Hence, he didn't hesitate to split off some of his spirituality, snapping his fingers using his right thumb and middle finger. Pa! The light blue flames suddenly soared before they truly took form and collapsed completely. They were like fireworks blooming behind Curtius. Magician's flame controlling. Curtius continued struggling, but his actions became even slower as he resembled a rusting puppet. As for Klein, he casually moved his feet to dodge the devil language Curtius had launched with all his strength. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Klein suddenly stopped as his eyes locked onto Curtius's head, which had lost its curved goat horns. At that moment, he still needed 2.5 minutes from controlling this Desire Apostle to turn him into his marionette, but Klein didn't have such plans. He never had such plans in the first place. It took too much time, allowing Curtius's companions to rush back in time. Klein only had one ultimate goal. It was to control Curtius to a certain extent so that attacks within a certain limit wouldn't help him escape his predicament. The bloodshot eyes, grimacing expression, and sharp teeth with drooling saliva reflected in Klein's eyes. He opened his mouth and said a word. Bang! Air bullet. An air bullet of a sequence 5. This was already comparable to a bullet shot from a steam rifle. Bang! The air bullet accurately hit Curtius's forehead, causing him to throw up his head, yanking the spirit body threads. In between his brows, a bloody hole that wasn't too deep had appeared. It wasn't a mortal blow. To a devil, a Desire Apostle, their bodies seemed to be cloaked with thick and hard armor. Their blood and flesh had extreme elasticity and defensive strength. Bam! 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 Klein kept creating air bullets while making gunshot sounds, striking Curtius's forehead, again and again, slowly leaving it a contiguous mess. At the same time, he stably controlled the spirit body threads to prevent him from using the feedback to weaken his influence. Curtius let out an angry, stuttering roar as he tried moving forward in a bid to counterattack. But Klein was a lot more agile than him, and his plans to liquefy undoubtedly failed because of the control of the spirit body threads. Bang! Another air bullet struck Curtius, completely shattering his forehead, penetrating his brain. Bang! 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 The subsequent bullets flew in, one bullet after another. Bang! Curtius's skull was finally sent flying as black crevices filled his brain. At that moment it was a complete mess. The aura of this slaughterer worth 9,500 pounds quickly dissipated. But he didn't close his eyes, as he had already lost them. Bit by bit, he collapsed to the ground slowly as Klein walked over and extended his left hand. 2 blood-red eyes split open in the middle of the glove. A cold and eerie wind appeared as Slaughterer Curtius's spirit body, as well as his black fog-like Beyonder characteristic shot towards creeping hunger amidst screams before fixing itself to a blank finger. Soon, the glove turned black once again, but this time it was profound and pure, resembling countless squirming dots of the same color formed one layer after another. Klein sensed the changes for 2 seconds before walking towards the shattered window, feeling somewhat disappointed and also somewhat delighted. When grazing Curtius, he had actually considered which Beyonder powers he wished to receive and which he didn't wish to receive. The one he didn't wish for was the danger premonition of a devil, as this needed to have creeping hunger constantly activated while maintaining Curtius's soul. And this meant that he needed to feed the glove every day, which spelled an extreme inconvenience for himself. Furthermore, this also overlapped with his powers as a seer to a certain extent. As for whether the danger premonition of a devil worked after making it into his marionette, Klein believed that it was targeted on the marionette and had nothing to do with its controller. What Klein wished for the most was to draw the Desire Apostle's Beyonder powers of using a target's emotional stirrings or the use of any of the language of foulness, with the best being death or corruption. At that moment, he had been quite lucky to obtain 3 Beyonder powers. One of them was language of foulness, but it wasn't death or corruption, but slow. This allowed all targets in a 7 to 8 meter radius to instantly turn numb or even come to a halt. However, it could only be maintained for 2 seconds. The second Beyonder power was Sword of Lava. It could create a flaming sword with extremely high offensive power. One strike could directly cleave through a thick stone column, leaving the sliced-off end to appear to be melted off. This was the option Curtius had used when he attacked maniacally. The third was Sulfur Fireball. Not only could it create an explosion of considerable might, but it could also poison people and objects which had been stained by the flames. If matched with a devil form's powers, 10 to 20 fireballs could be launched at the same instance. Out of that form, it maxed out at 3. That's not bad. The damage delivered by Sword of Lava to non-undead or non-corrupt creatures is clearly higher than the Priest of Light's Light of Holiness. Klein came to the window and happened to see the backs of Curtius's companions opening up a distance from him. They haven't shaken off the influence? No, with so much time having passed, they must have shaken off the influence and returned somewhere nearby. Now they're escaping? They sensed Curtius's death? That's a little weird. Klein turned his head back and saw Curtius's corpse still in his devil form. His form didn't change back into a human as a result of his death. He looked at the corpse for 2 seconds before coming up with a theory. Powers like the devil form are a state that brings a body close to the state of losing control. However, they still have their reasoning and can change back while they're in control. Otherwise, they will maintain their forms. Klein didn't delay as he searched the devil's corpse. He discovered that Curtius's gigantification had torn all his clothes and pants, causing his wallet and cash to scatter across the ground. Later, they were all destroyed due to the blanketing attack from the fireballs and sulfurous flames. Just as Klein looked away, he suddenly discovered something twinkling in the giant devil's chest. It was a thin and long crystal formed purely of blood. A faint smell of sulfur emanated around it. What's that? Klein frowned, unable to figure out an answer. Curtius's Beyonder characteristics has clearly entered creeping hunger. Why would his corpse produce something strange? A question flashed across Klein's mind. Furthermore, as the second mate of the King of Immortality, Curtius didn't even carry a mystical item or sealed artifact. This had exceeded his expectations. After thinking for a moment, Klein, who didn't have an answer, put away the thin blood crystal when he didn't sense any danger from it. Then, he bent down to inspect Curtius's devil form, which had lost half its head. I wonder if I can still use this to exchange for a bounty, and if so, how much can I get? I have no idea who I can contact from the military over here. Send us Kent a telegram? This back and forth, together with the work he has to do remotely, it's hard to tell if it will finish in 3 to 4 days. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Also, I can't forget the middleman's cut. He mumbled, walked to the side, and picked up the clearly charred half-top hat and wore it. Then, he dragged the heavy and massive devil's corpse and walked to the door before reaching out to open the door. A howling wind blew in, breaking the silence in the room. Klein tapped his finger joint to deactivate the spirit-body thread's vision as he continued dragging the nasty and terrifying devil's corpse across the corridor, down the stairs to the first floor. At that moment, there weren't many people left in the bar. Tables and chairs were overturned, and there were shards everywhere. It was a mess. Klein went past the heavily damaged staircase and into the main hall. He surveyed the area and found the forlorn bar owner behind the bar counter. Few of the bouncers he hired had remained. Most had scattered off. Tap, tap, tap. Klein walked over one step at a time with the devil corpse behind him bumping into the furniture. What are you planning to do? The owner took a step back as he yelled at the top of his lungs. His bouncers gathered over, shuddering in fear. Their eyes were darting around as their bodies revealed their own inclinations. It appeared as though they would immediately flee the moment any incident happened. Klein stopped in his tracks, throwing Curtius's corpse in front of him. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Can you claim bounty rewards?" The owner was stunned for a second as he instinctively moved his gaze down before seeing the huge devil's corpse which still had some blue flames lingering around it. He and his bouncers drew a cold gasp at the same time, many of them feeling surreal. This was a real devil. Apart from its lack of curled goat horns, it looked identical to the devils described in the church's Bibles or mythical stories. To ordinary people living in the pirates' playground, it wasn't rare to witness supernatural powers. Here, their horizons were clearly broader than the colonies of Oravi and the civilians of the kingdom's native soil. However, as the owner and bouncers of a bar, they had never seen real devils before. They even suspected that it was an attempt by the church to tarnish unofficial beyonders. The owner retracted his gaze with great difficulty as he looked at the stoic adventurer in tattered clothes. "I can. They should have the means to determine that this is Curtius." "It's Curtius, right?" Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief and silently nodded. The owner hesitated for 2 seconds and forced a fearful smile. "However, it's impossible to get everything. As you know, there will be some money spent during the process. The fees cost about 30%. Otherwise, you'll have to wait quite a while. After all, £9,500 isn't a small sum. For Toscarter's Pier, it will take at least a week. It's because there are pirates frequenting this area, and there are often adventurers here to claim bounties. Therefore, it constantly has quite a bit of cash reserves. If you were in Oravi Island or anywhere else, it might take 2 weeks or even a month. £9,500 really wasn't a small sum. Klein clearly remembered that back in Tingen City, the Nighthawks team's monthly budget was only about £1,000. The budget was even split between the church and the police department. He thought for a moment and asked the bar's boss, "Do you know me?" "Yes." The owner hurriedly nodded. Klein swept his gaze across everyone and continued asking, "Can you figure out where I'm living?" Yes. The owner didn't dare to lie. Klein tersely responded before using a flat and direct tone. "Send £6,000 to me before noon tomorrow." £6,000? That's less than 70%. That's about £600 short. The owner was taken aback, never expecting the crazy adventurer to take the initiative to lower the price. "Can you do it?" Klein asked again. The additional £650 was his compensation for the bar. After all, he had left the bar in a mess. However, this wasn't something the crazy adventurer would say himself. He believed that the bar's owner wasn't a philanthropist. There was no way he would hand over the excess to others. The owner considered it seriously before replying, "Yes." Even though the official process wouldn't be that fast, there was nothing he needed to worry about. This was because he planned on borrowing some of the money and using his savings to pay the bounty reward which Gairman Sparrow wanted. To be able to earn several £100s at once wasn't something he would miss out on. Klein nodded and didn't speak another word. He turned around and walked to the bar's entrance. When he came near, he took out a few yellow pennies and threw them onto a tiny round table that still stood standing. After some clinking sounds, the pennies spun to a stop. They numbered 8 pence. While doing this action, the black-suited Klein didn't stop walking. His figure soon disappeared from the entrance. What's the meaning of that? The owner said with a surprised and blank look. Most of the bouncers shook their heads with the same expression, indicating that they didn't know Gairman Sparrow's motive. Only a bouncer who had been standing guard by the door thought with a frown. Then, he said uncertainty. When he first entered, he took someone's cup of beer and threw it at Curtius. This is the compensation for that cup of beer, as well as the cup? The bar fell into silence once again. Although the owner and bouncers couldn't accept such an explanation, they had the baffling feeling that this matched the style of the crazy adventurer, Gairman Sparrow. Another set of clothes ruined. That's nearly £9. Thankfully, I made quite a lot this time. Yes, I'll have to make another set tomorrow. After turning into another street, Klein stopped and observed himself. He wasn't in a rush to return to the hotel he stayed at. He first followed the information provided by the head honcho of the loan's new party, Malsona, and found a policeman who was controlled by drugs. The man helped the gangs commit several sordid deeds, to the point of creating a scheme to kill a witness. He channeled his spirit to confirm his crimes before allowing creeping hunger to enjoy a true feast for the day. After doing that, Klein returned to his hotel via a carriage and entered his room. After setting up the altar, he used a ritual to send creeping hunger and the thin blood crystal above the gray fog. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, Klein didn't hesitate to pick up the glove and release the soul of the priest of light. This Sequence 5 powerhouse had a thin face and an elegant bearing. He was an amiable elder, and he wore a simple white clergyman's robe. He bowed to express his gratitude to the mysterious existence who was concealed by the gray fog. Klein gently nodded as a response. Then, he conjured pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement. The potion formulas for the sequences above the Sun Pathways Sequence 7. Leaning back into his seat, he began using dream divination to communicate with the spirit. The grayish world quickly changed. He saw the priest of light roll open a piece of brownish goatskin in a room filled with sunlight. On it was a formula written in ancient Fasak. Sequence 6. Notary. Main ingredients. 1 set of crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders. 5 feathers of a spirit-packed bird. Supplementary ingredients. 100 milliliters of radiant spirit-packed trees juice. 1 golden-rimmed sunflower. 1 white-rimmed sunflower. 5 drops of aqua fern juice. After the scene paused for a few seconds, ripples surfaced again, outlining an opulent hall filled with golden statues. Inside the hall, a man covered in pure light that prevented one from looking straight at him said to a half-centenarian elder, "This is the potion formula for the priest of light. Remember, dispel the darkness and praise the sun." The elder received it in excitement and spread open the ancient goatskin. Sequence 5. Priest of Light. Main ingredients. Red comb of a dawn rooster. A pure white brilliance rock. Supplementary ingredients. 5 grams of rosemary. 7 drops of fingered citron juice. 10 milliliters of rock water. 60 milliliters of a king of dawn rooster's blood. Ritual. In pure darkness, bury your entire body in ice that usually doesn't melt, before consuming the potion. The scene quickly vanished without any additional content. Klein wasn't surprised. He knew very well that when it involved the domain of a demigod, the 7 churches would often directly provide the potions and rituals without giving them the formula. At this moment, the priest of light's figure had mostly dispersed due to the forceful spirit channeling. His painful expression eased as he raised his head and spread out his arms as though he was embracing sunlight. "Praise the sun!" The priest of light closed his eyes as he piously said. Those were his last words as his spirit body rapidly disintegrated and plummeted into the gray fog before completely disappearing. A pious believer, Klein sighed in comment. Following that, he recalled what he had seen in the dream and recorded the formula. The main ingredient of a notary is the root crystal of the Tree of Elders. I remember that Miss Justice's psychiatrist potion requires the fruit of the Tree of Elders. From the looks of it, the spectator and sun pathways might be interchangeable at high sequences. The difficulty of the Priest of Light's ritual for most people is to find ice that usually doesn't melt. But it's different for Little Sunday. To bury a living person in pure darkness in the forsaken land of the gods might lead to one's disappearance. A method to avoid this has to be figured out. Dispel the darkness and praise the sun is the acting method? Klein considered for a moment before picking up the blood crystal produced by Curtius's body. After a few seconds of consideration, he wrote down the corresponding divination statement in a serious manner. Its origins. Holding up the item and the piece of paper, Klein chanted softly once more and entered a dream. In the gray, blurry world, he saw the gigantic sailboat, the Death Announcer, with its bow and stern curving up high. He saw Curtius climb up a soft ladder and arrive on the deck. Just as this desire apostle found his footing, a sticky black fog emanated from the deck's cracks. It was filled with a corruptive smell that enveloped Curtius within it, corrupting and tainting all the shimmering objects on him, including his body. The gas quickly contracted and entered Curtius's chest. The color gradually turned red, as though it was a bloodstain. Finally, everything was restored to normal. Curtius genuflected as he said to the deck, "Your will is my will, great Death Announcer." Following that, the scene shattered as Klein opened his eyes. He sat straight and looked at the thin and long blood crystal. In thought, he silently said, "The Death Announcer is alive? A sealed artifact with living traits? This crystal is the source of its control over its crew, and it comes equipped with an intense corruptive force. Therefore, mystical items of low levels will be corrupted by it." Picking up the blood crystal and smelling the faint smell of sulfur, Klein could vaguely sense the corrosive powers hidden deep within. Legend has it that the abyss is an area with the greatest powers of corruption. Even an angel will fall and lose control there. The people guarding the abyss will eventually be assimilated by the abyss. The characteristic shown by the desire apostle does match this point. Deepening the assimilation of a desire apostle. Klein allowed his thoughts to wander. Soon he noticed a detail. Curtius had declared loyalty to the Death Announcer, and not to King of Immortality Agolito. Does this mean that the real King of Immortality is the Death Announcer? Agolito is only its spokesperson or the administrator to infect targets. Rumor has it that Agolito isn't a demigod and isn't at sequence 4. He relies solely on the Death Announcer to become one of the 4 kings. If that's the case, his actual situation is worse than I expected. He doesn't even have any autonomy. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that he's a sequence 4, and his relationship with the Death Announcer is just one of cooperating partners. He's a demon after all. He's crafty and enjoys misleading people. Klein contemplated for a few seconds before attempting another divination to see if he could obtain any revelation for the blood crystal's usage. He wasn't afraid that it would incur huge trouble for him, or it could be said that he was already prepared to receive any. Even if it was connected to the Devil King in the Abyss, it would at most be equivalent to the backlash from the true creator or eternal blazing Sunday. Klein believed that the gray fog had the means to defend against and suppress it. This is the first time. I won't have my location locked on, so it's not a big problem. Besides, I already divined its origins, and there wasn't any danger. Therefore, the Death Announcer definitely isn't a Sequence 0 devil. Isn't that obvious? If it's really a Sequence 0 devil or a sealed artifact at the level of King of Angels, Amon, then there's no need to avoid the joint forces of me, Queen Mystic, Admiral of Stars, and Anderson. Klein realized that he had been frightening himself. He began to seriously begin the dream divination. In the blurry world, he saw a world covered with sticky black fog. A monster formed from dark-colored lumps of flesh squirmed over as its body cavity produced a raging roar. Blatherer! The scene changed, producing an ancient-looking altar which was splashed with fresh blood. Engraved on of it were words and symbols filled with a corruptive feeling. It was as though they were shouting something. The hazy world shattered as Klein slowly opened his eyes and sat straight. He tapped his finger on the edge of the long bronze table and muttered to himself, "Blatherer refers to the state before the Death Announcer became a sealed artifact. A blatherer from the abyss. Or was it a gigantic monster formed from dark-colored lumps of flesh that became a sealed artifact after being killed by a blatherer? Regardless, the final confirmation is that there's one ship involved. Otherwise, it wouldn't have solidified into its present state. From the laughter of the person on the brink of losing control, it's very likely that the death announcer corresponds to Blatherer. A preliminary prediction is that it isn't a grade 0 sealed artifact. Otherwise, King of Immortality would be the best of the 4 kings. It's probably a sequence 3. Furthermore, Agalito clearly doesn't match well with it. The level of power shown isn't that high. It's at most sequence 4. That corruptive altar that gave off a feeling as though it was shouting suggests that the blood crystal is able to summon a high-level devil. For example, the Blatherer, having no idea how to summon a high-level devil, nor having any plans on doing so, Klein casually threw the thin blood crystal along with the Beyonder characteristic, the glowing crystal left behind by the Priest of Light, into the junk pile. Then, he perfunctorily named the former Aura of Blatherer. After doing this, Klein cautiously attempted another divination. It was to confirm if he would encounter any danger that night, danger that came from King of Immortality Agalito. In fact, he already had a prediction for the divination's outcome. King of Immortality Agalito wouldn't touch ground on the island. Firstly, it was because Toscarter had a hidden demigod. Ordinary Beyonders might not know, but the 4 kings would have some level of understanding. And it was unlikely Agalito would wish to have any head-on conflict with other demigods. Forcefully entering the territory of another person wasn't his style. Secondly, Klein's previous theory had produced a conclusion. Agalito didn't dare to leave the Death Announcer, and the Death Announcer had no way of going ashore. Indeed, Klein received the revelation that it would be very safe that night. This meant that he didn't need to change his appearance and move to another hotel. Around 9 in the morning of the next day, Klein saw Anderson Hood appear the moment he walked into the restaurant on the first floor and found a seat. Anderson immediately sat opposite him. The strongest hunter used his fingers to comb his short blonde hair, making it part 70-30. As he looked at Gehrman Sparrow, he'd sked with a laugh. Impressive. You managed to hunt Curtius even when fighting 1-on-3. The way you dragged the devil's corpse downstairs has already spread throughout Toscarter Pier. Heh! It's said that every pirate with a bounty on their head has decided to distance themselves from your sights. They will not appear anywhere within a 5-kilometer radius from you. Ever since he acquainted himself with Frank Lee, Klein had quit drinking milk. He raised his hand to order a cup of coffee, a piece of white bread, 2 toasts, a roasted pork sausage, and a plate of butter. Then, he replied in an extremely calm manner, "Your ability at gathering intel is pretty good." Anderson chuckled. "This is necessary for a hunter." Heh! The Toscarter adventurers are discussing a serious question as to who is the strongest hunter. When Anderson saw Gehrman Sparrow look up with a cold and ambiguous gaze, his smile froze. "They've all chosen you." "Haha, after all, this is the Sonia Sea, and not the Fog Sea. Why did you need to add that second sentence? It's just asking for a beating," Klein casually asked, as though being indifferent. "Anything else?" "Ah." Anderson suddenly felt his comprehension skills were impeded. "Any other intel?" Klein repeated himself with more details. "There is," Anderson suddenly signaled with his eyes. "Malsona from the lone new party has mysteriously disappeared last night." He mysteriously disappeared in his own room while being protected by countless guards. The official explanation is that Malsona has already died. The reason was that he possibly consecrated an evil god or summoned a devil. No one believes that. It's because the Church of Storms has received an anonymous letter that has detailed records of Malsona's crimes, as well as evidence. He stared intently at Gehrman Sparrow, hoping that the crazy adventurer would provide him with more information. He clearly remembered that Gehrman Sparrow had just asked him who deserved to be killed yesterday afternoon. And his answer was Malsona from the lone new party. Klein tersely responded without saying anything more. At this moment, a figure rushed into the hotel. After looking around, he walked towards Klein in delight. He was none other than the bar owner from before. Mr. Sparrow. The owner took off a bonnet that had a depression in the middle and bowed. "It has already been confirmed. but the process will take another 2 days. After all, it's too large a sum. Heh, I know you'll be leaving today, so in order to not delay your schedule, I've decided to cover the bounty for now. Well, a portion of it comes from the bar's liquid cash, and a portion of it I loaned from my friends. Please make sure the number is right. He deliberately spoke in detail to express his goodwill to Gairman Sparrow while earning a profit. He wanted to befriend this crazy adventurer. As for whether King of Immortality would seek revenge on him, he wasn't too worried. Many a time, Curtius would similarly claim bounties through him. After all, it was a reward for battles between pirates. Everyone liked gaining some additional cash. It was an unspoken rule at sea. Klein did a count of the thick stack of notes worth £6,000. He split them into a few stacks and placed them into different pockets. Then he said with a nod, "Not bad." The bar owner heaved a sigh of relief. He then warily surveyed his surroundings before suppressing his voice. "You have to be careful. King of Immortality is a very vengeful person. He might intercept your ship at sea." He didn't dare to say that he had the means to arrange for someone to board certain ships to depart in secret, afraid that it would be detected by King of Immortality and that he would suffer retaliation as a result. "I know," Klein replied indifferently. The bar owner didn't speak further. He bowed once more and left the hotel's restaurant. "Do you have the means to leave?" Anderson looked at Gairman Sparrow with a look of curiosity. "Guess." Klein revealed a gentlemanly smile. The corners of Anderson's lips twitched. "I'm relieved by seeing your confidence. By the way, the tickets. It sets sail at 1:30 in the afternoon." "Impressive. I thought I was rather amazing earning £1,600 in a night." "Who knew?" Klein didn't respond as he began enjoying his breakfast. Later, he made a new suit to prevent himself from lacking a change of clothes. Time passed and soon, it was time to board the ship. Anderson held a newly bought suitcase and looked at Gairman Sparrow beside him. He asked, seemingly worried, "Are we just leaving on this ship? The death announcer should be around the surrounding waters. The future left yesterday after it was resupplied." He felt that leaving while under the wrath of the King of Immortality wasn't a wise choice. It's impossible for Gairman Sparrow to be crazy enough to just storm right into death, right? Unless this is his trap. A thought came to Anderson as he had a hunch. Klein didn't turn his head to look at him. He directly boarded the liner with his suitcase. His thoughts were simple. It was likely that the death announcer could sense something wrong with its aura. Based on the King of Immortality's modus operandi, it was unlikely for him to make a forceful assault. If his assumption was wrong, then the moment the death announcer appeared along the horizon, Klein would immediately enter his room and pray to himself. Then, he would go above the gray fog to use the scepter to respond. He wanted to see who was stronger, the blatherer at sea or the sea god. This wasn't Klein's original plan. He had planned on using the sea god's scepter's ability to command sea creatures to find an underwater carriage for himself. Then, under layers of protection from his charms, he would pull Anderson out into the waters and escape the range of the death announcer's blockade before secretly boarding a liner he had tickets to. However, in consideration that the target of revenge had disappeared all of a sudden, it was possible that the King of Immortality would vent his anger on others by slaughtering liners indiscriminately. After all, pirates didn't abide by the law, nor did they come with any proper morals. After divining above the gray fog, Klein ultimately decided to leave brazenly. After hitting the deck, entering the cabin, and coming to his room, Klein was just about to say something when Anderson Hood spoke before he could. "That's not right. If I were the passengers on board this ship, I'd definitely be very afraid and nervous to see an adventurer who just offended the King of Immortality. I'd either get the captain or first mate to convince you to switch to another ship, or I would switch ships myself." To my surprise, all of them are especially calm. This guy is very sharp. He's able to notice the minute details. Is this a real conspire? Often acting happy-go-lucky, shooting off his mouth, and being optimistic, but in actuality, he has silently grasped the situation and made his preparations. As Klein opened the door with his key, he began considering if the ship had any real problems. At that moment, Anderson raised his hand to slap himself in the cheeks before laughing dryly. I get it. It happened just recently. The matter is only spread among a number of adventurers and pirates. Typical tourists and sailors wouldn't even know of this. Besides, people who know what you look like are definitely people with good intel, not ordinary people. Wow, he knows to answer his own questions. Do you know that time is life? Klein lampooned and entered the first-class cabin. It wasn't that he wished to enjoy comfort, but that he needed to watch over Anderson Hood. He didn't want this unluckiest hunter to bring disaster to the liner, so he had gotten him to book a first-class cabin for themselves. With a suitcase in hand, he walked straight to the master bedroom. Klein pointed at the guest room and the servants' room, and he said to Anderson, "Choose one for yourself." Anderson was taken aback as he turned agape. "You're very used to this." "Of course, I have rich experience in interacting with hunters. If Danitz were here, I would designate him to the servants' room." Klein didn't answer as he entered the master bedroom. 1:30. The steam engine whistled as the liner set off on time. After hanging his coat, Klein walked out of the master bedroom in pants, a shirt, and a vest. He looked out the window at the horizon. Thanks to the wind, the green waves ebbed as they spread along the outline of Toscarter Island, inch by inch. That's no way to see the full situation. Anderson came over and smiled. You can only ensure that there are no problems from one of the flanks, and the death announcer might appear from the other flank or the front. The best option is to climb up to the crow's nest. Haha. There's definitely a crew member there, but an experienced hunter or pirate has 100 means to fool his senses. Klein turned around and looked at Anderson with a stoic expression. Well said. I'll leave this to you. Ah. Anderson was taken aback. He snapped to his senses and asked in surprise, "You don't have any other means to observe?" Without any other means to observe, how was he to lay a trap for the King of Immortality? No, Klein nodded his head with abnormal frankness. I can only rely on you. Who gave you the courage to leave under the King of Immortality's scrutiny? Anderson was momentarily speechless. As he muttered to himself, "Don't stop me. I'm jumping ship." He left the cabin room and headed for the bottom of the crow's nest. In theory, King of Immortality Agalito, or the Death Announcer, should have long sensed my ill intent and sensed the danger that stems from me. Then, will they attack? Will they believe that I'm at the level I show myself as and that I don't have any help? Or will they suspect that some powerhouse who can interfere in their premonition for danger did something? Klein retracted his gaze from the door and looked once again at the sea outside. After a while, he suddenly sensed something as he quickly activated his spirit vision and turned his head to look to the side. The tall skeleton messenger burrowed out of the ground, the black flames in its eye sockets jumping slightly. It only revealed its upper body, so it wasn't too much taller than Klein. It looked at him at eye level and handed him a letter in its hand. Mr. Azik replied pretty quickly this time. Klein politely nodded and received the neatly folded piece of paper. After the skeleton messenger collapsed and disappeared, he unfolded the letter against the sunlight coming in from the window. I'm very happy to hear about your advancement. Your travels have been more interesting than I had imagined. Those waters are indeed very dangerous. I vaguely remember that it might have to do with the source of the cataclysm. As for why there's a remnant aura of ancient death there, I'm not too sure. I will keep your warning in mind. Before completely recovering my memories, I will not enter those waters. The true creator's ravings aren't pleasant to the ears. I'm somewhat interested in the ring worn by Admiral Hell. However, I've recently been embroiled in some past matters. I might need some time before I pay him a visit. Upon seeing this, Klein couldn't help but smile. After replying to Mr. Azik, I'll tell him that I have the means to lock onto Admiral Hell Ludwell's location. I must get him to bring me along with him when he pays a visit. Oh no, I didn't divine the location of the Murloc cufflink recently. I'm not sure if Ludwell has discovered it or thrown it away. Yes. I'll divine it above the gray fog after I confirm that the Death Announcer isn't pursuing me. Moving his gaze away, Klein continued reading. The ancient chronicles I received from Katerina does mention matters regarding artificial death. To put it simply, the former royal family of the Balam Empire, present upper echelons of the numinous episcopate, had gained inspiration from the hidden sage's sudden coming to life and turning anthropomorphic. They wished to let death, which is at present only a concept, to experience something similar. There's a possibility of it being fulfilled. Due to the indestructibility of Beyonder characteristics, the perishing of death doesn't mean that the corresponding Beyonder characteristics and authority has been completely lost. According to the chronicles, the corresponding research hasn't reached a breakthrough, but that was from centuries ago. The sequence 4 corresponding to Seer is Bizarro Sorcerer. The powerhouses from the Antigonus and Zeridal family left me with a deep impression. Even though I've already forgotten the details, my recollections are still able to bring me some feelings of fear. As for where to get the formula and ingredients, I'm not sure. Perhaps you can consider switching to neighboring pathways. I've already recalled matters regarding this. You can choose Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer of the Apprentice pathway or Sequence 4 Parasite of the Marauder pathway. However, I vaguely remember that these 3 pathways only allow switching at Sequence 3. Indeed, there's only a roads left. Klein forcefully produced a grin. After reading the reply, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down parts of the content he had already thought of, as well as asking about the exact definition of a mythical creature. After putting down the pen and paper, he wasn't in a hurry to summon the messenger. He planned to wait for the death announcer to appear before adding the request for help into the letter and then mailing it out. This way, he could hold out for some time with the Sea God Scepter, and he might even have Mr. Azek tear through the spirit world to rescue him. When the time came, the two of them could join forces and have a chance to claim the death announcer as theirs. As for why he didn't write it ahead of time, it was because a devil might not come again due to their premonition for danger. Of course, Klein had no idea whether they could sense the exact contents of his current ill intent. After patiently waiting for a few hours, Klein heard the door open. When he looked back, he saw Anderson stroking the side of his face. He walked in with mixed emotions. The death announcer hasn't appeared. We've completely left the waters around Toskarder Island. The King of Immortality actually didn't seek revenge. This fellow is more impressive than I imagined. Anderson sighed inwardly. Klein gave a regretful nod, walked to his coat rack, and took his coat and hat in preparation to head for the dining hall. In a secret chamber, a small Red Gloves team was discussing a case they were on. Soul Assurer Soist held a chalk and pointed at a blackboard. The Devil murder case this time has some similarities with the assassination of Duke Negan in Backland. First, a human skin with its own smell and aura appeared. This is something that hasn't appeared in many of the devil-related cases in the past. Second, there's more than one devil. They take turns wearing the human skin in order to carry out their normal activities to conceal their partner's evil acts. Finally, they're suspected of belonging to the Beria family. At that moment, Leonard, who appeared to be listening attentively in the corner, couldn't help but recall something when his captain mentioned Backland. Having witnessed the complete destruction of the underground ruin, he wanted to find time for himself to investigate the mysterious detective, Sherlock Moriarty. He had planned on starting from Sherlock Moriarty's former landlord, but his team took on an emergency case and began to investigate a new series of serial murders. He had no choice but to leave Backland. Leonard, what's your take on this? After Soist finished his briefing, he named Leonard Mitchell to continue. Leonard turned his head to the side in a daze and looked at the content on the blackboard. He quickly organized his words and said, I believe that it's not only a form of concealment, but is also a requirement of a particular ritual. Captain Soist, as you know, devils have many kinds of blasphemous and evil rituals. Reasonable deduction. Soist then gestured for another team member to speak his piece. Phew, thankfully old man has recently been catching me up on devil studies. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief and began attentively listening to the discussion of his team. After a 2-day voyage, the liner safely arrived at Orvie Island. After checking into a hotel, Klein said to Anderson Hood, Wait here for me. That demigod doesn't like strangers suddenly visiting. He didn't wish to expose the contact person of the life school of thought. I hope I'll live to see him. Anderson smiled bitterly as he wished himself good luck. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, and he gave up saying anything further. He rode on a carriage and went straight for the Church of Storms' St. Draco Cathedral. Before long, he arrived once again in the small room in the magnificent bell tower where he saw the tall, extremely asymmetrical and ugly bellman Carnot. After hearing Gairman Sparrow's intentions, the hunched Carnot nodded. "I'll bring you to Mr. Ricardo. He has already recovered and is no longer where he originally was." "All right." Just as Klein gave a response, he suddenly recalled that Carnot was a product of the Church of Mother Earth's human body refining. He then asked a question. "Do you know Frank Lee?" Bellman Carnot's expression immediately turned odd when he heard Frank Lee's name. "Yes, he's a kind and pure person, but at times, his pureness is terrifying." Indeed, Klein made way and allowed the bellman to walk down the stairs. As he followed him down, he asked, "Are you familiar with him?" Carnot silently walked ahead, and after a while, he said with his back facing Gairman Sparrow, "I'm a failed product filled with all kinds of problems. I was always mocked, and only Frank was one of the few who looked at me normally, treating me as someone with a real soul." "Why did he leave the Church of Mother Earth?" Klein asked despite knowing the answer. Carnot came out of the bell tower, answering while getting his bearings. "I do not know about the specifics. He's an orphan. He grew up in the cloister from a young age. He really treats the church as a family and views Mother Earth as his mother. He has many strange ideas. He had the opportunity of becoming a diocese bishop, but he was later nearly sent to a tribunal for being sacrilegious. Frank mentioned this before. He was trying to crossbreed a bull, a cow, and wheat together. To be frank, if it were me, I would have sent him to the tribunal as well. This guy was fine early on because of his low sequence, limiting what he can do." Klein mumbled and followed Carnot down another street and arrived in the alley behind St. Draco Cathedral. Carnot walked in front of an ordinary building, pulled the doorbell thrice, each tug lasting 2 seconds. After a while, thudding sounds approached as the door creaked open. Klein immediately saw an elder in a black short coat with a hard cane. His hair was as white as snow, but he didn't have any obvious wrinkles. He wore a black eye mask around his eyes. "Mr. Counselor, Mr. Gairman Sparrow is here to pay you a visit." "Counselor Ricardo? He's Counselor Ricardo? He's blind?" Previously, Klein had only heard his voice without meeting him. It was no wonder he was surprised. Ricardo turned his ear to the side and slowly turned his head towards Gairman Sparrow and chuckled. "Sorry, I can only meet you this way. When I woke up this morning, I suddenly had a premonition that I mustn't open my eyes to see anything today. To prevent any accidents, I wore an eye mask." "You can actually do that?" "He's in no way inferior as a charlatan." Klein was momentarily amused and surprised. Following that, he understood the correct interpretation of his premonition. He didn't want to see him. He remembered that Beyonders from the monster pathway were able to see things others couldn't see. Therefore, Snake of Mercury Will Osepton was able to sense my uniqueness. And back in Tingen City, Adamasol's eyes bled and he collapsed to the ground simply from seeing me. Counselor Ricardo sensed the danger and wore an eye mask ahead of time. If not for that, I was planning on asking what he can see. Klein didn't have any penchant about forcing others to harm themselves. He held back his thoughts and asked, "Do you have clues to the mystical item I need?" "Not for now," Ricardo said with a smile. "After I recovered from my injuries, I went to buy 'em. I was lucky that there was some adjustments to the upper echelons of the Navy and Governor General's office, so I successfully rescued Roy King, but it wasted quite a bit of my time." Klein had expected this as he said without any signs of surprise. "Then, I'll use this request to get another form of help. I have a friend who is plagued with bad luck after interacting with a mural left behind by the Angel of Fate. He needs it completely removed." Ricardo thought for a moment before saying, "No problem. Bring me over to him. Don't allow him to leave his residence, or there might be accidents." Klein nodded and walked towards the alley with his suitcase in hand. He took the opportunity to ask, "Mr. Counselor, what do you know about the mother tree of desire?" From Klein's point of view, the Life School of Thought and the Rose School of Thought were at odds with each other, so it was likely that they knew each other very well. With cane in hand, Ricardo slowly walked behind him to his right. He didn't need anyone to help him. It was as though he wasn't wearing an eye mask. He chuckled. The mother tree of desire is the Rose School of Thought's manifestation of the chained God. However, I suspect that the truth is actually the reverse. The chained God is one of the mother tree of desire's many manifestations. My reasoning is that Red Light Moria claims that the mutant pathway sequence 0 is still unoccupied. Heh, you know about sequence 0, right? Yes, Klein succinctly answered. He didn't even express his knowledge of the Great White Brotherhood. Ricardo tersely acknowledged. In short, no one knows the true identity of the mother tree of desire, nor does anyone know what her pathway is. Perhaps that's her true identity. In addition, I can provide some indirect information. The mother tree of desire and the primordial moon are at odds. There seems to be some irreconcilable conflict between them, and it's because of this that the Rose School of Thought views us as an enemy. However, at times, the mother tree of desire and the primordial moon seem to have a subtle relationship. You might find it hard to imagine that the southern continent's shaman king, who worships the moon, joined the Rose School of Thought. The 7 churches hate the true creator, primordial demoness, dark side of the universe, and the other evil gods. But their hatred for the primordial moon and mother tree of desire runs even deeper. Similarly, the Aurora Order, Demoness Sect, Blood Sanctify Sect, and Moses Ascetic Order do not like the Rose School of Thought. That's interesting. Mother Tree of Desire is one of the 2 most isolated ones. Klein stopped a carriage while in thought as he watched Carnot help Ricardo up the carriage. He then entered the carriage and instructed the driver to bring them to a nearby hotel. Before long, the carriage arrived at their destination. Just as Klein was about to get off, he suddenly heard a loud bang. A rumbling explosion shook the entire street as glass fragments from a window fell to the ground. No way. Could it be caused by Anderson's bad luck? Klein's spiritual intuition told him that it was the case, but the unluckiest hunter had apparently lived. He turned his head to look out the carriage and saw that a huge chunk of wall had collapsed from the hotel's 2nd floor. Flames and smoke remained. At this moment, a figure with disheveled blonde hair and messy clothes stood below as he muttered. To think that there's such a daring person to trade arms in a hotel. New kinds of explosives, especially. He nearly caused me to die without even knowing why. My suitcase. Klein looked down at the suitcase he was carrying and suddenly felt how great it was to be cautious. He turned around and helped Ricardo down the carriage. Anderson sensed something as he turned his head to say with a bitter smile, "The arms dealers these days are too unprofessional. Thankfully, it's daytime and there aren't many people in the hotel. The owner sure is pitiful, having to suffer a certain loss. However, the gold they carry shouldn't be destroyed that easily. It should make up for his loss. I think your bad luck is responsible for a large part of the accountability." Klein nodded and said to Ricardo, "It's him." Ricardo then turned his head to Anderson, but his gaze was completely blocked by the black eye mask. He paused for a few seconds before smiling. "Give me a gold coin." "Oh." Anderson took out a lone gold coin from the inside of his clothes, feeling suspect. Then he smiled at Gairman Sparrow. "Tradition from my hometown. We sew a tiny pocket on the inside of our clothes to keep a few coins. I originally didn't believe in it, but I've been just too unlucky recently." As he spoke, he handed the gold coin to Ricardo. Ricardo received the gold coin, slowly closed his fingers, before retracting his hand. He then laughed and said, "All right, your bad luck has been dispelled." "Ah!" Anderson stood there in shock as he looked at Gairman Sparrow, as though saying, "That's it? Did you get a fraud?" Klein was surprised as well, but he chose to believe Ricardo. After all, he was a fate counselor. Ricardo put away the gold coin and chuckled. "The bad luck you received this time wasn't child's play. If you don't believe me, you can head over to the casino to try your luck. Makes sense. Anderson clapped and immediately got directions for the nearest casino from a passerby. After a while, he returned in a clean and decent jacket. He looked at Ricardo and instinctively opened his mouth. He was suddenly taken aback as he forcibly closed his mouth and thanked him with a grin. After the demigod was sent on a carriage, he leaned in towards Gairman Sparrow and wistfully said, "I was planning on saying that, although you're blind, you really are amazing when it comes to the domain of fate." Thankfully, I recalled in time that he's a demigod. If you had really said that, you might have the chance of becoming the hunter who died immediately after having his bad luck removed. Klein didn't echo his sentiments as he said, "Now can you tell me the clues to that revolver?" As creeping hunger had great limitations, he still wished for a more conventional offensive mystical item. Anderson combed his hair and chuckled. "It's in Byam. It's from a friend I used to know, a very powerful adventurer. As he got sick of the unstable and dangerous life, he used his savings to buy a few spice gardens and found a lady to marry. He then completely left this line of work we're in. He recently had a child and his thoughts changed again. He began to wish that his child would be brought up in a better and safer environment with better educational prospects. So he plans on moving to Backland. There are the best grammar schools and public schools there. He doesn't wish to rent a place in Backland, but he also doesn't plan on selling his gardens that constantly earn him money. He happens to have an excess when it comes to mystical items, so he plans on selling that revolver. Back then, I was in a rush to follow the treasure hunting expedition into those waters, so I'm not sure if he succeeded in the end. However, few people can buy something worth nearly £10,000 at once, so the transaction won't close that easily." "All right, bring me to him," Klein replied simply. At that moment on the Golden Dream, Danitz was horrified to realize a problem. His captain hadn't appeared in 3 days. Under the sunlight, the Golden Dream emitted golden lusters as if it was a mobile treasure. Danitz stood inside the captain's cabin, pacing about endlessly. He attempted to recall everything that had happened over the past few days in a bid to find a clue. 3 days ago, his captain, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, wanted to do a study in which she might not appear for 10 to 20 hours. Therefore, all corresponding classes were cancelled. In regards to this, Danitz and company didn't find it odd. These happened frequently. They were delighted that they didn't need to attend classes. Hence, there was drinking, singing, and a bonfire party held on the ship. They were only short of burning down the Golden Dream, but they had a great time. But with the passage of time, everyone gradually felt that something was amiss, including the somewhat slow Danitz. Their captain, who should have finished her studies within 24 hours, didn't appear the next day. She didn't even get anyone to send her food or light beer, which was used as water. After patiently waiting for half a day without seeing Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, the sailors mustered the courage to knock on her door. To their horror, there wasn't any response. Under the first mate, Brew Walls's lead, the pirates opened the captain's cabin and found it empty. They then went to the collector's room and other places, but they failed to find her. Based on past experiences, their initial guess was that their captain had suddenly thought of something and left the Golden Dream in a rush while using some mystical technique or emulating someone else's beyond her powers without leaving a letter behind. Later, Danitz and company attempted to contact her using methods like the Soulfall ritual, but they failed to receive a response. All they could do was search the captain's cabin and other places as they convinced themselves to wait patiently. 3 days passed, but Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina didn't appear nor reply. It left the sailors panicking. "Dogs hit. Any results from your divination? Didn't you claim to be an expert?" Danitz turned towards flowery bow-tie Jodson in frustration. Jodson, with his black hair that was dyed gold, rubbed his temples and said in a rather mellow voice, "They failed. Every divination method used to find her has failed. But for now, it can be confirmed that Captain is still alive. It's just that her whereabouts are unknown." The first mate, Walls, who had short, grayish curly hair, nudged his monocle and said, "We need to seek help. None of Captain's collections have been lost." She didn't even bring her essential mystical items with her when she left. This means that the situation was very sudden and unexpected. Whose help can we seek? Another bosun whose waist was swollen, Bucket Daniels asked anxiously. Brew Walls raised his silver-patterned knife to his aquiline nose and said, "Return to the western shore." Between the lines, he was hinting at seeking the church of the god of knowledge and wisdom that backed Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. That won't do. To go from the pirates' playground to the western shore, we will need to pass the Sonia Sea, the North Sea, and the Berserk Sea. Then, we will cruise through the Fog Sea for a very long period of time. Captain can't wait that long. Anything might happen to her at any time, Flowery Bow Tie Jotson said. We have to immediately find someone we can quickly contact and provide us with help on short notice. Danitz wanted to curse Dog's Hit when he suddenly had a light bulb moment. There was only one person he could quickly contact, and that was Gairman Sparrow. Furthermore, this crazy adventurer had never hid the fact that he was good at divination and also had a mysterious background. Perhaps that madman can find Captain. He's often able to do the impossible. Danitz tugged at his collar as he felt his worry and frustration ease a little. He raised his chest and looked around. Then, he cleared his throat and said, "I have a candidate. I can immediately contact him. Besides, he's very good at divination." Just as he said that, Gourmet Brew Walls, Flowery Bow Tie Jotson, Iron Skin, Barrel, and company turned their heads at him in unison. With their eyes red, they roared, "What are you waiting for?" Danitz silently left the captain's cabin and returned to his room. He unfolded a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and followed his captain's teachings by writing a greeting followed by some pleasantries. Suddenly, he stopped writing. He felt that the excessive politeness and small talk didn't match his goals for seeking help. Dog's Hit, Danitz cursed as he tore up the piece of paper. Right on the heels of that, he wrote on a new piece of paper, "Help! Captain has vanished." Well, although Gairman Sparrow is a madman who can't be comprehended with common sense, he probably won't be able to understand such a letter. Dog's Hit. Danitz cursed himself again as he ripped up the second letter. He calmed himself down and contemplated for a few seconds before penning a third time. This time, he simply wrote what happened after his captain's disappearance. He also included the location of the Golden Dream, and he minced his words by asking Mr. Gairman Sparrow if he could provide help to a cooperating partner. Divination needs something. Just as Danitz folded the letter, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten something. He rushed back to the captain's cabin and found a pearl earring that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina often wore. After doing all of this, he took out his notebook that was filled with all sorts of mysticism knowledge. He flipped to the corresponding page and unfamiliarly set up a messenger summoning ritual with his past experience. After placing a gold coin on the altar, he took 2 steps back and recited in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gairman Sparrow." Howling winds resonated as the candlelight on the altar rapidly burgeoned before being dyed a pale whiteness. Reinette Tinker appeared at a decent speed, still wearing her complicated black dress while holding 4 beautiful and identical heads. Danitz imagined that the messenger would bite the gold coin and the envelope containing the paper and earring like the last time. But to his surprise, the 4 heads in Reinette Tinker's hand automatically turned around, surveying the area before finally looking towards the captain's cabin. A few seconds later, 2 of the heads in Reinette Tinker's hand bit down onto the gold coin and the envelope. After the strange messenger vanished, Danitz exhaled and wiped his forehead, feeling a baffling sense of pressure. Orvie Island, in the room of another hotel. Klein was just about to get Anderson Hood, who had won quite a fair bit of money, to purchase the tickets to City of Generosity by him when his spiritual perception was triggered. He quickly activated his spirit vision and saw his headless messenger, Reinette Tinker, appear by his side at some point in time. In her hands were 4 beautiful heads. She's not like the skeleton messengers who I can detect the moment they appear. My spiritual perception is triggered only after she completely enters the real world. Klein received a letter from the teeth of one of Inauthentic's head while in thought. At the same time, he noticed that Anderson's spiritual perception was no way weaker than his. He too had reacted. "This is a messenger?" Anderson asked in disbelief, as though he had heard of such things but had never seen them before. Klein nodded without expression as he tore open the letter. A pearl earring? Klein unfolded the letter in puzzlement. By his side, Anderson came over out of curiosity as he sized up Inauthentic as he'd sked. "There's an indescribable sense of bloody beauty." Just as he said that, his hands suddenly rose up to grab himself by the throat. The grip was so tight that his tongue extended out as he foamed at the mouth. As for Inauthentic, who had nothing above her neck, she didn't show any further reaction. Klein turned his head over and seriously studied the situation before looking at his messenger. He then silently mumbled, "Resembles Miss Sharon's abilities. Miss Messenger belongs to the prisoner pathway? No, I can't be sure. She's a spirit world creature, so being good at such things is very normal." Realizing that Anderson was about to suffocate, Klein leisurely said, "That's enough. He still needs to lead me somewhere." One of the heads in Inauthentic's hand turned over as she glanced at Anderson with her bloodshot eyes for a second. Following that, each of the heads' mouths spoke one after the other. "Still can lead you by making into zombie." As she said that, Anderson's hands finally stopped and left his own neck, leaving obvious, deep finger marks on it. "Phew, phew," the strongest hunter panted as he bent his back. Retching. Klein quickly scanned the letter and saw that it was from Danitz. This famous pirate wrote to him, saying that Vice Admiral Iceberg had mysteriously vanished and was in need of help. Just as he moved his gaze away from the letter, Klein was surprised to see Inauthentic was still around. This doesn't make mystical sense. Shouldn't a messenger disappear after sending the letter, appearing only when summoned again? Klein deliberated and asked out of curiosity, "Is there anything else?" "Awaiting your reply letter." Rionet's forehead said one after the other. "How do you know that I'll reply?" Klein glanced at Anderson, who hadn't recovered, and confirmed that the strongest hunter didn't notice the words that didn't match Gehrman's persona. The heads in Rionet's hand said once again, "Her disappearance is very odd. How do you know that?" Klein instantly imagined that Miss Messenger had secretly read Danitz's letter. The heads with the long blonde hair simply rolled up and said a phrase each, forming a complete sentence. "I investigated the ship's situation. My messenger is a part-time scout. Miss Inauthentic, will you be a hired goon in the future? I wonder if I need to make additional payment." As Klein lampooned in thought, he said, "No rush. I'll reply later." He planned on heading above the gray fog to use Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's earring to do a divination. Inauthentic didn't say a word as she vanished silently. "Ahem." Anderson finally recovered as he stood straight. He gave Gehrman Sparrow a flabbergasted look. Your messenger is a demigod. There's no need for you to tell me. I've more or less confirmed it moments ago." Upon hearing Anderson Hood, Klein wore a calm expression as he mumbled inwardly. Back when he encountered Inauthentic in the spirit world where he saw her massive true form and Gothic-styled castle, Klein already believed that she wasn't someone to be messed with. And with Miss Messenger almost killing the strongest hunter with such ease, it made him believe without a doubt that she was a demigod. A sequence for, at the very least. A demigod is willing to help me deliver letters for a gold coin per trip. It's obvious that things aren't that simple. Miss Messenger must have her motives. Of course, I can't disregard how I'm always encountering all sorts of strange matters. It might have piqued her interest, and she doesn't mind being a messenger since she happens to be free. Similar situations include a Rhodes's fawning and Snake of Mercury will Osepton's friendliness. Regardless, I should be wary and not fully trust her. Before having a chance to discuss similar matters, I shouldn't consider blowing the harmonica whenever I encounter danger. Who knows if Miss Messenger will just directly rip me to shreds? Klein instantly had many thoughts go through his mind while he continued wearing a stoic expression. Faced with the alarmed Anderson, all he did was slightly nod his head. It's none of your business. This guy is really mysterious. A spirit world creature at the demigod level is his messenger. Besides, he casually knows a demigod that's good at improving a person's luck. It's no wonder he's so calm and composed after offending the King of Immortality. It's no wonder the King of Immortality didn't dare to seek revenge or even appear. Anderson suddenly came to a realization as he couldn't help but carefully size up Gehrman Sparrow. Oh! Klein emotionlessly swept his gaze at the strongest hunter. Anderson hurriedly retracted his gaze as he chuckled dryly. I realize that you're very suitable to being the main lead of a figure painting, the kind that has a dark, gloomy background. This really accentuates your bearing. How about it? Do you want to consider it? I can help you draw a portrait. Believe me, I'm a master at this. Klein couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He lifted his golden pocket watch and opened it. Return to your room. I'll come for you in 5 minutes. All right? Anderson replied with a beaming smile. After the strongest hunter left, Klein took out Azek's copper whistle and Will Ossepton's paper crane before entering the bathroom where he set up a ritual. After placing Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's pearl earring above the gray fog, Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table. There, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a simple divination statement. Edwina Edwards's location. Holding the paper and earring, Klein leaned back into the chair and recited the divination statement as he entered a dream with cogitation. First, a gray world occupied his vision. Following that, plains blanketed in ice and snow were reflected in his eyes. The howling snowstorm enveloped everything as the area was covered with thick fog. It didn't appear like a real frontier. Klein quickly saw Edwina's figure. Her long brown was tied up simply at the back as the rest of it fluttered wildly in the snowstorm. Dressed in dark-colored trousers and a white waist-fitting shirt with complicated flowery patterns along the collar and sleeves, she gave off the feeling as though she was frail in such an environment. Edwina's feet, which were clad in leather boots, kept moving across the snow, leaving behind a series of clear footprints, but they were quickly wiped away by the violent snowstorm. The screen shattered in turn as Klein opened his eyes. He realized that he couldn't interpret Vice Admiral Iceberg's actual location from his divination's revelation. The poles? Faceax plains of Evernight? There's no way to confirm. Apart from the snowstorm, there aren't any features. Klein sat up and put down the pearl earring and the paper with the divination statement. After contemplating for a few seconds, he confirmed another matter. Edwina Edwards had really vanished. She wasn't in the golden dream, but it could also eliminate the possibility that it was a trap. Klein cautiously performed some divination on this matter and received the result that there weren't any traps on the golden dream. After some thought, he left the mysterious space above the gray fog and, via a series of procedures, brought the pearl earring back to the real world. Recalling the map of the waters around Orvie Island and the present location of the golden dream, Klein selected an uninhabited island that fishermen used to seek shelter from storms. In the letter, he got Danitz and company to steer their ship to somewhere not too far from there. After folding the letter, he blew his harmonica and once again saw Miss Messenger holding up the 4 heads. While handing over the reply letter, Klein coughed slightly and said, "Can you confirm Danitz's location?" One of the heads in Reinette Tinker's hand nodded before the rest spoke. "Yes, as long as he's not beyond range." Seeing that Miss Messenger remained floating there without any signs of leaving, he said with his eyes looking to the side, "The gold coin will be paid by Danitz." "All right." Reinette Tinker's figure quickly phased away. "Phew," Klein exhaled. After some precise preparations and dealing with the scene, he carried his suitcase, which he had finished packing, and walked out of the room. He then knocked on Anderson Hood's door. "We'll go somewhere else first before heading to Byam," he calmly told the strongest hunter of his decision. "You can choose to wait for me in Byam, or follow me." Anderson gave a cheeky smile and said, "I can feel my adventurer's blood burning in me. I'm very curious as to what matter that messenger has brought. I thought I had no means of knowing better, but to my surprise, you actually invited me. I didn't. I'm only giving you two choices. Klein coldly turned around and walked to the staircase. Anderson hurriedly carried his newly bought suitcase and followed behind. Out of the hotel, Klein took a carriage to leave the port city. Then, he walked to the periphery of an uninhabited cliff on Mount St. Draco. Looking at the waves crashing into the cliff below, Anderson looked around in surprise. This is our destination? Klein ignored his question. He took out a charm made of tin and softly chanted the incantation, Storm. He infused his spirituality and split the charm into two, half of it for himself while the other half was used to augment Anderson. The remaining one was thrown down the cliff. Underwater breathing, deep sea membrane. Anderson identified the additional supernatural effects applied to him in surprise. At that moment, there was a loud splash beneath the cliff. A massive creature that resembled a whale surfaced from the sea. It was entirely dark blue in color. Its mouth was open, revealing its white teeth and blood-colored interior. Klein walked to the edge of the cliff and jumped straight down. With the charm's powers, he gently landed in the undersea behemoth's mouth. Anderson watched blankly before he jumped down in excitement, landing beside Klein. The massive undersea creature closed its mouth, turning the interior pitch black. Then, it submerged itself and began swimming for its designated destination. Inside its mouth, Klein's eyes produced a flash of lightning as he saw through the darkness. He found a tooth to lean against as he casually sat down. Due to the protection from deep-sea membrane, he wasn't afraid that his clothes would be dirted. Man, this is quite fascinating. Anderson surveyed the area and asked curiously, How did you come up with this? How are you doing this? Of course it's by praying to myself, then using the sea god scepter to pull a suitable undersea creature from nearby. Klein didn't reply Anderson's question. He half closed his eyes as though he was resting. It's just a little stuffy. Anderson took out a cigar case and matchstick from his pocket. Can I smoke in here? Ask it. Klein didn't open his eyes. Anderson chuckled dryly before putting away the cigar and matchstick. I don't think it will like the smell of tobacco. In the dark sea, this massive creature swam quickly, efficiently drawing out the oxygen in the water via the use of its special organs from time to time. After an unknown period of time, it surfaced in front of an uninhabited island. After using the charm's power to go ashore, Klein took off his hat and bowed at the undersea creature. You're very polite, Anderson said in amusement when he saw this scene. I've always been very polite, even if I'm facing prey. Klein shot a glance at him as though he was including him. Anderson chuckled dryly as he pointed to the other side of the island. There's a ship there. Oh, it's the Golden Dream. At that moment in time, Klein had also seen the sailboat that had been scrubbed clean. On the ship spanning dozens of meters, a lustrous main cannon that didn't belong there was swirling with stacked cymbals. He immediately went over with his suitcase, and before long, he arrived where the Golden Dream was anchored. Then he saw Danitz jump down from the deck as he ran across the water. Just as Danitz arrived before Gehrman Sparrow, deliberating on what to say, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Anderson Hood! He pointed at the strongest hunter as he yelled. Anderson immediately roared with laughter. You didn't expect me, right? Although he didn't know why he would encounter the Golden Dream, this didn't stop him from having the idea of occupying the ship by force. You know each other? Klein indifferently swept his gaze towards Danitz. Danitz instinctively shuddered as he forced a smile. This guy isn't a good egg. In the Fog Sea he's often pursued by a bunch of pirates. But in the end, all of those pirates would end up as bounty rewards. You might not be aware, but he started off in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Later, he was banished after failing his exams repeatedly. I heard all of this from Captain. They were former classmates. He gave Anderson a look of contempt, mocking his low intelligence. As for Flowery Bowtie Jodson and company on the ship, all of them showed similar expressions. Anderson's gaze slowly swept across their faces before skiing. That's not the main point. The main point is that I once pulled at your captain's hair. The scene instantly turned extremely silent as Danitz couldn't stop his expression from twisting. Seeing everyone on the Golden Dream aim their sights at Anderson, Klein took a step forward and said to Danitz, his side facing him, "Bring me to the captain's cabin." All right. Danitz retracted his angry glare aimed at Anderson Hood. Prioritize captain's rescue. Prioritize captain's rescue. He kept repeating to himself. The Golden Dream first released a dinghy before lowering a gangway, allowing Klein to easily step onto the deck without using a charm. Anderson followed by his side, completely ignoring the glares of the Golden Dream's crew. With a smile, he strolled forward as he looked around, treating it as his own home. His mental fortitude is truly beyond remarkable. Yes, even after offending a demigod where he was forced to apologize in public and accept a mission, he was able to laugh at himself and enjoy a meal. Klein sighed inwardly as he walked towards third mate Jodson and company. "Hello, Mr. Sparrow. I'm this ship's first mate, Brew Walls." A 1.8-meter tall man with a monocle politely bowed. The pirate Gourmet, who's worth 6,200 pounds, the bounties on Vice Admiral Iceberg's pirate crew are clearly lower than Admiral of Stars. They live up to being treasure hunters who happen to be part-time pirates. Klein greeted him using Gairman Sparrow's style of politeness. "Hello. I've heard about you." "Haha, it's my honor. I'm only a treasure hunter who dreams to be an artisan, but I ended up having to be a gourmet," Brew Wall said in a self-deprecating manner. He pointed to the man beside him and said, "Our second mate, Singer Orpheus. Bounty of 5,500 pounds. The Beyonders on the Golden Dream all have very odd nicknames. I didn't know that they were the subordinates of a pirate admiral. I would have definitely believed them to be a traveling crew who sing and enjoy good food while holding bonfires as they seek out legendary treasure. It's truly a beautiful life." Klein cast his gaze at Orpheus and nodded. The singer had deep sculpted outlines and a head of resplendent blonde hair. He said with a sad smile, "Actually, I'm only praising the sun, but now my sun has disappeared." Klein nearly felt goosebumps all over him. Tisk, as expected of someone from Intis. He speaks like he's singing. What a pity. I grew up in Seeger in Lenberg and didn't pick up this ability, Anderson said with a chuckle. It wasn't clear if he was praising or degrading Orpheus. After all, half the blood flowing in his veins was Intis blood. Born in Senior and later studied in Lenberg. Yes, it was likely a church school. He's classmates with Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. Mr. Orpheus is definitely from the Sun Pathway, but he's unlikely to be from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. From his bounty, he's likely a Sequence 6 notary. I almost forgot to inform Little Sun that I have his formula. I wonder what he will use in exchange this time. Klein turned towards Flowery Bowtie Jodson and Bucket Daniels before Gourmet Brew Walls introduced. "We've met. Let's not waste any time." "All right." Brew Walls heaved a sigh of relief, stroked his short beard and led the way into the cabin. If it wasn't for how famous Gairman Sparrow was on the ship, he wouldn't have been that polite. At that moment, Anderson deliberately stayed behind, walking alongside Danitz, Orpheus, and company. He looked to his left and right, unfazed by how the surrounding pirates looked like they wanted to rip him apart. He laughed with a TSK. "The one you should be wary of isn't me." "Yes, we aren't wary of you. We only want to stuff you in. See that? Into that cannon." Danitz wasn't afraid that Anderson was the strongest hunter. After all, they were on the Golden Dream. There were plenty of pirates, and many of them were Sequence 6 or 7 Beyonders. Anderson curled his lips. "I'm actually not a threat. Think about it. Your captain definitely hates and detests me. She wouldn't even want to speak to me. Isn't that ideal?" Danitz turned agape, but he didn't say a thing. He suddenly felt that what the pile of dogs had said made sense. The looks in the eyes of Orpheus, Jodson, and company also subconsciously turned gentle. Anderson chuckled as he looked at them. he said in a rather ethereal tone. The person you should be wary about is Gehrman Sparrow. Why? Danitz blurted out. Although he's a madman that warrants the need to be wary of him, he's not an enemy at the moment, Danitz silently added. Anderson laughed. I'm assuming that Gehrman successfully finds your captain and rescues her. Will your captain have fond feelings for him as a result? Besides, he looks pretty good. He has that cold and aloof aesthetic and is strong. He's at the level of a pirate admiral, and his background is especially mysterious. He's completely compatible. How is it possible? Danitz wished to retort, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt increasingly more convinced that things weren't right. Orpheus and company had their expressions collapse bit by bit. They looked at Gehrman Sparrow's back with a newfound sense of wariness. Resolved. The provocation problem from before has been resolved. With a smile, Anderson walked into the cabin. When he arrived inside the captain's cabin, Klein first circled the room, which was nearly filled with bookshelves. On it were all kinds of books. The average captain's cabin is filled with racks of alcohol. He silently mumbled before walking straight to the desk by the window. According to Danitz's description, Edwina had vanished during her research. Therefore, finding traces of her research was Klein's goal. After he gathered enough information, he would head above the gray fog to divine the matter. At that moment, the desk was a mess with many things placed on it. There was white paper, a fountain pen, an ink bottle, a bronze dagger, and untidily stacked books. In the middle of the desk was a book made of goatskin. Its dark brown cover had the words Grosel's Travels, written in ancient Faesac. Isn't this one of Vice Admiral Iceberg's collections? It has a mysterious origin and is suspected to be related to the dragons and City of Miracles. Liveseed, Edwina was studying this before she disappeared? Klein looked at the book and instinctively made a guess. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow study the ancient book, Danitz forced a smile and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. We have already inspected it." "Is that so? I seriously doubt your meticulousness, since someone had flipped it and there weren't any obvious abnormalities with it." Together with the fact that Klein determined that Danitz was saying the truth with his spiritual intuition, Klein reached out for it and asked, "Have you read Grosel's Travels?" Danitz shook his head. Bruwals, Orpheus, Jodson, and company shook their heads as well. Their expressions seemed to say that their daily studies were tiring enough. They didn't wish to read any other books during their breaks. Swiping his fingertip across the yellowish-brown goatskin, Klein carefully and seriously read each page. Soon, he arrived at the spot where the pages were stuck together. From the corner of his eye, he saw what was written in it. "That's not right." His gaze focused as he hurriedly flipped 2 pages back. He clearly remembered that his previous read stopped at Giant Grosel and his team preparing to challenge the Frost Dragon, the King of the North, in a head-on clash. There was nothing after that, but now there were 2 more pages. It also meant that the stuck pages had thinned, and the book had 2 more pages. The chapters came to a halt for 1,000 years before it was continued. These are the fruits of Vice Admiral Iceberg's research. This also led to her disappearance. As Klein lampooned, he frowned as he read the additional content. The 2 pages described a lost female pirate. She encountered the King of the North in a blizzard, and she was nearly killed. Only by using all her strength was she successful in escaping before meeting the main lead's team, who were here to challenge the Frost Dragon. There's the addition of a female pirate. Female pirate. Klein ruminated over this description as an idea suddenly came to him. Could she be Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina? She entered the book and became a character in the story. With this idea in mind, Klein quickly realized certain problems. Rhodes mentioned before that the past owners of Grosel's Travels vanished. Grosel's Travels has a giant from the Dark Epic, which is also the 2nd epic, an elf, an ascetic from the 3rd or 4th epic, a Solomon Empire noble, and a 5th epic lone soldier. The times are extremely chaotic. If they were all the past owners of Grosel's Travels who disappeared, that will solve the problem. They do not belong to the same period, and they were swallowed by the book, becoming a character in the story. Klein found his theory ridiculous as he thought about it, but it was highly likely. In the world of mysticism, this isn't impossible. I have to confirm it. Besides, what did Edwina and the past owners do to be swallowed by the book? And what should I do to release them? Klein retracted his gaze and thought deeply in silence. Soon he looked up at Danitz and company. Prepare items like candles. I will be praying for an answer from a secret existence. And that secret existence is myself. Klein added inwardly in jest. He really is professional and crazy. Gourmet Brew Walls and company didn't dare to speak further. They hurriedly provided the materials before leaving the captain's cabin. They didn't dare to watch such dangerous rituals unless Gehrman Sparrow requested them to do so. Inside the captain's cabin, Klein locked the door, closed the windows, and quickly set up the ritual. Then, he brought Grozel's travels above the gray fog. After placing the ancient book at the end of the long bronze table, he sat down and conjured a pen and paper. He then scribbled a divination statement. Edwina is in the story of this book. After putting down the fountain pen in his hand, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, holding it in one hand and letting it hang down over the paper in close proximity. Edwina is in the story of this book. Klein closed his eyes and silently repeated the divination statement. After he recited the statement, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. This meant that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was inside Grozel's travels. It really is a world inside a book. Furthermore, the situation inside is very special. Without new characters, the story isn't able to continue. Klein indiscernibly nodded. Wounding the silver chain and the topaz pendant around his wrist again, he picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a new divination statement. The method to entering Grozel's travels. This time he used dream divination. In the gray, hazy world he saw indistinct figures. The figures were of varying sizes, some huge, others slender. The thing all of them had in common was that they held a book with pages of yellowish-brown goatskin. The following developments branched off into two scenarios. A number of them vanished silently with Grozel's travels on them. The others would accidentally or deliberately drip their blood on the cover while carrying Grozel's travels with them before suddenly vanishing. The scene shattered and Klein opened his eyes to see the model table in front of him. He frowned as he made an interpretation. To enter or activate Grozel's travels, it either needs prolonged contact with it to a certain extent, or you would need to drip one's blood onto the cover. Isn't that too simple? Perhaps. It's really that simple. In the story, the lone soldier's first appearance was as an ordinary person who didn't know mysticism. With the help of his companions, he slowly became a disciplinary paladin. Therefore, the activation method isn't too complicated. An ordinary person is able to accomplish it. A small number of researchers before this, including Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, were beyonders with sufficient amounts of mysticism knowledge. They knew not to rashly drip their blood. Otherwise, death might occur without them even knowing it. This is akin to ordinary people using the correct form of magic mirror divination. It's very easy to provoke a powerful existence or secret existence. It's why no problems happen to them. Furthermore, Edwina keeps Grozel's travels in the collector's room most of the time and only interacts with it occasionally. As such, it was only when she recently had a new research concept that she had prolonged contact with it, completing the condition required to activate the book. Yes, even a Rhodes only knew that there's something strange with the book. Many of the past owners had vanished, and it's suspected to have something to do with the Dragons and City of Miracles. Liveseed. This means that Grozel's travels will interfere with its surroundings when being activated. Therefore, most of the collectors in the past do not know of its problem and had no thoughts of studying it. The owners who disappeared likely aren't limited to the ones in the story. The others might have died for all kinds of reasons, failing to leave their names in the book. Klein focused again and made another divination, hoping to obtain the method to leave Grozel's travels. This time, he saw a more tempestuous blizzard in the gray, hazy dreamscape. He saw a gigantic figure at the top of an ice peak. It was a translucent dragon who remained nearly 5 meters tall while standing on all fours. It resembled a lizard's cousin and had an ugly face with eerie blue eyes. It had a thick, powerful tail, and a pair of gigantic wings covered in a skin membrane on its back. It seemed to blot out the sky simply by spreading its wings. Its scales resembled ice crystals as they swirled with a crystalline glow. It was the most beautiful and dreamy part of its entire body. Suddenly, the dragon, which resembled an ice sculpture, raised its neck and body, and it let out a terrifying roar that penetrated through the blizzard. At that moment, it reached 10 meters tall by standing up on its hind legs. King of the North, that frost dragon. Klein left the dream and tapped the armrest of the highback chair. His interpretation of the divination revelation was that the key to leaving Grozel's travels lay with the King of the North. Klein's initial guess was that only by helping the main lead, Grozel, accomplish his goal, slaying the frost dragon, would the story come to a complete end, opening a passageway to exit the book. However, I can also attempt to see if I can forcibly break open the barrier between the world in the book and the real world. Klein relied on his rich experience to quickly come up with an attempt. He first picked up the Black Emperor card, which was facing down, and he infused it into his spirit body. Suddenly, Klein's body was covered in black full-body armor. On his head was a heavy crown as his aura became majestic and dignified. It exuded an awe-inspiring vibe. Following that, he stirred the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to the limit, making them surge over like a tidal wave. Upon seeing this scene, Klein didn't hesitate to summon the sea god's scepter from the junk pile before he infused his spirituality within. The blue gems on the end of the bone scepter lit up one after another, emitting a blinding luster. Countless silver bolts of lightning surfaced as they zapped about the grand palace as though they were forming a sea of lightning. Finally, Klein used the suppressive power and balance from the Black Emperor's loftiness to infuse the stirred powers into the lightning storm. Rumble. Thunder resonated above the gray fog and into the distance as thick bolts of lightning smote down, striking Grozel's travels. Blinding light enveloped the entire palace for a full 20 seconds. After everything was over, Klein looked at the target again and discovered the model table was in shambles. As for the dark brown leather book, it was completely unharmed. Only its ends curled up a little. It's far more impressive than I imagined. That's right, how can an item which can create a whole new book world be simple? I wouldn't have made a loss buying it for £8,000 back then. Can be used as a shield. Can definitely defend against attacks from saints. The only problem is its tiny size. It won't be able to shield much. Klein's thoughts raced as the bronze table was quickly restored to normal. Since there was no way to forcibly tear open the barrier between the world inside the book and the real world, he could only consider how to enter it according to the normal procedures. Get some blood, bring it up here and smear it across the cover, and then enter as a spirit body with the Blood Emperor card and Sea God Scepter? This way, I don't have to worry about encountering King of the Five Seas, Nast, as there's no way he can sense it. He won't be able to enter the world inside the book either. But the problem lies in the fact that rescuing Vice Admiral Iceberg this way will allow her to determine that Gehrman Sparrow is Hero Bandit Black Emperor. Yes, there's a more important problem. Entering with a spirit body means that the body is still in the outside world, the captain's cabin of the Golden Dream. I have no idea how time flows in the world inside the book. It might easily be a few days. That way, my body might meet with an accident since it lacks protection. I'm in unfamiliar territory as well. When the time comes, I might rescue Edwina, but I would find myself gone. That would be fun. Klein quickly rejected the idea of entering as a spirit body. He didn't trust most of the people on the Golden Dream, and he also felt wary of the strongest hunter, Anderson. His attempt to divine if it was dangerous to enter the book to rescue Edwina was met with failure. Klein thought deeply for a moment before returning to the real world. Then, he unhurriedly brought back Grozel's travels and removed the traces of the ritual. Looking out the window at the impending dusk, he walked to the captain's cabin's door, unlocked the door and opened it. Gourmet Brew Walls, singer Orpheus, and company were all outside. None of them had left. There were even sailors who peeked their heads out from the staircase. Any clues? Brew Walls blurted out his question, but he didn't hear his voice because everyone at the door was asking the same question. Klein swept his gaze and nodded. Instantly, he heard sighs of relief. Then he saw all kinds of happy and excited expressions. If I were to vanish one day, who would act like that? Klein focused his thoughts and said to Danitz, I need an assistant. With that said, he turned to walk to the desk. All right. Danitz hurriedly followed and familiarly locked the door. Is there anything you need of me? He hurriedly asked. He looked as though he could already see his captain being rescued through his hard work. Klein stood by the desk and solemnly said, What happens next will be very dangerous. Very dangerous? Danitz instinctively gritted his teeth. You might vanish or even die immediately. Klein told him the worst possible outcome. Seeing how serious the madman, Gehrman Sparrow, was, Danitz instantly understood the gravity of the situation. His heart sank as he subconsciously became frantic. What does this have to do with rescuing Captain? It's directly related, Klein answered succinctly. Danitz's expression twisted as he fell silent for 2 seconds. What will happen if nothing is done? Your captain might be left there forever, or she might die in the next second, Klein said truthfully. Danitz turned agape as he closed his mouth in silence. His eyes turned adrift for a few seconds before they focused back on Gehrman Sparrow's face. Gritting his teeth, he said, Let's begin. Dogs hit. He softly cursed himself. Klein picked up the pen and paper on the table, scribbled a note, and folded it into a square before handing it to Danitz. Put it into your pocket. Read it after you enter. Enter? Danitz asked, puzzled and clueless. As he spoke, he automatically took the paper slip and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. Klein didn't reply as he pointed at Grozel's travels. Smear some of your blood on the book's cover. As Danitz made a vague guess, he picked up the bronze dagger beside him and nodded heavily. All right. Danitz held the bronze dagger and sliced across the back of his left palm, but his hesitation prevented him from using much strength. He looked up and forced a smile. Although I've been injured many times, pain still leaves me afraid. Get to the point, Klein replied coldly. Danitz gave a hollow laugh. Ha! I'm just a little scared of pain. Just as he said that, he exerted strength with his right hand, slicing open a wound on the back of his hand with the bronze knife. The words he had said was apparently to divert his attention so that he could reconcile with the idea of pain. Blood quickly seeped out as Danitz immediately put down the dagger. He dabbed some blood on his right finger and smeared it across the dark brown cover of Grozel's travels. After finishing that, he held his breath, waiting for a change. Suddenly, he saw a snowflake the size of a goose feather. Strong winds howled by his ears, and immediately, a biting chill wildly drilled into his body. Although Danitz was mentally prepared, he was still alarmed. He instinctively looked around to confirm where he was. He realized that at some point in time he had left the captain's cabin of the Golden Dream. He found himself in a land of frost wrecked by a blizzard. Due to the extreme environment, he couldn't see into the distance at all. He couldn't even tell if he was on a mountain or on a flat plain. I've really entered a strange world. Captain is here too. Danitz held up his hand to block his face, afraid that the snow would get into his eyes. He calmed himself down and recalled Gehrman Sparrow's instructions. From his pocket, he hurriedly took out a piece of paper that had been folded into a square, and he carefully unfolded it. While doing this, he was especially afraid of any accidents that could lead to the paper tearing or being blown away. That would make him lose all hope. But thankfully, none of that happened. He saw the contents written by Gehrman Sparrow. Recite the following honorific name in Hermes, but preferably in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Burn this upon chanting. This is a secret existence at the level of a deity. Due to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's strict education, Danitz wasn't illiterate when it came to mysticism. He even had quite a good foundation. Looking at the piece of paper in his hand, he subconsciously drew a gasp, sucking in the cold wind and ice-cold snowflakes that left a biting cold. He immediately coughed as his expression turned twisted. He was now able to confirm one of his past theories. Gehrman Sparrow really did belong to a powerful and very secretive organization. And the organization consecrates an existence known as the Fool, a godlike existence. Indeed, such a powerful and crazy fellow can't appear out of nowhere. They don't just sprout out of the ground. Danitz tugged at his collar and tightened his clothes. Looking at the piece of paper fluttering in the wind, he wore a clear look of hesitation. He knew very well how dangerous it was to recite the name of an unknown secret existence whose intentions were unknown. Could lead to an outcome more terrifying than death. Captain is also trapped here. Furthermore, there's no way of leaving. Danitz clasped his hands and placed them before his mouth. He suddenly threw out his hands and used ancient Hermes to recite the Fool's honorific name. On the Golden Dream, in the captain's cabin. With his own eyes, Klein witnessed Danitz turn illusory without any reason before disappearing. There was no longer any question about how entry into Grozel's travels could be achieved. After patiently waiting for a moment, he heard a series of illusory pleas, and it clearly came from a man. Phew, from the looks of it, Grozel's travels is unable to block out the gray fog. The world inside the book is still connected to that mysterious space. This way, even if I were to enter, I wouldn't be entirely cornered or lack any trump cards. Klein didn't hide his sigh of relief. To confirm it, he took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the incantation. After arriving above the gray fog, he saw the brilliance representing Danitz rippling outwards beside the Fool's high-back chair. The body and soul enter together. The world inside the book is very stable. There's no way to shatter it just by pulling the spirit body. Indeed, if it's possible, the divination from before would have received the corresponding revelation. Using the sea god scepter is too dangerous. Bestowing Danitz directly will only speed up his death. Klein half closed his eyes as he emanated his spirituality. After taking everything in for a moment, he arrived at many conclusions. He didn't delay and returned to the real world immediately. Holding the bronze dagger, he wiped away Danitz's blood on it with a piece of paper. After folding a piece of paper and putting it into his pocket, he began to consider his next move. From the looks of it, smearing blood allows direct entry. This way, I don't have to worry about my body suffering any accidents. Furthermore, I can very quickly resolve the problem. But similarly, I can't be careless. I have to be careful of any other dangers. If there's anyone on this ship that might be problematic, they might be able to sneak into the captain's cabin after I enter Grozel's travels. Sacrifice this book to the true creator, primordial demoness, or hidden sage. I'll be in trouble then. I'll definitely suffer something worse than death. The Golden Dream sailors mostly seem to be infatuated with Vice Admiral Iceberg. The fact that Anderson's superficial provocation was effective enough proves this. Therefore, telling them that this involves Vice Admiral Iceberg's life and getting them to watch each other so that no one enters, that will put me at ease. The problem lies with Anderson. He's the strongest hunter. He's stronger than any of the Beyonders on board this ship. Furthermore, he's good at ambushes and infiltration. There's a small possibility that he can avoid the monitoring of others and secretly sneak into the captain's cabin. His background is still too dubious, and I have no way to really trust him. I have to think of a way to get him to enter Grozel's travels with me. Amidst his thoughts, Klein flipped through the ancient book covered in yellowish-brown goatskin. He discovered that there wasn't any new content, and the story lacked traces of Danitz's existence. This is to say that one needs to successfully survive and meet up with the lead's team before they will be considered a true part of the story. That will make more pages appear? Klein made a preliminary guess as he walked to the door again and opened it. Did it succeed? Flowery Bow Tie Jodson and Company asked. Klein shook his head and said calmly, "Next up will be a long ritual. No one is to enter and disrupt it. Otherwise, it will lead to Edwina Edwards's disappearance forever or even her death." After informing them of the main point, he looked around and directly said, "I suspect that one of you here might have problems. Everyone is to watch each other. Gourmet Brew Walls instinctively wanted to retort out of habit when he suddenly saw the captain's cabin was empty. Danitz, who had just entered, was gone. Recalling the captain's disappearance, and confirming that Gehrman Sparrow was about to attempt to save her after finding the cause of the problem, he nodded and said, "I'll be in charge of this matter. And they will also monitor me." Klein didn't harp on the topic. He then turned to look at Anderson Hood, who was leaning against a wall. "Come in." Anderson curled the right side of his mouth as he'd sked. "People not in the know might think I'm your subordinate. Your attitude is basically a role model for provokers." Despite his grumbling, he straightened his back and opened his stride before entering the captain's cabin. After closing the door and locking it, Klein turned to face Anderson. "Are you interested in participating in a rare adventure? You might be able to fulfill the achievement of hunting a dragon." According to his observations over the past few days, he believed that Anderson Hood was a curious and adventurous hunter. He enjoyed learning about new things and experiencing novel forms of excitement. Anderson stared at Gehrman Sparrow's face and sized him up seriously before smiling. "I'm not interested." He firmly shook his head. Following that, he chuckled before Klein spoke again. "I smell danger. A highly conceited, crazy, and powerful adventurer is actually inviting me to adventure together. What does this imply? It means that it's extremely troublesome and dangerous. I thought you would be interested. This is different from how you usually act. You really can rein yourself in and let go of yourself. I'll try another threat. If it doesn't work, I'll throw this fellow on a deserted island and let the Golden Dream sail off. We'll pick him up later." As a hunter, survival on a deserted island shouldn't be difficult for him. Klein quickly made up his mind as his gaze immediately turned cold. He looked at Anderson and said, "I will not permit having latent risks around myself." Anderson was stunned for a second before he quickly smiled. "Haha, it was just a joke. I'm very interested in the title of Dragon Hunter. You changed your mind way too quickly. If you had insisted a little longer, you could have enjoyed the feeling of being abandoned." Klein nodded, walked back to the desk, and said to Anderson Hood, who had followed behind him, "Smear your blood on this book's cover. There's no need for too much." "Smear it." Anderson scrutinized Grozel's travels out of curiosity before surveying the area. "Edwina's disappearance is related to it? Same for that failure of a hunter's disappearance? All right, Blazing Danitz. I nearly forgot his name. Thankfully, his bounty is a bit higher than before." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he replied frankly, "That's right. Interesting?" Anderson glanced at the desk, picked up the bronze dagger, and indifferently sliced open a bleeding gash in his hand. Right on the heels of that, he carefully put down the dagger and smeared the blood on the dark brown cover of Grozel's Travels. After a few seconds of observation, just as Anderson was about to pick up the bronze dagger and wipe off the remnant blood on it, his vision was suddenly blanketed by a blizzard. Seeing Anderson disappear just like Danitz, Klein picked up another piece of paper and wiped away the blood on the dagger before folding it and putting it into his pocket. He wasn't sure if the trio would appear at the same location after entering the world inside the book. Therefore, he made preparations by having materials needed for dowsing rod seeking. After doing all of this, Klein held that dagger and streaked it across the back of his hand. His facial muscles twitched as he looked diagonally downwards. Only after a few seconds did he exert strength. His body shook slightly as his head turned to the side. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but open. When the blood flowed out, Klein, who was still holding the dagger, grabbed his cane and quickly smeared the red liquid over the ancient book's cover. After a short delay, Klein found himself amidst a white land of snow. Gales with icy fragments and goose feather-sized snowflakes blasted at Klein's face repeatedly. As he surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but tense up. He bent over slightly as he trembled. How cold! He nearly cursed out as he confirmed that he was in a land of ice and snow which had extremely low visibility. He originally imagined that the moist coldness of Backlund's winter was terrifying, but he now knew that absolute low temperatures and strong winds that were as sharp as blades were a deadly combination. Even though he had worn an additional sweater ahead of time, and his coat was thick and long, he still couldn't withstand the chill. He didn't wear sun brooch because the heat generated was psychological. It could be used to resist the influence of the intense chill for a short period of time, preventing his body from turning numb. But faced with an everlasting icy environment, it was equivalent to suicide. Heat at the psychological level made one's pores open up as though one was in summer. It would peel off the final layer of defense against low temperatures, and it would even proactively welcome it. Therefore, Klein threw the mystical item above the gray fog. He planned on using it only on certain special occasions. He couldn't afford to delay while in such harsh environments. After a preliminary observation of his surroundings, he immediately burned the blood on the bronze dagger and stuffed it into his pocket. Following that, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Amidst the howling winds, he failed to discover the appearance of Miss Messenger, Tinker Rionette, through the spirit vision he activated. Indeed, this place isn't connected to the spirit world. Or it should be said that this place has a unique spirit world for itself. From the looks of it, praying to see God would be useless. Only charms that point to the mysterious space above the gray fog would tear through the barrier. Here comes the problem. As a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom, Edwina knows the true God's honorific name. Why didn't she seek his help? Or did she try to no avail? Yes, not every deity will personally reply to their believers. Many a time, they seem to provide feedback based on certain laws. You probably can't find a second, secret existence, like me who takes on jobs like myself. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and made a preliminary judgment. He then put away his harmonica, took out the paper slip with Danet's blood, and he wrapped it at the end of his cane. Danet's location, Klein softly said as he began using dowsing rod seeking. Then, according to the outcome, he traversed across the thick snow, and he quickly tore through the frosty winds under the gloomy sky. From time to time, he would carry out a divination and adjust his bearings. After all, Danetz wouldn't wait in his original spot, as he would end up as an ice sculpture by doing so. About 10 minutes later, Klein discovered a scarlet flame. Phew, he exhaled before taking a few steps forward to identify his target. It was indeed Danetz. This famous pirate wore rather thin clothes. He wrapped his arms around himself as he walked forward with a lost expression. However, he didn't seem to be that cold. This was because scarlet fire ravens were circling around him. They were boiling the snow and blocking out the winds, bringing about a spring-like warmth. In such times, Klein especially admired a pyromaniac. Although a magician had the same ability to summon flames, it was an offensive ability that couldn't be maintained. Could only be used for a split moment. To rely on it to warm himself, he needed to constantly cast it, tiring himself out quickly. As for flame controlling, it depended on existing flames or ignitable materials. Both of them were extremely lacking in this world of ice. As he saw the fire ravens soaring into the air, Klein sped up his pace and approached. Danetz jumped in fright when he sensed someone approaching. When he saw who the newcomer was, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, with an odd expression, he forced a smile. "Haha, there's no stars to be seen here. Getting lost is inevitable." Klein ignored what he said as he directly asked, "Have you burned it?" "I did." Danetz hurriedly nodded, his entire being effusing with indescribable fear. Klein observed Danetz for a few seconds and, after confirming that he wasn't lying, produced the polite smile of Gehrman Sparrow. "Remember, chanting his honorific name makes you his believer." Danetz's expression twisted as he forced a smile which looked worse than crying. "I don't want to change my faith. I have no intention of believing in an unknown existence of dubious origins." He inwardly roared crazily but didn't say a word. He suspected that any retort he makes would lead to him being buried in the snow by the madman. Klein wore a smile that had hints of madness. He added with a calm tone, "Remember, keep it a secret. Once divulged, you and your captain will both die." "What has this got to do with Captain?" Danitz blurted out. Klein maintained his previous expression as he smiled at Danitz. Guess. Danitz gaped his mouth. With the reason known, all he could do was give a hollow chuckle. Do I look like someone who can't keep secrets? Klein nodded. As he took out the paper slip with Anderson's blood, he chuckled and said to Danitz, Believe in him. Serve him. Perhaps one day you will become a blessed like me. When the time comes, your name will spread across the 5 seas. You will be in no way inferior to a pirate admiral. As he spoke, he planned on adding a gesture as the fool's believer, but sadly, he realized that he didn't have such a gesture. All he could do was console himself. A secret organization needs to be secret. Doing all these kinds of superficial actions is meaningless. Mr. Hanged Man was right. No way inferior to a pirate admiral. Danitz's eyes suddenly lit up. Since I've already chanted the honorific name of this secret existence, there's really no way to avoid it from a mysticism point of view. I might as well take this opportunity. He instantly had many thoughts, having even named his future child. If it wasn't for Gehrman Sparrow's persona, I would have directly said that you would have the reputation and strength that matches Vice Admiral Iceberg when the time comes. Of course, whether she likes you will be a whole other matter. According to my observations, you stand little chance. The partner Edwina wishes to have is someone who can study and improve alongside her. Someone who can discuss all kinds of knowledge. Klein mumbled as he used dowsing rod seeking again. Anderson Hood's location. He came in too. Danitz was first taken aback before he asked in surprise. Klein finished chanting the statement, released his cane, and determined the direction in which it fell. He then nodded and said, I'm worried if he stays outside. So you're also wary of Anderson Hood? Danitz couldn't hide his smile as he echoed, That's right. He's the kind of person who smiles on the surface but will stab you in the back once you turn around. His reputation in the Fog Sea is terrible. There are no pirates that like him. He even deliberately tried to sully you, making us be wary of you, to view you with animosity. If pirates were to like him, it would only mean that his title as strongest hunter isn't substantial. I heard Anderson's provocations. Klein didn't reply. He picked up his cane and proceeded through the blizzard. Danitz followed closely behind, using fire ravens to scatter the snow and block out the cold, so that they too didn't need to freeze. Not bad. Quite sensible. At that moment, Klein once again experienced the benefits of having a servant. To have someone hold an umbrella during a rainy day, and someone to provide warmth in a blizzard. In the white vastness, the two appeared like black dots trudging through the snow. They proceeded forward for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at the location where the dowsing pointed to. He isn't here. Danitz surveyed the area and failed to find any traces of Anderson Hood. He didn't have any doubts about Gehrman Sparrow's dowsing rod seeking, because he was the last person to be found with it. Klein frowned as he activated his spirit vision and enhanced his spiritual perception. Suddenly, he sensed something. He prodded forward with his cane, causing the snow in front of him to collapse. The collapse revealed a cave. Inside it were dark rocks that were reflecting the light from a fire. Klein crouched down. In his vision, he discovered that the cave extended into a narrow passage. And at the end of the passage was a bunch of glowing red rocks. Strange underground plants were slowly burning as Anderson Hood sat beside it. He was leisurely roasting an animal that resembled a rabbit. The fragrance of the fats and the warmth it brought were emanating out, drilling into Klein's and Danitz's noses. You guys are finally here? Want to give it a try? There's actually a strange rabbit around here that can live in such ice and snow. Anderson bent down, looking towards the entrance as though he was greeting companions on a camping trip with him. Although he didn't say anything provocative, I really wish to beat him up. Klein entered the cave with a stoic expression. He came close to the fire and experienced the long-awaited bliss. Danitz followed in tow. He looked at the fire which was roasting a rabbit and then at the fire ravens beside him before silently dispelling them. How did you find this cave? Danitz asked in disgruntlement, unwilling to admit his inferiority, but his body betrayed him by leaning closer to the fire. Anderson turned the rabbit which was impaled with his pitch-black sword, and he shot Danitz a glance. First lesson of being a hunter. Observe your surroundings. Be familiar with your surroundings. Make use of your surroundings. Danitz's expression immediately froze. Anderson looked at Gehrman Sparrow and chuckled. It's a cave I blasted open. How is it? It's not bad, right? I controlled my strength perfectly. As he spoke, he took a whiff of the air and said, How fragrant. The roasting seems to be done. Do you want to give it a try? Although I didn't bring any spices, there's rock salt here. It will just be a little astringent. Are you sure you can eat this? If it's a beyonder creature, you might lose control with just one bite, Danitz said with a TSK. Anderson glanced at him. Second lesson of being a hunter. Distinguish what can and cannot be eaten in the wilderness. He carefully reached out his hand, pulled off a leg, and stuffed it into his mouth as he ate it with relish. Klein was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a wanton aura approach from afar. The suppressive feeling that came from a high-leveled creature appeared extremely real. It made Danitz tremble uncontrollably. The aura swept across them without noticing the strangeness of the cave beneath it. It then quickly departed. King of the North. The title flashed across Klein's mind. As the tyrannical aura flew past, high in the sky, Anderson's chewing came to a sudden halt. It was only when the entity was a distance away did he swallow the remaining rabbit meat. He looked up at Gehrman Sparrow. That was the dragon you were talking about? Klein nodded slightly, confirming Anderson's guess. The corners of Anderson's mouth slowly curled up, revealing an expression as though he was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. I thought you were talking about a mature or adolescent dragon, the one that just flew past. I probably won't be able to become a dragon hunter. Dragon feces, perhaps. The tyrannical feeling that the King of the North exudes is indeed a little terrifying. Compared to the pieced-together monster which made hair grow without restraint on the future, it's a lot stronger. Perhaps it's a sequence for, at the level of a demigod. Klein calmly made a judgment without revealing any hints of panic or horror. He clearly remembered that Grozel's travels had clearly indicated that the female pirate had managed to succeed in escaping from the King of the North's attack before meeting up with the team led by the main lead, Grozel. And Edwina Edwards clearly wasn't a demigod. She was a Sequence 5 of the Reader Pathway. Furthermore, as she was suddenly swallowed by the book, certain mystical items and sealed artifacts that she didn't permanently keep on her person were left in the captain's cabin. The tools she had that were useful to her were probably limited to one or two. Under such a situation, she was able to defend against the King of the North and survive. Having just advanced and having adjusted his inventory, Klein believed that it wouldn't faze him too much. Furthermore, he was still connected to the gray fog. He could use the Sea God Scepter to produce a response. This was also why Klein dared to enter directly after confirming that Danitz was in an ordinary state during his prayer. Yes, the King of the North doesn't seem like a demigod from a normal pathway. According to Vice Admiral Iceberg, it's a rampager who gathers frost-related beyonder characteristics, and it can match a demigod in certain domains but would have flaws in other aspects. Edwina, Anderson, and me, along with the beyonders of the main lead's team, we wouldn't be helpless. If all else fails, I can still use the Sea God Scepter. I don't believe that this book can defend against items above the gray fog. If it could, it would have shown it long ago. Standing beside the fire, Klein looked down at Anderson and grinned. Are you afraid? Anderson was taken aback as he immediately beamed. Not at all. You seem to be very confident. After saying that, he looked at Danitz, who was still trembling and trying hard to compose himself before Tsking. Do you know what's the most important thing for a man? Danitz had just taken a deep breath. He was stunned by what he heard as he held his right index finger and middle finger together, pointing to his crotch with uncertainty. Anderson blinked before he roared with laughter. Bastard! You really are a crude pirate. Ha-ha! I wanted to say something, but, ha-ha! I can't remember it. Oh right, I wanted to say courage. Courage is the most important thing for a man. Look at you. The dragon hasn't even attacked, and you're almost hugging your head and begging for mercy." Danet's face instantly flushed red as he glared at Anderson. "You weren't acting like this back at Tosgarder." Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Danetz was just about to make it clear that he was only influenced by the high-level creature when he suddenly recalled what was just said. His expression was immediately restored to normal as he casually replied, "I can't compare with dragon feces at all." Anderson's smile froze as he coughed lightly. As though nothing had happened, he yanked off a rabbit's leg and handed it over to Gehrman Sparrow. "Want a bite?" Klein remained silent for a few seconds before he slowly shook his head. "This is a strange world. Before confirming that there aren't any problems, it's best not to eat anything here. Perhaps it might be a piece of rabbit meat that will make you stay here forever." Anderson moved the roasted rabbit's leg to his nose before slowly putting it down. Following that, his face collapsed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Klein calmly replied, "I just thought of this problem." Anderson's expression turned twisted as he lowered his head. He quickly bit down on his roasted rabbit leg. Aren't you afraid that something really bad will happen?" The strongest hunter's actions alarmed Danetz. Anderson laughed helplessly. "I've already eaten one earlier. I've already digested it by now. Since there's no way of turning back, I might as well focus on enjoying it." Klein and Danetz were momentarily at a loss for words. After Anderson finished gnawing on the rabbit's leg, he deliberated and asked, "Are you really not eating? We have no idea how much time we'll be spending here. If we really do starve, how are we supposed to fight the dragon?" Klein didn't reply. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. "It's 6:10 in the evening outside. We'll eat a little after 4 to 6 hours if nothing happens to you." Anderson turned agape, speechless. Klein ignored him and turned to say to Danetz, 15 minutes break. We'll search for your captain after that." As he said that, he had already taken out the pearl earring belonging to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. "All right." Danetz suddenly felt pumped with his blood boiling, completely forgetting the cold outside. But after about 8 seconds, he huddled close to the fire again. Around 7 in the evening in the outside world, Klein pressed down on his hat and held his cane. Together with Danetz and Anderson, he followed the revelation provided by his divination and found their way to a mountain. After circling the boulders which were encased in thick layers of ice, they saw a dark mountain cave. Standing by the entrance was a woman holding an ancient bow. The woman had a head of soft, lustrous black hair which she had simply tied into a pigtail. Her facial features were soft, making her look different from any national of the northern continent. She wore a brown ancient-styled hunter's coat and trousers. She acutely cast her gaze over. Upon seeing her slightly sharp ears, Klein immediately guessed her identity from matching her to the content in Grozel's travels. She was the female elf who got to know the giant, Grozel, at the very beginning. Her name was unknown. Compared to Earth, people from the northern continent look more Caucasian. But this elf has more of an oriental charm. Klein quickly concluded this particular trait. An elf. She's identical to the elves drawn in the ancient church drawings. Anderson suddenly became excited. "I have to negotiate with her to get her to be my model, so that I can draw a few portraits of her." By the side, Danetz scoffed. He mocked in a succinct manner, "Boorish." Clearly, he hadn't forgotten Anderson's previous mockery. "Do you only know of that kind of drawing?" Anderson shot a glance at him, sped up, and walked towards the female elf. Just as he approached, the female elf didn't hesitate to raise her bow. The arrow strung on it shimmered with silver lightning. "Wait!" Anderson immediately raised his hands. "It's useless. The elves mostly belong to the storm pathway. They are prone to being irascible and rash." Klein secretly activated his spirit body threads, planning to achieve initial control over the elf in order to let her listen calmly. At this moment, Anderson saw a blur before seeing 2 thick, huge, muscular grayish-blue legs. Embedded in the snow was a huge, terrifying sword. Anderson was horrified to realize that his height only reached the leg's knees. He instinctively followed the sword and looked up, bit by bit. With his head almost completely facing upwards, he finally saw the giant, who was nearly 4 meters tall. The giant's skin was grayish-blue. His abdomen and waist was covered in a thick furry beast hide, leaving him naked everywhere else. Even his legs lacked protection. He pounded on the sword, which was wider than a human door, and using his trademark single vertical eye to look at Anderson, Klein, and Danitz, he asked with a booming voice, "Who are you? Why are you here in the Grosel camp?" Klein was just about to reply when a familiar figure suddenly walked out from the dark mountain cave. Danitz's eyes were instantly filled with ecstasy. Dressed in a complicated shirt and dark-colored trousers, Edwina swept her gaze across the trio. Her usually cold expression revealed a rather flabbergasted look, as though she hadn't expected to see Gehrman Sparrow and Anderson Hood here. She quickly composed herself and looked up at the giant. "Grosel, they are my companions." Grosel widened his huge mouth into a grin and asked in delight, "Are you also here to help deal with Ulyssin?" Ulyssin. Klein was momentarily left at a loss for an answer. At that moment, he saw Edwina, who was standing in the giant's shadow, give him a look. She wanted him to give an affirmative answer. "Ulyssin is the king of the north?" Klein replied in thought, "Yes." "Ha-ha. Then we are friends." Grosel looked down at the trio and laughed. As he spoke, Anderson silently retreated back to Gehrman Sparrow's side as he said under his breath, "This is the first time I'm meeting a living giant. There's no way of hitting his vital spots. He's just too tall. You can hit his legs." Klein lampooned and calmly replied, "A huge target makes it easy to strike them." "That's right." Anderson agreed. At that moment, Edwina walked over and introduced the three of them. "This is the leader of the camp, Giant Guardian Grosel. This is the elvish songster, Ciadas." "Elvish songster? Ocean songster?" Klein suddenly felt that there was hope for Mr. Hanged Man's potion formula. Edwina turned halfway around and said to Grosel and Ciadas, "They are my companions, the strongest adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, treasure hunter, Anderson Hood, and renowned sailor, Danitz. I always thought Vice Admiral Iceberg was the serious type who never lied. Renowned sailor. Ha, in a certain way that's true." Klein took off his hat and gave a serious bow. Anderson followed suit in a rather casual and perfunctory manner, reeling in his delight that his captain had introduced him as a companion instead of a subordinate. Danitz was slower than the others as he acted in a fluster. Grosel laughed. "Come on in. We will be fighting that evil dragon, Ulyssin, at any moment now. How warm and amiable. But be it the church's canon or the myths of the City of Silver, giants are extremely violent creatures who have a strong desire for destruction. Yes, anything is possible in a book. It all depends on whether the author can make everything flow nicely." Klein nodded slightly as he followed Grosel into the spacious cave. When Edwina saw this, she approached the trio without showing any signs of abnormal behavior. As though she was leading the way, she whispered, "The history they speak of is a little odd. Same for their language. Regardless of the language they speak, all of us can understand it. Everyone can understand each other regardless of the language used." Klein skipped over Edwina's first sentence and focused his attention on the second sentence that didn't seem too problematic. Although this was the book world created by Grosel's travels, everything was possible, but there were certain details that still revealed problems. To Klein, he wasn't too caught up with how that they could understand each other, but the kind of method that resulted in the comprehension. This world incorporates something akin to the rule of language comprehension, or does it have a conscious residing high above everyone else, helping in the real-time translation work, just like what I do at the tarot gatherings? If it were the former, targets who don't understand Jotun will only hear an unfamiliar language, but they would understand the meaning. If it were the latter, it will be them hearing a language they're familiar with. As he knew many ancient and supernatural languages, Klein was unable to figure out the situation immediately. He slowed down his footsteps and walked alongside Danitz. He asked while suppressing his voice, "Can you tell what language Grosel was using when he was speaking?" Danitz was taken aback for a second. He recalled and said, It's a language which sounds a little familiar yet unfamiliar, but I was able to understand everything. The supernatural languages he knew were ancient Hermes, followed by Elvish. He was only a beginner in Jotun. Yes, it's something like the rule of language comprehension. It's comprehension at the level of the mind. This means that the entire book world's fundamental rules can be different from the outside world. It's a setting that it comes with, but the changes don't seem capable of exceeding certain limits. This point remains suspect and requires verification. After all, I can't eliminate the existence of someone like the Fool, someone who completely interprets the communication via the mind. Edwina is indeed sharp and good at observing. The problem she discovered leads straight to this book world's essence. Amidst his thoughts, Klein unhurriedly entered the huge, dark cave. As for the history described by the members of the main lead's team, he wasn't the least bit surprised. He even looked forward to hearing the details. Klein long knew that the various churches and the northern continent's countries had consciously attempted to destroy or conceal information, to hide the true history of the fourth epoch, third epoch, and even the second epoch. What people knew as common knowledge actually differed from the people who used to live in those eras. This was also one of the reasons why Klein took on the risk to enter the book world. Inside the spacious and windy cave, a bonfire scattered its light and heat on 3 humanoid figures. One of them was a middle-aged man in an extremely Spartan white robe. He had wrinkles but didn't appear old. He had his back to the fire as he faced the stone wall with his eyes closed, focused on his prayers. He had short brown hair, and his shoulders, arms, calves, and feet were exposed, revealing all kinds of old scars. Beside him was a lad using a stone for a pillow. He donned a black, heavy full-body armor. By his hand was an erected black sword that emitted a cold shimmering light. His facial features were rather deep, giving him clear lone traits. Sitting opposite the two was a man in his 30s who was dressed strangely. He gave people a sense of unease. He wore a sharp and hard black hat, and his coat's buttons were mismatched. It was messy and chaotic, highly asymmetric and unharmonious. In addition, the tips of his leather boots curled up high, making him look like a circus clown. This man had quite a handsome face. He had flaxen-colored hair, deep brown eyes, a high nose and thin lips. Even though he sat there, he gave off an arrogant feeling. Edwina pointed at him and said, "Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobit Zoroast, a gentleman who can take away the ideals and dreams of others. You don't have to mince your words. Hello there. I'm a Sequence 5 Dream Stealer of the Marauder Pathway," Mobit said with a chuckle. He acted nothing like the arrogance he seemed to exude. A member of the Zoroast family. The angel parasitizing Leonard's body is from this family. Perhaps they know each other? Heh, I now know the name of Sequence 4 and 5 of the Marauder Pathway, but I don't even know the corresponding Sequence 6 and 7. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he maintained his stoic look. At that moment, Anderson warmly greeted him with a smile and asked as though they were pals. "To be frank, this is the first time I'm hearing of Dreamstealer. I only know of Marauder and Swindler. There are 2 sequences in the middle I'm not aware of. Are the Beyonders of this pathway already so scarce? Doesn't Edwina know? Sequence 7 Cryptologist and Sequence 6 Fire Bandit. Haha. Let me do the introductions." Mobit warmly pointed to the praying man whose back was facing everyone. The pious ascetic snowman. He believes in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Don't mind him. He's completely sealed himself in his beliefs. But in combat, he's a very reliable companion. Snowman, you should say something at the very least. Mobit, who didn't receive a response, stroked his chin with a rueful smile. This is the treatment I often receive. You might find it hard to imagine that I was an arrogant, reserved, and refined nobleman. But time has changed everything. Heh heh. That happens when your companion is a giant, who only knows how to chuckle foolishly and shout slogans. When he said this, Grozel, who was sitting on a rock, smiled in a simple and good-natured manner. He raised his hand to scratch the back of his head as his single vertical eye didn't show the ferocity and cruelness that giants were strongly rumored to have. Mobit shook his head and pointed at the ascetic snowman. As for him, he might not speak a single word for years or even a decade. Ciadas is a very violent woman. As long as there are any emotional stirrings in her, she'll beat me up. I'm as afraid of her now as I was infatuated over her back then. Therefore, I can only make conversation and speak to them. Otherwise, I'll definitely go mad. Thankfully, Frunzier came later. He's quite the conversationalist. Hey, Frunzier, wake up. We have new companions. The sleeping black-armored knight slowly woke up as he looked at Klein and company. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal striking each other as he stood up. Staring at Klein, he said, "Loanese?" "Yes," Klein nodded frankly. He discovered that this lone soldier who had gone missing for 165 years didn't look old. He had black hair and sharp, blue eyes. He made one submit to him unknowingly. Frunzier appeared adrift for a moment as he quickly composed himself. "Do you know of Backlund's Edward family?" "Backlund has many Edwards," Klein replied simply. "The Edward family that lives at 18 Delahire Street in Northwest Borough." Frunzier pressed anxiously. Klein shook his head. "Northwest Borough no longer exists. Northwest Borough no longer exists." Frunzier repeated those words as his voice grew softer. He fell silent for a few seconds before exhaling. "I've no idea how many years have passed outside, but it should have been quite a while. Edwina told me the actual year, but I don't remember the year I entered. I was sleeping most of the time, and time here seems to be frozen." Mobit Zoros chuckled upon hearing that. "That's because you have bad luck. Back when we were passing through cities and villages, everything was perfect." He looked at Klein, Anderson, and Danitz. "Back then, we lived in places with humans, with intelligent races. We got married again and again, seeing our wives turn old, grow weak, and die. Before a new member joins, we would forget our goals. We would lead ordinary but happy and relaxed lives for decades or centuries. The only con is that we aren't able to bear our own children." Later, Frunzier came. "We entered this region blanketed by ice and snow. We hunted many monsters, but gradually we began to fall into a slumber. We were seldom awake until we met Edwina. This means that time in the book world flows normally. The story's progress is maintained by a certain power that influences the main lead's party. Before new members join and before the book's pages flip, they'll stop and stay at a certain node, doing other things. This is similar to the intertranslation of languages at the mind level. Conversely, does this also mean that towns and villages in the book world also develop normally? Yes, I have to quickly find King of the North Ulyssan. Otherwise, with the passage of time, we might also experience that influence and fall into a slumber or forget the main quest. We'll stay here for a long period of time until a new member is swallowed into the book and finds us." Klein fell silent for a few seconds. Just as he was about to say something, Edwina said, "There's no need to worry about that problem. We will soon encounter the King of the North." "Why?" Anderson and Mobit asked in unison. Edwina surveyed the area and said, "Before I entered, the stuck pages in the book only had a few more pages. And now, with you entering and finding the camp, there definitely can't be many pages left. The story is about to come to an end." Mobit nodded indiscernibly in agreement with Edwina's judgment. Anderson softly mumbled terms such as "stuck." Edwina then introduced Klein, Anderson, and Danitz as she made an example of herself and sat down beside the bonfire. Klein took off his hat and held it with his cane. He slowly sat down and looked at Mobit Zorost, who was inclined to chat. "Have you heard of the Tudor Empire and the Trunsoist Empire?" He didn't beat around the bush and ask directly. That was Gehrman Sparrow's persona. No, Mobit shook his head. "Edwina has already asked me. In my era, the Tudors and Trunsoists were just like my Zoroast family. We're aristocratic families of the Solomon Empire, and we're loyal subjects of the Black Emperor. So the Trunsoist and Tudor families were traitors of the Solomon Empire." Klein thought and said, "Apart from you, what other aristocratic families did the Solomon Empire have?" "Many." Mobit smiled as he looked at Frunzier. "Augustus, Abraham, Zeradal, etc. In my era, the church of the Evernight goddess's archenemies were the church of the god of combat and the southern continent's Egger's family. The churches of the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom were all at odds with each other, all of them hoping to gain the support of the Solomon Empire. He paused for 2 seconds as his expression gradually turned solemn. Back then, deities walked the land, and not in the astral world. Deities walked the land, and not in the astral world. In the early Fourth Epoch, during the era of the Solomon Empire, there was no distinguishing between the worlds of myth and reality. Deities directly walked the land without the need for a descent. This is somewhat similar to the Second Epoch as written in the City of Silver's books. The giant king's court and other locations are separated by a door in the real world. They just needed to pass through it and return the same way. Mortals and deities mixed together in the chaos and darkness. Also, the astral world really does correspond to deities. After hearing Viscount Mobit Zorost's description, Klein instantly began connecting the dots. He subconsciously swept a glance at Grozel, as this giant was very likely someone who had experienced the history of the Second Epoch. Grozel picked up a cup larger than a wooden bucket and gulped down some melted snow as he laughed. Mobit, what's there to be surprised about? Why are you so solemn? I've no idea why I became so solemn either. Bit by bit, Mobit Zorost revealed a smile. Haha. It might be something very normal for us. But in their eyes, it's terrifying and unbelievable. I have to use a suitable expression to describe it in order to achieve a satisfactory result. Do you still remember Frunzier's expression when we told him those stories in the very beginning? He almost knelt down to seek forgiveness from the Lord of Storms. Klein, Danitz, and company were momentarily unsure of the expression of words they should use to respond. Anderson leaned over to Gehrman Sparrow and said with a suppressed voice, I think he has the talent to be a provoker. He appeared to be suppressing his voice, but his words could be heard by everyone present. Mobit didn't mind as he chuckled before continuing. I know that you aren't very convinced and find it unbelievable that deities walked the lands, just like Edwina's previous reactions. Hehe, I can give you 2 examples. The Chasm of Storm on Pasu Island and the Tenebrous Heaven in the Amantha Mountain Range were the divine kingdoms of the Lord of Storms and Evernight. They were divine kingdoms located on land. They were divine kingdoms separated from the real world by a mere illusory door. Pasu Island? Isn't that where the holy altar of the Church of Storms is? The Amantha Mountain Range. Amantha means serenity in Hermes. This refers to a holy cathedral, the Cathedral of Serenity? When the deities no longer walked the land, their kingdoms became the headquarters of their respective churches. Klein instinctively believed that Mobit Zorost wasn't lying as he used it to come to certain conclusions. Danitz was puzzled and horrified by what he heard. He subconsciously wanted to leave, but when he saw his captain listening attentively, Gehrman Sparrow who was in thought, and Anderson Hood who wore a look of interest on his face, he could only hold back his urge as he sought a better, more comfortable seating position. At that moment, the elvish songster Ciadas, who was in charge of the perimeter, walked in and said with contempt, Do not mention that fake god. The authority of the storm only belongs to the king of us elves. Her voice was clear and beautiful, but her tone was filled with anger and irascibility. It felt as though she would raise her hands at any moment to shoot an arrow at Mobit Zorost. All right, I will use the words fake god. Mobit raised his hand to adjust his sharp and hard black hat. Ciadas retracted her gaze. She then said to the former lone soldier, Frunzier Edward, who wasn't a staunch believer of the Lord of Storms, It's your turn. Frunzier raised his head a little, his expression in a trance-like state. Apparently, he hadn't noticed the conversation and argument from before. He drew the iron-black sword beside him and walked towards the cave entrance. Klein observed for a moment and took the opportunity to speak to the elf. Ciadas. Do you know of Queen of Calamity, Kohainum? He wasn't actually sure if Kohainum was Elf King Siniathram's subsidiary god. Queen of Calamity. His inquiry was for elvish songster Ciadas to give him the answer. Ciadas's gentle and exquisite face immediately produced a trance-like expression like Frunzier's. I haven't heard her name in a long time. She is the queen of us elves. Mobit and Frunzier didn't even know of her existence. Where did you encounter her? No, learn of her situation. As she spoke, Ciatas's tone became urgent. At that moment, Danitz looked at Gehrman Sparrow in surprise, reflecting over the revelation that the madman was so knowledgeable. He was even able to share a common topic of interest with an elf from ancient times. I never expected you to be a scholar. I really couldn't tell. Couldn't tell at all? Anderson sighed as he shook his head. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina likewise cast her gaze at Klein. Her limpid blue eyes had a strong desire to learn from him. Klein answered frankly. I've once entered a ruin belonging to Queen of Calamity Kohinum and obtained some items. Ruin? Ciatas ruminated over that word in a soft voice, her tone having seemingly lost something unimportant, but something that she couldn't bear to part with. From the situation inside, she might not be truly dead. After seeing Ciatas's eyes light up, Klein went straight to the point. Do you have the Ocean Songster's potion formula? Can I use something to exchange for it? He felt that being honest and direct with a Beyonder from the Storm Pathway was the best choice. Ciatas thought and said, use one of Her Majesty's items for the exchange. I only obtained a wine cup made of gold. It's already been crushed flat. Complicated patterns are engraved on it, with the elvish phrases Calamity and Kohinum. Klein didn't hide the truth. I know about that cup. It was the cup Her Majesty loved the most, Ciatas said, unable to hide her excitement. Deal. The cup is outside. Klein had no intention of heading above the gray fog in front of everyone. Ciatas nodded. I understand. We will complete the transaction after we leave this book. Having said that, she pressed her palms together. The storm will definitely belong to the elves. Before anyone spoke, she asked curiously, what else did you discover there? Some murals depicting the elf king battling an ancient sun god. Klein shot a glance at the ascetic snowman, who believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. With his back still facing the fire, the middle-aged man who was facing the stone wall finally opened his mouth. No, he isn't the sun god. He is our Lord, the Father of all things, the great source of everything. He wasn't battling the elf king, but taking back the authority which belonged to him. Just as Snowman said that, Ciatas stood up and aimed her arrow at him. Suddenly, this elvish songster's plaited black hair flared up in violation of the laws of nature. The strands of hair were distinct and they were all swirling with silver lightning, emitting a strange deep blue luster. Just as Ciatas was about to release the arrow, a huge grayish-blue palm appeared before her, blocking the arrow tip, without any fear of being struck. It was the palm of the giant, Grozel. One of the traits of this race was its exaggerated limbs. They were so long that they appeared a little distorted. Therefore, simply by sitting there, he could stop Ciatas by extending his arm. All right, Snowman, cut it out. As you know, Ciatas is an elf who likes to put actions before words, Grozel said to the ascetic before turning his head to the elvish songster. Ciatas, we are companions who can leave our backs to each other. We have experienced plenty of dangers together. You can retort Snowman and even beat him up, but do not attempt to harm him. As expected of the lead of the book, he's filled with positivity, but what's the difference in beating him and harming him? Klein couldn't help but mumble. Ciatas grunted and sat back down, turning the mood heavy and silent with a level of awkwardness. Giant Grozel used his single vertical eye to survey the area before chuckling. Then I'll talk about my past. Before entering this book, I lived in the Giant King's court. I was one of the guardians of the Waning Forest. It's somewhere only our king can enter. Rumor has it that buried inside it are his parents, who also form the origins of us giants. The Giant King's court is formed of many parts, and the Waning Forest is one of them. Buried in there is the most ancient ancestor of the giants. Klein listened attentively, only wishing to ask more. To him, this was more valuable than the fourth epic's history. This was because the city of Silver's hope likely laid in the giant king's court. However, before he opened his mouth, Edwina spoke before him. Grosel, what did the book look like when you received it? Grosel raised his hand to rub his cheeks. It had nothing, like an empty book waiting to be written. I even thought that Grosel might be a completely fictional character in the book. Klein deliberated for a few seconds and didn't directly ask about the details of the giant king's court. He turned to say to Mobit Zoroast, "Do you know of Blasphemer Amon?" Blasphemer refers to the entire family of Amon. They are the archenemies of us Zoroasts. It's said that they have a very powerful and terrifying ancestor that even Ouroboros and Medici viewed with great importance. They even feel fear towards him, but no one knows of his actual name. Mobit introduced in detail. Ouroboros, Medici? Yes, back then the true creator and Rose Redemption supported the Solomon Empire. Klein's heart stirred as he immediately asked, "Then, have you heard of the name Sasra?" Mobit was taken aback as he slowly shook his head. Never. Dark Angel Sasra's name and title vanished after the cataclysm? It was buried? Klein confirmed a fact through this. At that moment, Snowman, who was facing the stone wall, said with a deep voice, "Sasra is the Dark Angel, the leader of the kings of angels, the one closest to the Lord." I was waiting for your answer. Klein cast his gaze on the ascetic and asked in a deep voice. Apart from him, Ouroboros, Medici, and Amon, what other kings of angels are there? You don't have to say out all their names. Klein was afraid that it would result in unnecessary reactions, just like the Repenter in Afternoon Town. Edwina, Anderson, and Danitz were at a loss from the very beginning. This was because the contents of the conversation between Gehrman Sparrow and the few ancient figures were things that they had never heard of. They found it unbelievable that this crazy adventurer knew so many secrets. After a few seconds of silence, Snowman said, "There's also the Angel of Imagination, Adam." Just as he said the name, the entire cave shook. The familiar and crazy tyrannical aura rapidly descended. King of the North Ulyssan had arrived. Lone soldier Frunzier Edward, who was on guard by the cave's entrance, saw a massive figure descend from the sky just as he moved. It landed on a huge boulder covered in thick layers of ice. The wings, which were covered in a membrane of skin, weren't retracted as they continued spreading outward, nearly blocking out all the surrounding light. The illusory armored scales that resembled frozen ice and the violent eerie blue dragon eyes were immediately reflected in Frunzier's eyes. He instinctively sensed danger as he raised his iron-black sword and leaped to the side, rolling far away from where he was standing. Almost at the same moment, King of the North Ulyssan opened its mouth, silently spewing out a distorted icy blue flame towards the cave. It froze everything in its wake. Moments later, the icy blue flames produced a tidal wave formed from illusory light as they surged into the dark cave, sealing everything it passed in ice. The words Angel of Imagination, Adam were still flashing across Klein's mind, as he couldn't help but recall Emperor Rosel's description of the Twilight Hermit Order. Their mission was to revive the original creator, and they had a high sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway among their ranks, or even the uniqueness. The means in which they summoned the members was through a true dream that connected the eastern and western ends of the continent. Furthermore, it had the characteristic of being detected upon being mentioned. But even so, he still instinctively reacted in response to the impending danger. He lunged sideways, dodging towards the uneven parts of the cave, attempting to use the rocks ahead to block the attack. However, the surging icy blue light was like a tidal wave that drowned every corner of the cave. It sealed everything, leaving no safe zones inside the cave. Seeing his surroundings turn into an icy cage, a gigantic, grayish-blue figure appeared before Klein's eyes. Grosel had stepped forward without a sound. He genuflected with his left knee, leaning his back forward as he stabbed the broadsword in front of him. Light that resembled the dawn of light bloomed as illusory walls formed to the left and right of Grosel, protecting everyone behind them. An icy blue tidal wave surged over, splitting at the erect broadsword before colliding with the light of dawn on both sides. Everything in the mountain cave turned dark for Klein and company before a small source of light was restored. They could still see that the bonfire had been extinguished. It was especially dark with the dim rays of light outside attempting to tear through the layers of ice. At that moment, every inch of space in front of Grosel was frozen. The giant seemed to become a bug stuck in amber. Right on the heels of that, the sword which was embedded in the ground emitted a luster resembling the light of dawn. They mixed together, enveloping Grosel before turning into a hurricane of light that swept outwards. Silently, the layer of ice had a huge hole burned through it as it extended all the way to the cave's mouth. Grosel's grayish-blue figure had vanished from where he was. Elvish songster Ciadas, who hadn't had time to tie her head, held her bow and arrows. Embraced by the swirling gales around her, she charged out the cave without any delay. Dressed in an asymmetrical black coat, the Solomon Empire Viscount Mobit Zorost mumbled, "Don't be in a rush, or it's finally here," as he ran. Following closely behind Ciadas, the ascetic snowman stood up as well. He tapped his chest 4 times as though he was forming the shape of a cross. "May the Lord bless me." Amidst his hoarse and dry voice, he stepped onto the biting cold ice with his bare feet and ran out of the cave. Klein didn't hesitate either. He didn't draw his revolver, and he kept his hands empty. Together with Anderson, who was clenching Death Brachydont tightly, they ran into the hole in the ice. Dressed in a shirt with complicated patterns, Edwina Edwards looked at Danitz, who was trembling due to the aura of the high-level entity. She said with a gentle, but emotionless tone, "Stay here." Having said that, the look in her blue eyes deepened. Gales howled around her, pushing her out of the cave. "Stay here." Danitz was stunned. He subconsciously surveyed his surroundings and saw the walls covered in frost and the completely extinguished bonfire. The cave was silent with him being the only one left. Danitz's trembling body slowly came to a stop as he turned agape. However, he didn't say a word as he saw his captain's figure disappear from the cave's entrance. Outside the cave, Frunzier Edward, who had just rolled to avoid the first series of attacks, saw Ulysses spread its wings as it was about to leap into the sky, closing the distance between it and his party. He ensured his safety as he steadied his figure and pushed his left palm out diagonally. Immediately following that, he declared a statement in ancient Hermes. "Flying is prohibited here." Suddenly, the frost dragon's wings that blotted out the sky seemed to be weighed down by invisible objects weighing 100 times its body weight. It began flapping them with great difficulty. The King of the North immediately let out a furious roar as the loud sonic boom drilled into Frunzier's ears, making his stagger. With a whoosh, the pair of wings finally managed to flap, stirring up the snow and frost around it into the air. Although it was difficult on Ulysses' part, it eventually managed to fly. At that moment, disciplinary paladin Frunzier's expression turned solemn. He said a sentence constructed in ancient Hermes once again, "Violators will be punished." Just as he said that, his figure leaped up at a speed which was faster than Ulysses, as though he had been augmented by some unknown power. Ding! Frunzier extended his body in midair as he brandished the iron-black sword in hand, striking down at the King of the North's neck with his posture speaking great certainty of a hit. A clear crack appeared on the crystalline armor plates as it spread slightly. However, this failed to make Ulysses bleed. The frost dragon didn't even feel the pain as its eerie blue eyes locked onto Frunzier, its expression cruel and tyrannical. It then lifted up its front claws while Frunzier remained in midair without any means of dodging. At that critical moment, a hurricane blew over, pushing the black-armored disciplinary paladin away, causing Ulysses' strike to swipe at air. The strike caused an explosive boom despite the miss. Elvish songster Ciadas didn't hesitate to take action once she rushed out the cave, saving Frunzier immediately. Immediately following that, her hair flared up in violation of the laws of nature. They were distinct with swirling lightning bolts. She aimed her arrow at the large but slow, flying target in the sky, King of the North, before firmly pulling back the arrow. The sky turned dark, as though dark clouds had gathered as lightning bounced through them. Unable to fly smoothly due to the disciplinary paladin's influence, Ulysses suddenly pulled back its wings, swooping down at Ciadas like a high-speed train. At that moment, a grayish-blue figure that left one feeling safe had appeared in front of the King of the North's trajectory. Grozel genuflected once again, plunging the broadsword, which was unusable by human hands, in front of himself. Dawn-like light surfaced, forming an invisible, impenetrable wall. Boom! The collision between the frost dragon and Grozel was like a terrifying explosion. It shattered the layers of ice around them, pushing them outwards. Grozel failed to keep his footing firm as he flew out like a ball, tumbling past Ciadas before slamming loudly into the mountain wall. A huge amount of snow and ice stalactites crashed from above, nearly causing an avalanche. As for Ulysses, it wasn't sent retreating. It remained standing in its original spot. Having had its swooping attack interrupted, its hind legs were in the ground as its body leaned forward. It shook its neck before aiming its open mouth at Ciadas. The Solomon Empire's noble, Mobit Zoroast, had long arrived beside Ciadas. Upon seeing this, he hurriedly extended his right hand and rapidly turned his wrist. Ulysses forgot what it was doing despite having its mouth completely open. It stood there in a daze without continuing its attack. Suddenly, Mobit turned his head and spit to the side. Pooey! The spit was ordinary without any special traits to it. Seizing this opportunity, Snowman, the ascetic who came out, raised his arms as though he was embracing God's grace. Then, he said to the elvish songster in ancient Hermes, God says it's effective. With a sizzling sound, the flashes of lightning surrounding Ciadas brightened greatly as they surged out, entangling with the arrow. She released her grip as an arrow shot out. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the air as a thick bolt of lightning smote down, augmenting that arrow. The arrow turned completely silver, as though it was shot from the god of lightning. It struck Ulysses' forehead at a completely unavoidable speed. Layers of ice disappeared as the illusory armor plating cracked. The arrow stabbed into the King of the North's head, making it let out a deafening cry. Light blue blood gushed out and quickly froze as the frost dragon's ugly face shook violently as silver bolts zapped at it. At that moment, Klein and Anderson came out of the cave. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier had tumbled onto the ground before standing up again. Grozel extended his palms from the snow pile, rubbing his head. He didn't appear seriously injured. With so many teammates, I don't have to be the main assault force. I can attempt to control Ulysses' spirit body threads. From my observations, it doesn't seem to have the defensive abilities of a demigod. Of course, it's much stronger than a sequence 5. A 5-meter radius is a little dangerous. Klein looked at the frost dragon as he quickly had an idea. King of the North Ulysses' tragic cries rapidly turned into a roar. Following that, a snowstorm engulfed the area outside the cave, reducing the visibility to less than 5 meters. Howling gales swept up dense goose feathers as they covered every inch of space. Meanwhile, an icy blue halo rapidly extended outwards, clinging close to the ground. It left frozen ice everywhere in its wake as it passed. Klein, who had his vision and hearing affected by the blizzard, instantly had the corresponding scene surface in his mind. He hurriedly bent his knees and kicked his heels, jumping high up, allowing the icy blue halo to sweep underneath him. As for Mobit Zoroast, who wasn't adept at combat, he was already too close to the icy blue halo when he noticed it. He didn't have the time to jump up. At that moment, he was hoisted up by his shoulders as the bottom of his feet had a tempestuous hurricane lift him up into the air. With this combination, he instantly flew up into the sky, avoiding the outcome of being frozen. Mobit turned his head and, without surprise, saw the deadpan Ciadas. This elvish songster could only muster up strong winds to glide forward due to the law forbidding flight. Anderson, Edwina, Snowman, and Frunzier reacted accordingly, jumping in time and dodging the attack without succumbing to it. Only Grozel, who had just pulled out his broadsword from the snow, was hit in the legs by the icy blue halo, as he couldn't dodge in time. Layers of ice instantly surged upwards as Grozel stood on the spot like a frozen corpse. Whoosh! The exaggerated blizzard obscured all the Beyonders' vision, making them lose their vision of the frost dragon. All they could do was passively defend against any attacks. At that moment, Snowman, who hadn't dropped to the ground, spread out his arms once again and said solemnly in ancient Hermes, "God says it's ineffective." The violent blizzard suddenly calmed down significantly. Be it the tempestuous hurricanes or the dense snowflakes, they were weakened or had been cut in half. Ciadas vaguely made out a gigantic face with an ugly lizard-like face. The broken arrow was still embedded in its forehead. Ulysses had taken the opportunity to close the distance between them. Ciadas didn't panic. The strong winds suddenly changed directions, sending Mobit and her floating backward. Meanwhile, her chilled, pale lips opened as she sang in ancient and abstruse Elvish. The rocks are destined to be shattered by the waves. The trees are destined to be struck down by the winds. The mountains are destined to crumble by the lightning. As every word in Elvish was rich and filled with meaning, the constructed sentences were extremely succinct. Therefore, the lyrics didn't waste too much of Ciadas's time. Furthermore, from the moment the first word was spoken and from the beginning of the beautiful and forceful rhythm, the winds in the blizzard began to experience changes. The howling sounds of wind turned chaotic as it spread out in every direction. Ulysses' massive figure once again appeared before Klein and company's eyes. When Ciadas sang the third phrase, disciplinary paladin Frunzier had already pushed out his right palm and profoundly said in ancient Hermes, "Imprison!" Instantly, the frost dragon which was about to rush Ciadas and Mobit had frozen on the spot. Surrounding it were layers of transparent walls. And as Frunzier said that softly, Edwina, who had just found her footing, made her light blue eyes turn black. Inside them flowed a sticky liquid that seemed to be the manifestation of all the evil in the depths of one's heart. She gently clenched her right palm as Ulysses stood up with a roar, instantly ripping apart the effects of imprison. The frost dragon's eerie blue eyes were filled with blankness and pain. It seemed to be still immersed in the emotions of sudden madness and ruthlessness. Even though this was a state it was always in, to have it fully triggered was uncomfortable. Without a doubt, it was a dragon who found it difficult to control its emotions. Seizing the opportunity of Ulysses' brief pause, Anderson Hood condensed a burning white spear in his hand. Then he bent his back and threw it out. Without waiting for the outcome, flames appeared under the strongest hunter's feet, turning the ice into liquid. So, the spear accurately struck the frost dragon's half-open mouth, quickly melting the thick armor plates of ice, with the excess force penetrating the upper part of its forehead. Ulysses let out another tragic cry as its hind legs stomped backward, sending its body lunging forward. It stayed close to the ground as it rushed towards Anderson with a terrifying speed. The only thing in its eyes was this worm that had dealt significant amounts of damage to it. Schwing! The snow split apart as a deep and wide chasm opened up in the ground. It emanated all the way to where Anderson was as it continued extending. Bang! With its terrifying inertia, the frost dragon slammed into a boulder covered in thick ice, shattering its outer shell and cracking its interior. If Anderson had collided with it, the strongest hunter was bound to turn into meat paste. Even being brushed was likely to lead to his death. However, in a particular spot in the chasm where Anderson was originally standing, there was a dark hole that led straight down. It was just enough for a person to burrow in. Pa! A hand held onto the hole's entrance. Through the exertion of force, the strongest hunter with disheveled hair jumped out. After he threw the burning spear, he didn't dodge in panic. Instead, he directly used his Beyonder powers to melt the snow beneath his feet, and he burned the underlying soil. Silently, he created a hole that wasn't too deep. Following that, he sank himself into it by crouching, perfectly dodging the King of the North's charge. At that moment, a pure beam of light descended and struck Grozel, quickly melting the ice encasing him. Snowman had used an offensive blow to remove the restrictions placed on the giant guardian. With the explosive light of dawn, Grosel raised his broadsword and charged to the frost dragon with wide strides before cleaving down wildly. Bang! 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 Grosel was only a meter shorter than Ulyssen's non-humanoid form. His strength was equally ridiculous. As he clashed repeatedly with Ulyssen's front claws, occasionally wavering and retreating at times, he quickly recovered by taking a step forward and engaged his opponent. With the giant guardian occupying the frost dragon's attention, the others reacted accordingly with relative composure. Snowman maintained his spread arms as a sun-like halo appeared around him. It quickly spread outwards, warming up all his companions and giving them immense courage. Furthermore, he carefully ensured that it avoided the King of the North. Not far from him, Ciatas's hair flared up as she drew her bowstring. She shot out arrows that appeared to be formed by wind blades or lightning. Due to the massive target, every single one of her arrows had hit her target. Furthermore, all of the arrows struck the same spot, the frost dragon's shoulder. Mobit Zoroast worked with Grosel, occasionally stealing the thoughts the King of the North had and was about to execute, making it pause briefly. At other times he would attempt to steal its powers, but in the few times he didn't have any success. With the pitch-black sword, Anderson carefully circled to the frost dragon's flank and attempted to strike a particular spot. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier brandished his iron-black sword, using prohibition and imprison to aid Grosel's brawl with the frost dragon. Without his restraints, even if the giant was a guardian, he would have long been sent flying, suffering from a fatal stomp or the spewing of breath. Klein looked at Edwina and raised his hand to point at himself. Invisibility. He didn't know if she had the ability to mimic this power. If it wasn't possible, he needed to consider using other methods. Edwina didn't ask why, as her light blue and limpid eyes immediately reflected Gehrman Sparrow's body, which lost its color and turned transparent. Following that, Klein's figure became faint and vanished. After confirming his condition, Klein quickly ran towards the intense clash between the giant and the dragon. With a roll, he arrived by the King of the North's left foot. Then, as he focused on dodging Ulyssen's feet while it did battle, he emanated his spirituality to control the illusory black threads with the spirit body threads vision he had long activated. Right on the heels of that, he would roll or leap around, in search of space beneath or around the frost dragon. So. Silver lightning arrows and pure azure wind blades landed in a small region, shattering the armor plates of ice, tearing apart the resilient skin. Soon, the frost dragon's right shoulder was a swath of light blue. The corresponding claw's motions also appeared to slow down indiscernibly. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier acutely noticed this point. As he dodged the icy blue breath, he pointed in that direction and declared in ancient Hermes, "Death!" With a bursting sound, the blue blood flowing from Ulyssen's right shoulder instantly dried up, and the tear allowed its translucent bones to be seen. At that moment, Edwina used a palm-sized brass mirror and reflected parts of Ulyssen's body in it. She reached out her right hand and grabbed at the mirror's surface, pinching the reflection within. Then, she forcefully pulled outwards. Ulyssen's wound instantly worsened. It kept spreading as though it was about to lose one of its front claws. It let out a tragic cry as it suddenly raised its body, standing on its hind legs. Light blue light that was almost white surged out of the dragon. In 100-meter range, the temperature plummeted, followed by a fearsome force. Suddenly, all the Beyonders were sealed in ice. Their bodies became extremely cold as they turned very stiff. They couldn't help but tremble. Ciatas, Mobit, Edwina, Klein, Grosel, Anderson, and Frunzier all shared similar symptoms. The only one who barely maintained his mobility was the ascetic Snowman, thanks to withstanding the training of being frozen countless times. He maintained his spread arms, half-closed his eyes, and solemnly said, "God loves everyone." Sunlight tore through the wind and snow as the warmth began to melt the feeling of being frozen. Bang! Ulyssen sent Grosel flying with a claw, severely injuring the giant guardian by leaving a depression in his chest. It temporarily ignored the rest as it targeted Snowman, Blitz rushing him. Snowman has no one protecting him, It's about to move beyond a 5-meter radius. Klein watched this scene, feeling somewhat numb. He had the urge of running into the cave to pray to himself before using the sea god's scepter above the gray fog to respond. At that moment, a scarlet fireball appeared beside the ascetic before the frost dragon arrived. Then, it exploded without any reservations, sending him flying. It was from the strongest hunter, Anderson. At that moment, Edwina had produced a fireball in her hand and threw it at Ulyssen's back, but she failed to hit it. She was creating a passageway for Klein to phase over with the fire. She had learned from Danitz of this ability. Gehrman Sparrow had. Ulyssen arrived at Snowman's location, but he failed to hit anything. It slid past, leaving behind a deep chasm. Behind it, fireballs exploded afterward, producing bursts one after another. Klein's somewhat stiff figure flashed about thanks to the fire. The King of the North didn't manage to open up a gap from him as the 5 meters was maintained. By the time Ulyssen came to a stop, Klein, who was still invisible, suddenly sensed something amiss. A corresponding scene appeared in his mind. He lunged forward as he clung close to the ground and appeared underneath the frost dragon. Meanwhile, Ulyssen's thick and powerful tail had swung over, lashing it towards the nearby Ciatas and Mobit. Whoosh! With a loud crack, Mobit was sent flying as he dodged the frost dragon's tail. As for Ciatas, she failed to keep up. Although she had the aid of the gales to retreat and reduce the force, she had been struck in the side. The strike shattered the thick illusory scales that surfaced over her body while her ribs fractured. She was also thrown out, but thanks to the wind, she didn't fall too hard onto the snow. If it were Mobit or Anderson, this strike would have instantly killed them. Thankfully, the storm pathway had the corresponding illusory scales to protect her. Furthermore, every sequence advancement brought about corresponding improvements. Ciatas was only heavily injured, but she didn't lose consciousness. She didn't even completely lose her mobility. At that moment, Ulyssen's neck moved as it widened its mouth, spewing out a light blue beam of light. The beam of light swept past Snowman, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Edwina, Frunzier, and Anderson were blocked by the huge dragon's body. They couldn't help him in time with the use of their other Beyonder powers because of the distance. Bang! The frost dragon leaped up a little and turned around. When it hit the ground again, it left a slight tremor. At that moment in time, it was clearly in a terrible state. The crack on its right shoulder was abnormally nasty. Although the frozen light blue liquid barely stopped the wound from worsening, its corresponding claw was nearly maimed and could hardly be used. Many of the illusory scales on its body had shattered and abnormally dimmed. It was as though they had lost large amounts of vitality. Regardless, it had severely injured and restrained 3 of its opponents. The situation was much better than before, especially with Grozel being seriously injured. It was no longer caught up in battle and could now attack as it wished. Upon seeing this scene, Edwina's light blue eyes turned black again. Sticky vile thoughts slowly flowed. She suddenly clenched her right palm, causing Ulyssen to raise its head in a roar. It was an excruciating pain as light blue liquid flowed from the corner of its eyes and mouth. At that moment, the only thought on the frost dragon's mind was to purge the emotional disturbance from its spirit body. Taking the opportunity, Edwina's eyes lit up and turned extremely pure. The light of dawn around her had quickly materialized into a sword. She wanted to play the role of a guardian to fend off the King of the North. She believed that Gehrman Sparrow definitely had his reasons for staying by Ulyssen's side while being invisible. All he needed was time. At that moment, a figure enveloped in the original light of dawn had charged at the frost dragon. It was none other than the giant, Grozel. His chest had sunk in. His grayish-blue skin was pale, and the broadsword in his hand had web-like cracks. However, he still bravely faced his enemy. Grozel cleaved at his target like he was burning up his life, emitting light and warmth. Giants never retreat. Amidst his roar, Grozel parried the frost dragon's repeated blows, and he managed to dodge the ice-blue breath in time due to its maimed front claw. Imprison! Frunzier ran over and began to restrict the King of the North's actions. Edwina also worked in tandem with him. Once Ulyssen's rage allowed it to escape the restraints, she triggered its emotions again, allowing the restriction to continue and prevent the charge from happening again. At this moment, Anderson switched between throwing burning white spears and fireballs. Again and again, he dealt severe damage to the frost dragon. After Mobit managed to catch his breath, he continued stealing its thoughts or powers, stopping the frost dragon's attacks. Ulyssen attempted to spread its wings a second time. It flew into the air a second time, sending snow flying, but with Frunzier adding another flight restriction, it could only give up when it sensed the difficulty in doing so. Klein, who kept switching positions by its feet, gained a deeper control of its spirit body threads. It had long reached the 20-second threshold, but he failed to achieve success. This was because the King of the North's spirituality was extremely potent. After a while there was a clang. Grozel's broadsword was tainted by the frost dragon's breath as he was struck by its claw. The former shattered completely, turning into countless fragments as they flew everywhere. With sputtering sounds, the invisible walls in front of Grozel reached their limit as they let through several fragments that impaled his head and chest. Frunzier, who was similarly nearby, failed to dodge in time. The side of his armor collided with the fragments as his side was mangled. Giants never retreat. Grozel roared loudly once again. The light of dawn radiated from him once again as a sword made of pure light appeared in his palm. As the dark red blood on his face flowed, he parried the frost dragon's strike. At that moment, Klein was flicking the spirit body threads before he finally saw the opportunity to achieve initial control. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Ulyssen's actions instantly froze as all its joints seemed to grow rust. The frost dragon immediately became alert and sensed that the source of the danger came from beneath it. Seizing the moment before its thoughts came to a complete halt, it instantly made the decision to sit down. It wanted to quash the despicable fella. Suddenly, its mind went adrift, having forgotten what it wanted to do. And about 20 meters away, Mobit Zorost's knees buckled as he sat strangely on the snow. Klein took the opportunity to move his feet, walking to the side of the frost dragon's hind legs at a decent speed. His invisibility was beginning to wear off. After all, the mimicked ability definitely couldn't compare with the original. He extended his hands halfway as his spirituality jumped, his actions akin to controlling a huge puppet. Bang! Ulyssen, whose thoughts were already slowing down, finally recalled what it wanted to do. Its hind legs slowly bent as its hefty figure smashed downwards, but all it did was send snow and dust flying. No good. Have to do that. Thoughts flashed through its mind sporadically as its heart suddenly contracted, condensing a terrifying light blue halo. This was the beyonder power stemming from its life. Could create a cold hell. With this, Klein and company would completely freeze. If not for Snowman's experience and powers being capable of restraining that state, more than 1 or 2 Beyonders would have died. However, with it under Klein's control, everything Ulyssen tried to do was clearly impeded. Edwina acutely noticed the source of danger which she previously had no idea about. Immediately, she clenched her right fist, detonating the frost dragon's strong emotions. The King of the North's figure trembled in slow motion as the light blue halo that it had just converged scattered out of control. It failed to interfere with its environment. Ah! The frost dragon's mouth slowly opened as it let out a stuttering cry. Ciatas stood up with great difficulty the moment she recovered a little. Upon seeing the situation, she immediately held back her pain and drew her bow. Her hair flared up again as heavy dark clouds appeared in midair once again. 2 different silver bolts of lightning added radiance to each other as they surged onto the bow, forming a terrifying arrow that swirled with a bolt of lightning. Ciatas's face twisted as she released the arrow. The silver bolt of lightning instantly penetrated Ulyssen's chest with a whoosh, tearing open a ghastly wound. Flames spewed and lightning bolts sparked inside its wound, causing greater damage. At that moment, Anderson's eyes lit up. A blazing white flame enveloped his body as he transformed into a stream of light, accurately shooting straight for the wound. Pitch-black marks rapidly surfaced on the frost dragon's abdomen as though someone was scribbling over it. Ulyssen's thoughts weren't as slow due to the intense stimulation. As it struggled to flap its wings, it soared up into the sky. Flying is prohibited here. Frunzier added more restrictions in a timely manner. Bang! King of the North fell to the ground again as its pitch-black marks on its abdomen tore open. Light blue blood and damaged organs spewed out like a waterfall. Anderson took the opportunity to jump away from the dragon's body. The flames over his body had extinguished as a transparent layer of ice covered him. Cold, it's really cold. He held Death Brachydont as he stiffly jumped away. His body was constantly trembling. Klein, who had nearly allowed the frost dragon to escape his binding, achieved initial control again. He made Ulyssen's thoughts of making everyone present die with it slow down as it suffered from theft and explosions. Its long neck slowly looked up as it let out a slow whimper as its body collapsed bit by bit. During this process, Klein didn't attempt to stop Ciada's and company's continued attacks. He knew very well that to turn the frost dragon into a marionette needed far more than 5 minutes. There were too many accidents that could happen in that span of time. Frunzier stood straight while panting. With the side of his body mangled, he pushed forward his swordless palm and declared in ancient Hermes, "Death!" Ulyssen's body trembled as it collapsed to the ground like a small mountain made of ice. Light blue light that was nearly white was released from its body as its flesh and body quickly disintegrated. Soon, the gigantic dragon corpse turned into a snow-laden heavy door that swung outwards. Without anyone mentioning it, all the Beyonders present knew that it was a door leading to the outside world. Finally, success. Grosel laughed out loud as his voice grew softer. Thud. His nearly 4-meter-tall figure fell forward as he held himself up with a knee. Following that, the light of dawn around him scattered as his aura was almost immediately gone. Grosel. Ciada's and company went over with great difficulty or great speed. Grosel looked around him slowly, clenching his fist as he gave a good-natured laugh. We succeeded. Giants never retreat. His head with the single vertical eye drooped down when his voice came to a halt. Grosel. Frunzier, who was closest to the giant, rushed to Grosel and caught him. Then he slowly released his grip and stood up, as though he had just experienced a confusing dream. Ciada's tore out of Mobit's arms, and ignoring the pain all over her body, she ran to Grosel's side with the aid of the wind. She bent down and carefully observed for a moment. Then, she nudged the giant and hysterically shouted, "Wake up! Wake up! It's time for us to leave." Her voice softened into silence. Mobit stood by the side, seeing the giant unable to maintain his body as it wavered. Finally, it fell to the ground with a thud. He fell silent for a few seconds before exhaling. At that moment, Anderson and Edwina had already run to Snowman. One used a flame, while the other mimicked holy light to quickly defrost him. As Klein was nearby, he directly arrived by Grosel's side. His spirit-body thread's vision told him that the giant was dead. Only his spirit lingered, but it was beginning to scatter. This made his damage transfer powers completely useless. From the moment Grosel ignited the light of dawn and engaged the frost dragon in a second battle, he must have prepared himself for death. Klein fell silent. Mobit glanced at him and said with a rueful smile, "To be frank, I've not seen many giants. Most of my impression of them had come from books, teachers, and parents. I always thought that this race was cruel and violent, unintelligent creatures who were closer to monsters. However, Grosel wasn't like that. He was frank, honest, and optimistic. Although he might appear rather silly, he knew better than anyone what was right and wrong. He told me that this was because he wasn't one of those ancient giants. He wasn't even a second or third generation giant. The cruel and violent giants similarly had the ability to reproduce and give birth. As for their descendants, there would be more rational ones appearing from time to time. These descendants would reproduce and have more descendants, allowing the entire giant race to escape from the confines of being monsters. Hee. I don't know if I should believe him, but his existence has proven the possibility. As Mobit said that, he suddenly paused as though immersed in his memories. At that moment, Edwina and Anderson helped Snowman, whose body was still a little stiff, walk over. The ascetic struggled as he walked to Grozel's side. Looking at the tightly closed single eye, Snowman gestured the sign of the cross on his chest. He half closed his eyes as he whispered a prayer. Father of all things, the great source of everything, here lies an honest and pure soul. May he enter your kingdom and receive eternal redemption. Ciadas opened her mouth as though she wanted to say that Grozel's faith was in giant King Ormer, but she ultimately chose to keep silent. She watched in silence as Snowman completed the prayer. We have to leave as quickly as possible. No one knows how long this door will remain open, the elvish songster said as she surveyed the surroundings. Her sorrow and pain left her rather quick-tempered. She looked down at the giant and added in a heavy voice, "We can't let Grozel's soul dissipate in this illusory world. We have to bring him back to reality." "All right." Mobit immediately agreed. Klein and company didn't object either. Edwina turned her head and shouted at the mountain cave of ice and snow, "Danitz, you can come out now." At that moment, Ciadas's eyes darted around as though she had recalled something. She turned her head and said to Klein, "Do you have a pen and paper?" "Yes." Klein took out the fountain pen and notes he brought around with him. This was a professional trait of being a seer. Ciadas received it and began scribbling on it. She didn't stop, even when Danitz ran out of the cave. Danitz kept silent. He was also in low spirits as well, lacking the joy and excitement he should have with the pending departure from this book world. Finally, Ciadas stopped writing and handed the paper and pen to Klein. "The formula you wanted. Aren't we completing the trade only after leaving?" Klein mumbled silently in puzzlement. He received the pen and the Ocean Songster potion formula. As though sensing his puzzlement, Ciadas turned her head and looked at Grozel. She said with a heavy voice, "We are now companions, so you can give me the potion formula directly?" Klein put the items away and nodded indiscernibly. "I'll give you the wine cup after we leave." Ciadas didn't respond. Instead, she nudged Mobit. "Bring Grozel along." Mobit looked down at his body, which wasn't too muscular, and his sharp, curvy leather boots. He gave a bitter smile of helplessness and walked to Grozel's thigh. Frunzier silently followed as he bent down to embrace the giant's left shoulder. Anderson looked around and sked. "All of you are injured or weak. Let me do it." He then lifted up Grozel's other shoulder. Klein was just about to help with the other thigh when Danitz rushed over to take the spot. Upon seeing this, he stopped in his tracks. He then watched Anderson and company lift Grozel as they walked towards the illusory snow-laden door. Klein, Edwina, Ciadas, who stumbled as she walked, and Snowman silently followed beside them before they arrived at the exit formed from Ulyssen's corpse. At that moment, Klein surveyed the area and discovered that the light blue blood that flowed out from the King of the North had vanished. It was as though it had never existed. Indeed, it's a conjured monster that's almost real. Klein walked behind as he watched Edwina take a few steps forward as she bent her back, placing her palms on the door. Then Vice Admiral Iceberg exerted her strength and pushed open the snow-laden door. Silently, everyone saw everything disappear after turning illusory then transparent. Rows of brownish-yellow bookshelves quickly appeared before their eyes, along with the orange-yellow sun which had just set below the horizon and a desk with a fountain pen, ink bottle, and paper. This was Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's cabin. Klein quickly placed the middle of the table in his sights. Sitting on it was a book filled with yellowish-brown goatskin. The book flipped to the end as a result of a formless wind. Klein and company then saw the epilogue. With the help of the crazy adventurer and the strongest adventurer, Grozel fulfilled his promise. He led his teammates and slayed the King of the North, but he also ended up sleeping forever in the Nation of Frost. It didn't even give our ending, Ciadas, where do you plan on heading to next? Mobit released Grozel's thigh as he turned his head to ask the elvish songster. Ciadas's eyes seemed to glaze over for a few seconds before she firmly said, "Seek out my race." Just as she said that, she suddenly saw Mobit's flaxen-colored hair rapidly turn white. His originally smooth face had obvious wrinkles. In just a second, Mobit was dying of old age. Ciadas's heart tightened. Just as she was about to lunge forward, she was surprised to realize that she had lost the strength in her legs at some point in time. With a thud, she fell to the ground and realized that the back of her hands were covered in the aged spots of an elder. She instantly understood what was happening as tears immediately flowed down her face. She struggled as she attempted to crawl towards Mobit. Mobit had similarly slumped to the ground as he crawled towards her while extending his right palm. Ciadas reached out her right palm and grabbed the wrinkled and thin hand. They raised their heads with great difficulty as their pupils reflected one another. The corners of their mouths curled up simultaneously before loosening weakly. Their eyelids drooped down and blocked out the light. Klein, Edwina, Anderson, and Danitz failed to react in time to such changes. They had no idea what they could do as they helplessly watched Grozel's corpse rapidly rot as his flesh and blood evaporated, leaving his skeleton and Beyonder characteristic. As for Mobit, Ciadas, Snowman, and Frunzier, they aged in seconds before breathing their last breath and repeating whatever had happened to Grozel's corpse. Their clothes had either disappeared or turned to dust. Their souls dispersed at extraordinary speeds before they were gone. Even the one who lived inside the book for the shortest time had been there for 165 years. Edwina muttered softly as she turned her head to look at that bones which faced the sea and sun. It was none other than disciplinary paladin Frunzier. He was sitting on a chair looking west where Backlund was. Snowman was seated cross-legged to the side. His corpse maintained the posture of praying. That's right. They've lived in the book world for centuries or millennia. With the rules of the outside world, as non-demigods, they should have died long ago. I should have realized this. Why wasn't I wary of this point at all? Could it be? Klein suddenly recalled the psychological influence on Mobit, Grozel, and company as he began having an idea. He once again looked down at the book bound by goatskin. He believed that it had many, many more secrets. This fellow is rather interesting. He died just like that. Anderson looked at Mobit's corpse as he smirked. At that moment, all the Beyonder characteristics had slowly condensed. However, Frunzier didn't produce anything similar to that. Edwina observed for a moment before softly saying, "The potion he consumed was illusory, likewise for the strength he obtained. It's just like that frost dragon. It was likely conjured in the book world. It was almost real." Klein sighed silently. He was momentarily at a loss for words, so all he could do was maintain Gairman Sparrow's silence. In the next 10 minutes, no one spoke in the captain's cabin of the Golden Dream until the 4 Beyonder characteristics took form. One of them was the size of a fist resembling a heart. It was covered with holes as it shimmered with the light of dawn. Another resembled a jellyfish. Its translucent exterior seemed to contain azure-blue seawater, and inside it were vortices that were occasionally stirred by hurricanes or flashing silver lightning while emitting a faint, ethereal song. Another was a pure, bright crystal that exuded holiness. The last was a baby's palm with 5 thin, stretched-out fingers as it kept changing colors due to the environment. "Sigh, we can't just keep watching like this." Finally, Anderson broke the silence. "Let's split the Beyonder characteristics." Just as Edwina's light blue eyes were dyed with pangs of fire, the hunter shrugged and said with a wry smile, "I believe that they'll have wishes such as this, as we were companions who fought together." Seeing Edwina's gaze warm up, Anderson curled the sides of his mouth and shook his head with a sigh. "You're always so inflexible. That's why you aren't able to become an artist your entire life." After sighing again, he looked at the corpse on the chair. "We can't keep watching. We have to do something. Doesn't Ciadas wish to find her race? Let's bury her near an elvish ruin in Sonia Island. Mobit looks like he wants to be with Ciadas. We should bury them in the same tomb. Doesn't Frunzier want to return to Backlund? Burn his remains to ashes, store the ashes in a box, and bring it to the city when possible. If time permits it, then someone can look for his descendants. As for Snowman, it's not known if he believes in the ancient sun god or the original creator. Who knows if the two are the same? To us it's the same. There's definitely no way to find the corresponding cathedrals or altars. Therefore, the only thing we can do is bury him beside Grozel. Grozel. He wishes to return to the giant king's court, but that's a city in myths and legends. There's no way to find it in the real world. However, there are giant ruins in the northern and southern continent. We can bury him there and allow him to have a proper burial. Giant King's Court, Backlund. Klein listened in silence as he deliberated for a few seconds. Leave the ashes of Grozel, Snowman, and Frunzier with me. He believed that in the time to come, the City of Silver would manage to reach the Giant King's Court. When that happened, he could hand Grozel's and Snowman's ashes to Little Sun and allow him to bury the two ancient figures. As for Backlund, Klein needed to return to it, as it was the final destination of his travels. He could then bring back Frunzier, who had left his hometown for more than 165 years. Edwina added, "The golden dream often goes to Sonia Island. I'll handle Sonia Islands and Mobit's remains. All right, you'll be in charge of the cremation later." Anderson turned to look at Danitz as he chuckled and sighed. "Look, everyone plays a part in this. There's no need to feel inferior." He originally imagined that Danitz wouldn't understand his consoling and would glare at him angrily. To his surprise, this well-known pirate's expression turned heavy as he nodded in silence. Ahem. As companions who faced the King of the North together, let's each choose one. Treat it as though we're inheriting their legacy. Anderson gestured at the shimmering items on the floor. Heh. These Beyonder characteristics definitely have remnants of their psyche. I wonder what kind of influence they will bring. Be it concocting it into a potion for consumption or getting an artisan to craft it into an item, there should be something special about them. The former can be digested with the acting method, but nothing can be done about the latter. From the looks of it, you don't know the acting method. Treat it as though I didn't say a thing. The last two lines were said to Danitz. Klein didn't have the mood to lampoon Anderson. He looked at the four Beyonder characteristics and said, "Give Ciotazes to me." This was the main ingredient of an ocean songster. Edwina thought for a moment before saying, "I'll take Snowman's." It corresponded to the Priest of Light, which Klein already had one of. Hence, he didn't choose it. Anderson glanced at the remaining two Beyonder characteristics as his gaze paused at the strange item that resembled a baby's palm. "I have to say that this guy is very interesting. Perhaps it can be made into a mystical item that can talk to me. That way, everyone wouldn't be too lonely." At that moment, the giant's heart didn't have an owner. Klein glanced at Danitz and indifferently said, "It's yours." "Mine? I didn't do anything. I didn't participate in the battle." Danitz was extremely surprised. Klein said simply, "You scouted and took on a risk." To Klein, this was a form of compensation. This was because Danitz had chanted the fool's honorific name and knew Gehrman Sparrow's secret. Therefore, he had to force the faith of the fool on him. Otherwise, it would only leave latent risks. Although this was a risk which Danitz was willing to take, Klein still wished to compensate him. Of course, he hoped that Danitz would view it as a bestowment from the fool. And regardless of exchanging Grozel's Beyonder characteristic for money, using it to purchase the corresponding formula and ingredients, or making it into a defensive mystical item, all of them would be very useful for Danitz. "Take it," Edwina said as she looked at Danitz. "All right." Danitz nodded after a few seconds of silence. After distributing them, Klein took a few steps forward and bent his back to pick up Ciotaz's Beyonder characteristic. Looking at the azure-blue seawater sloshing inside the translucent membrane, he could vaguely hear the elf's beautiful singing. Just as he stood up, he saw Danitz nodding as though he was responding to a question. However, no one had spoken. Klein's gaze swept past Edwina's expressionless face and suspected if this mysticism magister was communicating with Danitz in a way others couldn't hear. Seeing Danitz give an affirmative answer, Edwina reached out to pick up Grozel's travels from the desk and closed it. She then handed it to Klein. "This is a token of my gratitude. Without me, all of you would have defeated the Frost Dragon." Klein didn't reach out his hand as he looked at the book comprised of yellowish-brown goatskin. "No, we definitely would have died. We had no way to defend against the King of the North's final frenzy. Besides, you were taking a huge risk entering the book." Edwina was like a teacher, explaining to him the reasons in a serious manner. "My only request is that you will tell me the answers if you figure out its origins and principles." Klein was very curious about the secrets hidden in Grozel's travels. He couldn't reject the offer as he reached out to take the magical book. "Okay." At this moment, the importance of the Giant King's Court became more obvious. He even thought of buying the black iron key belonging to the giants and was worth £5,000 while he was at it. However, he didn't immediately make the request, to prevent Edwina from thinking that he was trying to fleece her. He prepared to wait a few more hours or perhaps tomorrow, before borrowing the key from Vice Admiral Iceberg. He would head above the gray fog to divine its worth before offering to purchase it. Seeing Anderson and Danitz pick up their Beyonder characteristics, Edwina glanced at the darkening sky and said to Klein, "Where are you heading to next?" "Buy 'em," Klein replied frankly. Edwina nodded. "You can head there on the Golden Dream. We have plenty of rooms." Klein nodded indiscernibly as he agreed. Who wouldn't want a free ride? After dealing with the remains and cleaning up the captain's cabin, Edwina walked to the door and opened it. There were gasps of pleasant surprise as the mood in the corridor turned jubilant. "All right, it's fine now." Edwina looked around as a smile formed from her cold expression. The crew cheered loudly, making Anderson stroke his chin and frown. "It's more exaggerated than I imagined." Without a doubt, his words were drowned by the ebullient cheers. After everything came to an end, Klein and Anderson left the captain's cabin under Danitz's lead and headed for other rooms on the same level. Half turning his body to look where they were, Anderson suddenly sighed. "Is that it? Although we didn't get to know each other for more than half an hour, people who fought alongside you often leave a deep impression. But to think they suddenly died in a baffling manner. All of them." Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "This world is filled with baffling deaths to begin with." "That's right." Anderson immediately smiled. "That's why optimism is needed to enjoy life. If I were to face death one day, I'll definitely be composed and cool, not losing my elegance at all. I would face it in the most handsome manner possible. Don't raise flags for yourself." Klein didn't say a word as he entered the room Danitz opened for him. Anderson took the room beside him. In the room, Klein stood at the window as he silently watched the darkening sea for nearly 10 minutes. Then he entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited the incantation, and went above the gray fog. Sitting at the high-back chair of the Fool, he conjured the world's figure and made him make a praying pose. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform the Sun that I've obtained the Sequence 6 notary potion formula he wants. I also have clues to the Priest of Light formula and main ingredients. He can delay payment by putting it on credit and pay for it in the future." Klein was doing this to prepare for his advancement to Sequence 4. The City of Silver had rich resources, so it was possible that particular main ingredients or difficult supplementary ingredients that were hard to come across would exist over there. Therefore, with him in no rush to get anything, he planned on letting Little Sun owe him. The reason why he didn't say that he had obtained the main ingredients and potion formula for Priest of Light was because he felt that it was too exaggerated. He planned on telling him once Little Sun was more or less done digesting the potion. After checking the conjured scene twice, he transmitted it into the crimson star representing the sun as a stream of light. Afternoon Town. Having just finished patrolling the periphery of the newly established camp, Derek's vision suddenly blurred, and he saw an endless gray fog and an indistinct figure praying inside a dark red glow. Immediately following that, he heard the world's voice and learned that his notary potion formula had been acquired. Mr. World's efficiency is really high. It's the exact number of days that he promised. Furthermore, he even got clues to the Priest of Light potion formula and main ingredients. Derek felt joy after a moment of alarm. He couldn't help but admire the world, wishing that he would possess similar strength and styles in the future. Above the gray fog, the world made another prayer after Mr. Fool confirmed that there weren't any problems with the Ocean Songster potion formula. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Mr. Hangman that I've already obtained the Ocean Songster's potion formula and the corresponding main ingredient. I'll give it to him during the next tarot gathering. Please get him to consider what he would like to provide in exchange. On the undulating sea, inside an ancient and dark sailboat, Alger Wilson stood in front of a window, considering the report he had to produce when he arrived at Pasu Island. It was at that moment when the endless gray fog and a figure lording over him appeared. He then saw a dark red glow and saw a blurry figure resembling the world. He then heard the figure's calm words. After hearing it, Alger's eyes widened. He found it difficult to suppress his joy as a strong sense of bewilderment and shock emerged within his heart. He remembered very clearly that the world had only promised the son to obtain the notary potion formula within 3 days at the last Tarot Club gathering. He hadn't mentioned anything related to the Ocean Songster potion formula, but in just days this gentleman had obtained the rare Sequence 5 formula and even its main ingredient. What did he do exactly? Alger muttered silently to himself as he couldn't help but recall Gairman Sparrow's cold and formidable appearance. He found the man more and more unfathomable. Is this the advantage of being a blessed? Yes, I just received the news yesterday that Gairman Sparrow boarded the Future last week in Nas. On the one hand, it proves that Admiral of Stars is indeed the Hermit, and on the other hand, it means that what the world did last week was extremely important. For example, entering those dangerous waters in the Eastern Front to obtain something. Therefore, he had no choice but to seek the Hermit's help. As such, he advanced and became a Sequence 5 powerhouse. This can explain how he obtained the Ocean Songster potion formula and its main ingredient in the span of a few days. But what did he do exactly? Don't tell me that he killed someone from the middle upper echelons of the church? Alger couldn't help but frown. He quickly calmed his heart as he focused on another matter. Although instantly obtaining the formula and main ingredient delighted and excited him, making him feel that becoming a Tarot Club member was a turning point in his life, he still needed to pay for it. What can I give the world? Alger fell into deep thought, depressed to realize that he didn't have any items or money of equal value. He subconsciously paced about his window. Above the gray fog, the busy world vanished as Klein cast his eyes on Grozel's travels which he had brought above the gray fog. This book, comprised of yellowish-brown goatskin, was silently placed on the long bronze table. It didn't appear special in any way, appearing so ordinary that only history fans would notice it. Klein conjured a pen and paper as he cautiously wrote the first divination statement. This is the spectator pathway's uniqueness. He was most worried about this point, as it meant that he couldn't seal the book above the gray fog. It might bring about unexpected accidents, but carrying it with him made it possible for him to be sucked into the book at any time. That would be very problematic. He undid the spirit pendulum on his left wrist, composed himself, and attempted a divination. When he opened his eyes, the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise. It meant a negative result. From the looks of it, this strange book isn't the spectator pathway's uniqueness. Then, there's no need to be too afraid. Klein thought for a few seconds before divining if Grozel's travels was the corresponding item of the spectator pathway's sequence 1 or 2. To his surprise, the divination ended in a failure. He thought for a long while before penning a new divination statement. Its origins. The reason why Klein dared to do such a divination was because he knew very well that the spectator pathway's sequence 0 had long perished. There was a high chance that the uniqueness was in the hands of the Twilight Hermit Order. Therefore, the chances of him having to face a real god was negligible. Putting down the pen and holding the paper and book, Klein leaned back into the chair and recited the divination statement as he entered a dream with cogitation. The gray, hazy world cracked open as the sky turned extremely dark. It was as though strong winds were stirring the dark clouds. In this dark environment, a sliver of light appeared first along the horizon as it grew bigger and clearer. It was a floating continent. It was a huge continent that could hold several cities. The continent's periphery was grayish-white in color. Huge boulders revealed their outlines, and above them, there were dozens of erect 100-meter-tall stone columns. They either stood independently or propped up magnificent ancient palaces. Dragons of different colors, grayish-white, scarlet-red, yellowish-bronze, as well as some made of ice, were flying over the continent and the one-of-a-kind city. At times, they would land on a stone column to rest as they overlooked the land. At other times, they would enter the opulent palace and vanish from Klein's sight. Among them, the smallest one was about the size of King of the North Ulysses. The biggest spanned 100 meters. The scene quickly zoomed in as a palace with a height of over 200 meters occupied Klein's vision. Its interior had stone columns erected, propping up a dome. The space was so large that it allowed any dragon to move freely within. The camera kept moving inward, and soon, Klein saw a book made of yellowish-brown goatskin. Its cover was blank as it floated in midair. Compared to its surroundings, it was amazingly small. Right behind the book, a large shadow appeared. Just as the shadow's silhouette was outlined, Klein felt his thoughts instantly explode. His eyes spewed out with blood as his ears were left with 2 black holes. His mouth and nostrils had white matter stained with blood spew out from them. The mysterious space above the gray fog gently trembled as it pacified everything. Klein quickly recovered as he gritted his teeth and rubbed his head. It hurts. It freaking hurts. It's in no way inferior to the eternal blazing Sunday. I didn't even discern his looks or gain any knowledge. Was he dragon of imagination Ankwelt? According to Little Sun's information, he had perished at the end of the second epoch. After so many epochs, spanning 2 to 3 millennia, just prying into the mystery was enough to put me in such a sorry state. If not for the gray fog's screening and assistance, I would have died immediately. This mark is way too powerful, isn't it? There's no way of comparing them. Its damage is inferior to the previous encounter with the eternal blazing sun, but one had died long ago while the other is still alive. It just begs the question if the ancient gods are stronger than the real gods of the present day. Using nearly a minute to recover from the pain, Klein recast his gaze on Grozel's travels. He tapped the mottled table's edge and muttered silently, "This book's author is Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt? A book written by an ancient god. A storybook that can automatically deduce the ending? What is his goal?" When this book was formed, the Dragon of Imagination likely hadn't encountered the ancient sun god and was fine. After all, it would take some time to go from the City of Miracles, Liveseed, to the Giant King's Court. And before Grozel was swallowed by the book, the Giant King's Court was clearly still in existence. Just a prank? A toy used to kill his boredom? Or could it be that the Dragon of Imagination had foreseen some of the future? He specially created this book to leave behind a chance for himself or the dragons to resurrect. However, he underestimated the ancient sun god's might, and he completely perished. It made the book unusable for millennia, so all it could do was naturally absorb characters into it to play out a story. Klein made some guesses, but he wasn't able to verify them. After some consideration, he thought of finding a chance to enter the book in search for clues. In the future, I can enter as a spirit body above the gray fog. Once I encounter any trouble, I'll immediately return. Yes, I'll make the attempt after I'm no longer with Edwina and Anderson. I have to be careful and cautious. Klein nodded as he divined if leaving Grozel's travels above the gray fog would bring undesirable changes to the mysterious space. But he was met with failure again. As for the reason, he actually knew why. This was a place that transcended the spirit world. Divining about matters involving this area naturally failed if attempts were made to obtain revelations from the spirit world. After deciding to frequently come above the gray fog to take a look so as to prevent any accidents, Klein threw Grozel's travels into the junk pile. He then waved his hand, summoning a golden wine cup that had been partially flattened. The cup had complicated patterns engraved on it, with the elvish phrases calamity and Kohinum. Apart from that, there wasn't anything special. With it in hand, Klein silently rubbed it for a few seconds. Knock, knock, knock. Klein politely knocked on the door to the captain's cabin. Is there something? Edwina, who had let down her hair, looked at Gehrman Sparrow and asked. Klein handed over the elf queen's golden wine cup. Put this in Ciatas's tomb. All right. Edwina fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding and receiving it. She habitually studied the engravings and symbols on the cup before withdrawing her gaze in embarrassment. She then looked out the window and said, They'll be organizing a bonfire party. Will you be participating? No, Klein shook his head. I understand. I don't plan on participating either. Not everyone is like Anderson, who can quickly raise his spirits, Edwina said with pursed lips. Actually, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Klein was momentarily at a loss for a response. And apart from giving lessons, Edwina wasn't good at socializing. Immediately, the two of them fell silent. About 10 seconds later, Klein silently inhaled and broke the silence. Are you selling that key that originates from the giants? Yes. Edwina thought about it before glancing at her collector's room. She added, I can lend it to you for studying. You can decide whether to buy it before leaving the ship. You didn't even need me to mention it. I was still a little embarrassed to raise the subject. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After considering Gehrman Sparrow's persona, he calmly said, I do not take advantage of others. Just as he said that, he felt a little regretful. He was afraid that Vice Admiral Iceberg would really change her mind. Edwina's light blue eyes moved slightly as she said, The only condition is that you have to tell me the answer to anything you figure out. Phew. Klein didn't harp on the issue as he nodded. Okay. About a minute later, he carried an iron-black key the size of a heptachord. And at that moment, there was a series of fervent singing from the deck. Your eyes are so mesmerizing that it feels like the light from dawn. When night comes and the sun has gone down, I almost start feeling melancholy, fervently awaiting your light. Oh, your eyes are so mesmerizing that it feels like the light from dawn. Klein subconsciously went to the window and looked out. He saw that the bonfire had already been lit, and the Golden Dreams crew, that had nothing to do on their hands, were gathered around it. They were either roasting meat or fish as they guzzled beer. Otherwise, they would be dancing a rather random but lively dance alongside singer Orpheus's singing. It was a very merry atmosphere. The oily roasting exuded a tantalizing aroma that wafted upwards. Klein saw that Anderson Hood was also among the pirates, drinking in high spirits and eating happily. From time to time, he would shout a few words and say a joke, as though he was already a member of the Golden Dream. He was no longer ostracized like before. Instead, Danitz didn't appear among them. At the very least, Klein didn't see him near Iron Skin or Barrel. As long as he doesn't provoke others, Anderson is rather good at socializing. This might be the intelligence-gathering powers of a conspirer. Yes, he might have transferred the hatred onto me. I wonder if Danitz will work hard after what happened. If he can improve himself and acquire greater strength, then as the fool, I wouldn't only have myself as a subordinate. I don't have to always appear as a trinity. Heh, this secret existence of mine finally has a real believer, someone I can directly order to do things, even though it's only limited to Danitz. I have to say, it's still quite pathetic. As Klein reflected over the matter, he prepared a ritual to sacrifice the giant's key above the gray fog. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively activated his spirit vision and looked to the side. White bones were thrown up as they materialized into the messenger with black flames in its eye sockets. Half of the messenger's body was in the lower deck, so it was nearly level with Gehrman Sparrow without tearing through the ceiling. However, the palm holding the letter remained huge, as though it could easily wrap it around Klein's head. Mr. Azek was quite quick to reply this time. As Klein politely nodded, he received the letter and unfolded it. Just as he was about to read its contents, he suddenly realized that the skeleton messenger remained standing there. It didn't vanish once it delivered the letter. "Is there something?" Klein asked in surprise. Just as he said that, an idea flashed through his mind as he quickly added, "If there's a need to reply, then I will summon you again." The skeleton messenger's huge head nodded as its body collapsed like a waterfall before returning to the underworld. "Ma'am, Rionette Tinker previously waited for me to give a reply. Same for the skeleton messenger this time. Is this some new regulation the messenger world has enacted?" "Pooey. There's no such thing as a messenger world. They're all individually summoned, and most messengers are just doing it part-time." "Yes," the skeleton messenger gave me an aggrieved feeling. Klein shook his head without much thought before focusing his attention on Mr. Azek's letter. To put it simply, attaining godhood begins from the moment one advances to sequence 4. It's a slow process of evolution towards a mythical creature. This process comes to an end at sequence 2. Therefore, there is a qualitative difference between an angel and a saint. In ancient times, the former are even called subsidiary gods. Every demigod, including saints and angels, have their own mythical state. This is a non-human form which is a potpourri of complex knowledge, godhood characteristics, and secret symbols. Ordinary people will suffer tremendous damage from a simple glance, to the point of losing their minds. And as the demigod grows in strength, the damage only grows more potent and irresistible. Therefore, creatures at this level have to constantly control themselves to not expose this form, or just from their very existence alone, it can bring about a catastrophe to their surroundings. To demigods, one of the main traits of losing control is losing reason. When that happens, they will no longer be able to restrain their mythical creature form. However, a saint's mythical form isn't complete. There are clear characteristics of their original race. Strictly speaking, one is a true mythical creature only after they reach sequence 2. I wonder if the blood that Ma'am Hermit wants is the blood of a mythical creature in the true sense of the phrase, or if the criteria can be relaxed. I wonder if the placenta blood from Will Osepton's birth counts. He is a sequence 1 snake of fate, an absolute mythical creature, just not in the correct form. I'll accumulate more matters before writing on the paper crane to ask him. Yes, there are only 2 more times, so I need to do it for serious matters. However, I'll be returning to Backlund soon. With this in mind, Klein silently calculated when Will Osepton would be born. He didn't make an accurate recollection, but based on his impressions, Will Osepton had been conceived last November, and it was currently only the middle of April. Therefore, he will be born in July? Perhaps earlier, Klein thought without great certainty. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend or wife in his previous life, much less having a child. He quickly threw those thoughts to the back of his mind and began setting up the ritual. He sacrificed the giant's key to himself. The reason why he didn't use his spirit body to carry it, it was simply because it was too heavy. Soon he arrived above the gray fog. He made the iron-black key fly onto the surface of the bronze table as he seriously inspected it a few times. After confirming that there wasn't anything abnormal about it, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement. The place this key corresponds to. With the paper in hand and his arm around the key, Klein leaned back into his chair and fell asleep while chanting. This time, the gray, hazy world first presented a distorted, translucent screen. As the scene zoomed in, he immediately appeared before a 10-meter-tall door. The door was mainly blue in color, and on its sides were various engraved symbols, labels, and patterns. They were stately and mysterious. The light of dusk shone over faintly, dyeing the door with a clear sense of decline. It was like the daylight was gone for the world, with only eternal darkness replacing it. Right on the heels of that, Klein noticed that the opening in the door's left side, at a height of 3 to 4 meters, there was a pitch-black socket which was equivalent to an adult's fist. The scene quickly shattered as Klein opened his eyes. A door similar to the black cloisters but of a different color, the light of dusk. My interpretation is that it represents a particular door of the giant king's court. Yes, the first distorted translucent screen should be the barrier between the forsaken land of the gods and the outside world. Therefore, without the gray mist eliminating interference, there's no way to see the scene via divination. Klein tapped on the edge of the model table as he made judgment. He had already decided to buy the giant's key, after going through the hassle of bringing £5,000 in cash back to the real world. Klein tidied the items on the table and held a thick stack of cash. He left his room once again and walked to the captain's cabin. As a Desire Apostle, Curtius's bounty is equivalent to a key and £1,000. Klein glanced at the cash in his hand as he knocked on Vice Admiral Iceberg's door again. With a creak, Edwina appeared by the door. When she saw him holding the cash, her brows twitched as she widened her eyes. She said with a brightened expression, "You have results?" Klein tersely acknowledged. "I already obtained results that it's likely related to the Giant King's Court." "The Giant King's Court as spoken in myths?" Edwina's eyes lit up as she asked. Klein gently nodded in affirmation. Edwina's lips quivered as though she wished to inquire further, but ultimately, she didn't say a word. She took the £5,000 in cash. She turned back to look at the rows of bookshelves in the captain's cabin and fell silent. She finally said to Klein seconds later, "If you're interested in these books, you can borrow them any time in the day. My only request is..." Klein secretly predicted what Vice Admiral Iceberg was about to say. "My only request is that you can talk to me about history whenever you're free." Edwina paused before she added with her eyes appearing bright. Klein chuckled inwardly and said after some thought, "All right, but I will not answer every question." Meanwhile, he silently prayed inwardly. Let's hope Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection has methods to create higher-level charms. No problem. The corner of Edwina's mouth twitched as her expression became livelier. "See you tomorrow." Klein took off his hat and pressed it to his chest as he bowed to bid farewell. Edwina also seriously returned the pleasantries. "See you tomorrow." Backlund. Iron Gate Street, outside Braveheart's bar. Emlyn White got off a carriage, pushed open a wooden door, and walked in. He was then triggered by the mixture of smells inside as he pinched his nose in contempt. He hadn't had much progress in the competition to hunt for the primordial moon believers. Therefore, he planned on heading to the Braveheart's bar which Sherlock Moriarty often mentioned. He was there to find the rather informed black market arms dealer, Ian. The latter's name was acquired by Emlyn through other means. Turning his body to the side, Emlyn avoided a bulldozing drunkard. While swatting his clothes with a frown, he continued jostling towards the bar counter. During this process, he didn't seem to be doing anything, but the surrounding customers would always fail to touch him. Be it in terms of speed, agility, or his balance and coordination, he had reached a rather terrifying level. Finally, Emlyn arrived at the bar counter as he rapped the wooden counter. "Where's Ian?" The bartender glanced at him. Without a word, he kept his head low and wiped his glass cups. Emlyn stood there in surprise, wondering if he had done something wrong that earned him nothing. This angered him a little as he wished to reach out and yank the bartender out. However, he believed that such acts were lacking as a gentleman. He forcefully held down his emotions and looked around and discovered that everyone was drinking. With a thought, Emlyn experimented by saying, "A cup of Ormer red wine." The bartender's actions paused as he looked up and gave the handsome, black-haired, red-eyed man an odd look. "We don't have that available." This was the finest red wine in the world. The price was staggering. Emlyn wasn't dumb, and he could tell from the bartender's eyes that he had ordered something he shouldn't have. On careful thought, he said, "1 glass of Southville beer, 5 pence." The bartender finally lowered the cup and cloth. Emlyn took out a 1 solely note and said, "Keep the change." "Thank you." The bartender pointed left and said, "Ian is in card room 1. Emlyn immediately smiled, feeling happy and proud that he had resolved an actual problem. He didn't take the cup of Southville beer and, instead, turned around and walked straight to card room 1. "Knock, knock, knock." He politely knocked on the door. "Please come on in." A rather adolescent voice sounded. Emlyn adjusted his collar and pushed open the door, only to realize that the scene inside was unlike what he had expected. He believed that since it was a card room, There would be a bunch of people surrounding a long table, playing games like Texas, but to his surprise, there were indeed about 8 people, but there weren't any poker cards. A piece of paper was placed in front of every participant as they seemed to be recording something. Apart from that, there were only fountain pens and multi-face dice on the table. Emlyn instinctively cast his gaze on the youngest person inside. It was similarly a handsome boy with red eyes. He looked about 16. "Ian?" Emlyn asked. Ian nodded with a smile. "That's me, sir. Is there something I can help you with? Or do you wish to join our game?" "Game?" Emlyn returned with a question. Ian chuckled. "Yes, game. I don't enjoy playing cards or billiards, but something needs to be done when spending the whole day here. I gained some inspiration from Emperor Roselle's biography. It's to organize a few people to sit down and attempt a tabletop adventure. In this game, as long as you abide by the rules, you can be anyone. A doctor, an adventurer who loves eating vegetables, a private detective who always carries a wrench and pipe, or an adventurer who enjoys radical ideas. Together, they can head to some ancient castle and seek out the history hidden within, battling all kinds of monsters along the way. Sounds a little interesting. Emlyn had a feeling that this game suited him well. Haha, do you want to join? We're currently embroiled in a ploy and are facing a powerful ancient vampire. He appears to have a handsome face, but beneath his skin are boils formed from his boiling blood. Ian warmly invited him. Sanguine. Thank you very much. Emlyn's expression twitched indiscernibly as he directly said, I have a mission for you. All right, let's go to the room next door. Ian took his round hat and old satchel and stood up. The billiard room next door had no one in it. The boy closed the door with great familiarity as he surveyed the area before looking at Emlyn. Sir, I do not know you. Might I know who introduced you? Emlyn lifted his chin and smiled. Sherlock Moriarty. Just as he said that, he suddenly looked left and right as he raised his hand to pinch his nose. So it's Detective Moriarty. Ian heaved a sigh of relief without hiding it. I'm assured then. By the way, didn't he go on vacation to Desi Bay? When will he be back? Emlyn lowered his right hand as he said without a change in expression. He isn't back yet. I've been to his rented apartment. To be frank, a normal vacation should have ended by the end of January. It's already April. Could it be that something happened to him? Ian asked worriedly. Emlyn recalled the powers and mysteriousness which Sherlock Moriarty presented as he shook his head. Perhaps he's caught up in a complicated case. Ian didn't speak further as he asked, How may I address you? What mission do you have? You can call me Mr. White. Emlyn took out a piece of paper that resembled a bounty notice. Help me find these 5 people. Ian received it and carefully flipped through it for a while. £20 for an effective clue. £150 for an exact location. Is that acceptable? No problem. Emlyn felt that the price was just too cheap. Compared to this, the prices seen at the Tarot Club were way more exaggerated. Ian folded the piece of paper and said, Mr. White, how do I contact you if I have any clues? South of the bridge, Harvest Church. Emlyn had already thought of the answer. Upon hearing that, Ian gave him an odd look. You're a believer of Mother Earth? That's rare in Backland. I'm not. Emlyn firmly shook his head. I'm only doing volunteer work over there. Without waiting for Ian to speak, he asked, How did you inherit those red eyes? This was something he had wished to ask when he first saw Ian. This was because red eyes were a trademark characteristic of Sanguine in ancient times. However, there was a long period of time when humans and Sanguine copulated in the 4th epoch. They were all residents of an empire. Hence, with the widespread fellowship, many descendants were produced. There was an increasing number of red-eyed mixed bloods as they passed down their genes, becoming an uncommon eye color for humans. To put it simply, every red-eyed human had a Sanguine ancestor. Ian replied in surprise, My father, I've no idea how much further up the family tree, as I was a vagabond. From the looks of it, he isn't connected to the Sanguine. Emlyn handed over a £20 deposit, feeling somewhat disappointed before turning to leave the billiard room. After he left, Ian didn't immediately return to the card room. Instead, he closed the door and said into the air, "Detective Moriarty hasn't returned to Backlund. I'm a little worried about him." A figure suddenly appeared in the billiard room. She had a pale face with exquisite features while wearing a black bonnet. Dressed in a black Gothic regal dress, she was none other than Wraith Sharon. "He's doing fine," Sharon replied without any perturbation in her tone. Her figure dematerialized before vanishing. "You always says the same thing. Don't tell me that you've always been in contact with Detective Moriarty." Ian mumbled softly as he picked up a newspaper in the corner of the billiard room. Placed on it was the Tussock Times, and beneath it was News at Sea. The latter was mainly used to report the situations of the different colonies of the Lone Kingdom and matters at sea, but due to technological restrictions, the news at sea that reached Backlund was severely outdated. It wasn't of much use to people who needed it, so subscription numbers were low, and the business was floundering. Later, with a suggestion from a new chief editor, the newspaper's style changed. It had more rumors out at sea, as well as all sorts of strange matters revolving pirates and adventurers. It appeared more like stories rather than actual news reports. To people's surprise, this change in style was welcomed, as it involved ghosts, specters, sea monsters, and treasures. It became the semi-literate people's prime choice to flaunt their knowledge to the illiterate at the various bars. After all, although the stories seemed fake, they were sufficiently interesting. Ian casually flipped through the newspapers without finding any content of interest. He only had a deep impression on one of the reports in News at Sea. According to our correspondent, on the night of the March 25th, the King of Immortality fleet attacked a ship heading from East Balham to Faceac and plundered all its goods and money. And living up to his title, Slaughterer Curtius finished a bloody massacre. These pirates are really preposterous. Ian shook his head and lowered the newspapers. He returned to the card room and continued his game. Outside the bar, Emlyn boarded a carriage and leaned onto the carriage wall as he watched the street lamps move past him. He pinched his nose again and silently muttered, "A wraith? This arms dealer sure is resourceful. Not bad." Emlyn closed his eyes as he felt more hopeful about his entrusted mission. The sunlight shone in from outside, dyeing the captain's cabin golden. Edwina sat on a chair with a book in hand as she looked opposite her. "So, you also believe that the Solomon, Trunsoist, and Tudor empires all coexisted? This is a necessary condition for the War of the Four Emperors," Klein simply replied. He held a book titled Book of the Three Worlds. It originated from a Life School of Thought member before it landed in Vice Admiral Iceberg's hands. It described the material world, the spirit world, and the world beyond rationality. It included some information on charms, with rather profound parts. Klein was seriously reading information on this in a bid to better use the Sea God Scepter and the Worm of Time. Klein had actually discovered that the books collected by Vice Admiral Iceberg were various ancient texts that were rather unsystematic. This was quite different from the characteristics of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom which backed her. Therefore, he guessed that the internal, orthodox, systematic mysticism knowledge of the Church was not public. Edwina was just about to ask again when she suddenly realized the Golden Dream's cruising speed gradually drop. She looked out the window and after a few looks, said crisply, "We've arrived in Byam." "We've reached Byam?" Klein stood up upon hearing that and looked out. He saw the familiar Resistance's private harbor. He didn't show his surprise as he commented calmly, "Faster than I expected." It was 3 hours faster than he had expected. "It's faster than I expected as well." Edwina looked away and agreed with Gairman Sparrow. "However, these are all unimportant details." Klein lowered his head, pretending as though he was browsing through the rest of the Book of the Three Worlds. He then handed it to Vice Admiral Iceberg. "That marks the end of this discussion." Edwina looked at the book in silence. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. She reached for the Book of the Three Worlds and placed it on the table in passing. Following that, she got up and bowed. "I look forward to future discussions with you. Your expertise in ancient history is admirable." If Klein had been acting as himself, He would have said a few words of humility while praising Vice Admiral Iceberg for her breadth of knowledge. Unfortunately, he was the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. All he did was nod and say, "We are collaborators." It meant that there would be opportunities in the future. He didn't speak further as he left the captain's cabin and returned to his room. He packed his suitcase with a relaxed mind, waited for the Golden Dream to dock, and then headed straight for the deck. At that moment, there were many crew members gathered on the deck. It included Gourmet Brewalls, Singer Orpheus, and Flowery Bowtie Jodson. Most of the crew who were upper echelon members of the pirate crew with their heads worth a handsome bounty. They gave sincere smiles as they happily kept waving at Klein. Among them, Beryl and Iron Skin were filled with excitement as they belted out a song for their departing guest. "When did I have such a good relationship with them?" Klein lampooned as he walked past the pirates until he arrived at the gangway. Anderson Hood was there with his hair combed, his clothes neat and tidy. He said with a laugh, "They probably mean to say goodbye, or should I say, let's hope we don't meet again. Gehrman, do you know how dangerous the situation you were in? You nearly became the public enemy of every crew member. They were so eager to steer the Golden Dream to Byam in 5 minutes." Klein was just about to answer when he saw Danitz jog over with a black cloak draped over him. "This fellow has really resolved himself to do better, and he plans to leave the Golden Dream to go at it alone? This is a little incompatible with my plans. Only by being around Vice Admiral Iceberg and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom would his value as a believer of the Fool be accentuated. However, it doesn't matter. If Danitz can grow stronger, it will be even more meaningful." Klein habitually measured the pros and cons before ignoring his other thoughts. He looked at Danitz in silence and waited for him to speak. Danitz opened his mouth with a serious expression, but nothing came out of it. All he did was give a hollow chuckle and say to Anderson, "Do you have the potion formula for Conspirer?" "Yes," Anderson said with a chuckle. "But I have no plans on selling it to you." Danitz's expression darkened as Anderson continued, unfazed. "What's the point of obtaining the Conspirer potion formula now? Any attempts to advance now will only result in failure. Pal, it's best you redo your acting as a hunter, followed by a provoker, and then a pyromaniac. It's best that you get an artisan to make that giant's heart into a defensive mystical item. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would be killed by others when the time comes. After you're sure about your chances, get the Conspirer potion formula from your captain. She has it. However, I believe that will be the end for you. Conspirer has very high requirements." Danitz's face twitched as he was being mocked, but he remembered every word Anderson told him. This was because the man before him had the title of Strongest Hunter, who had rich experience on this pathway. Furthermore, he had a vague idea that the key was acting. He suspected that the captain's guidance from before was directed at this, just that it was rather vague. "There will come a day when I'll let you know what a true conspirer is," Danitz stubbornly retorted before looking at Gehrman Sparrow. He cleared his throat as he said without daring to look into his eyes, "I've already made the request with Captain. In the future, I'll be in contact with the Resistance, and I'll often be in Byam. It means you don't wish to leave the Golden Dream, but you will find opportunities to hone yourself? Why does it feel like you're reporting to your boss?" Klein chuckled inwardly as he gave a terse answer. Danitz was instantly relieved as he felt a lot better. If it wasn't because his companions were watching behind him, he would have diligently helped Gehrman Sparrow carry his suitcase and send him all the way to the dock. After watching Gehrman and Anderson leave, he cautiously decided to pray to the Fool every day starting tonight. He wanted to show his devotion to prevent any accidents from happening to him. Inside the Resistance's private harbor, Anderson watched as Gehrman Sparrow circled into another newly built road before walking out of the woods via the shortest distance. "You seem familiar with this place? This road wasn't here the last time I was here," Anderson said, partially bored and poignant. "Of course, there are so many people praying to me every day telling me what they've done, and I occasionally give them a response, such as directing them to mend this road." Klein thought smugly but replied with a stoic expression, "Where does your friend stay?" "In a manor in the Byam city outskirts." Anderson sped up his pace as he led the way. An hour later, he brought Klein to a manor. There was an eclectic smell from various spices, mixed with an indescribable ersatz exoticism. After informing the gatekeeper of their intentions, the two didn't wait long before they saw a man of medium-sized build of less than 1.75 meters walk over. By his side were his butler and valet. The man's skin was somewhat sallow, with quite a tan. His contours were gentle, but his eye sockets were much more recessed than most Loanese. To Klein, he could basically determine the man's background. He was a Highlander from the Phaenopotter kingdom. The man was already a little plump, with a rotund, amiable face. He immediately laughed when he saw the strongest hunter. "Anderson, you aren't dead yet? I'm waiting to attend your funeral," Anderson replied without standing on ceremony. He then turned sideways to Klein. "Ukva Connor Chris, the doctor of my former team." He didn't introduce Gehrman Sparrow to Ukva and said with a grin, "I've brought you business." Ukva instantly understood Anderson and didn't ask in front of his butler and valet. He led the duo towards the main building in the manor. Along the way, Klein saw buildings like windmills, bakery, brewery, and militia training grounds. The entire manor appeared like a miniaturized kingdom. Apart from the lack of a blacksmith, it was completely self-sufficient. Most iron products were cheaper buying them from the city than personally making them. This is the pastoral lifestyle. Klein sighed silently as he followed Ukva into the house and to his study. Ukva didn't call the mistress of the house over, nor did he carry his child to meet Anderson and Klein. Clearly, he didn't wish for them to have any contact with the mysterious world. Hence, after he closed the door, he went straight to the point. "What's the business? Didn't you wish to sell that revolver? He has intentions on buying it." Anderson pointed at Klein. "Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow? The powerful adventurer who easily hunted worm-tongue Mither," Ukva said in surprise, but he didn't show any fear. Although he had distanced himself from the adventuring lifestyle, he knew that he couldn't be careless. Therefore, while in Byam, he would proactively keep himself informed to prevent trouble from happening. Anderson scoffed when he heard that. "That's old news. This gentleman's achievements include successfully hunting slaughterer Curtius while living to this day." Curtius? The second mate of the King of Immortality. Ukva's expression changed. He couldn't hide his horror as he secretly turned wary. "That's right," Anderson said with a self-deprecating smile. "In the pirates' playground, he's the one who's recognized as the strongest hunter." Ukva gulped as he looked at Klein. He couldn't help but smile and say, "I believe you have the ability to buy Death Knell." "Death Knell?" Klein asked with piqued interest, but he didn't show it. "That's the name of the revolver. It has accompanied me for a decade. If it's not because it overlaps in functionality with one of my other mystical items, and isn't of much use for me at present, I wouldn't be willing to sell it," Ukva replied with a sigh. At that moment, Anderson sked with laughter. "That wasn't what you said before. You said you preferred farming tools. A planter." Klein made the corresponding judgment based on Anderson's words and Ukva's expression. Meanwhile, the corresponding potion names flashed through his mind. Sequence 9 Planter, Sequence 8 Doctor with the ancient name Healing Pastor, and Sequence 7 Harvest Priest. It's no wonder Anderson introduced him as his former team's doctor. Klein thought for a moment and said, "Do you know Frankly?" "Haha, no. Although I'm from Phaenopotter, my formula and ingredients were obtained by myself, one at a time. I had nothing to do with the Church of Mother Earth. Therefore, I wouldn't dare to return to Phaenopotter. However, I've heard of Frank Lee. He's someone who gives the Church quite a headache," Ukva replied frankly. "He's only a Sequence 6 biologist, but he's given such importance by the Church. I really do wish to meet him if there's a chance." "No, you won't. You will regret having that thought." Klein could tell from Ukva's answer that he believed in Mother Earth and was likely a powerful Sequence 5 Beyonder. By his side, Anderson's face twitched when he heard Ukva. He said with lingering fear, "That guy does give one a headache. In a certain sense, you can call him a devil. His powers and thoughts have exceeded the level of a Sequence 6. Alright, let's not talk about him. Whenever his name pops up, I still remember the milk that was jettisoned. Ukfa looked at the duo in puzzlement as he restrained his looks of curiosity. He walked to the table side, opened a drawer, and pulled out an iron-black revolver that looked a little longer than an ordinary revolver. "This is Death Knell," Ukfa introduced it solemnly. "Death Knell? Striking the enemy's death knell with every shot? I like this name." Klein controlled his facial expressions as he went forward without any anticipation or excitement on his face. He reached out to receive the iron-black revolver with a slightly long barrel. He was originally very worried that Ukfa would raise the price if he showed any strong desires for it. This was common in any transaction, but on second thought, with Gehrman Sparrow's reputation, and with Anderson, the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, as a witness, it was unlikely that Ukfa Connerchris would offend him despite possibly being a Sequence 5 Beyonder. After all, he had quite the adventuring circles and had hoped to lead a quiet and settled life. He definitely had reservations that the crazy adventurer might sneak into the manor in the middle of the night despite not flaring up in front of him. Therefore, his attempts to maintain his calm and composed attitude became one of simply maintaining his persona. Realizing that Gehrman Sparrow was seriously inspecting and studying Death Knell, Ukfa gave a detailed introduction. "Its powers are rather uniform: to reap the lives of others. There are 3 methods. First is weakness attack. There's no need to meet any conditions. Just directly inject your spirituality and pull the trigger. It will allow you to discover the target's weaknesses from a mysticism angle. In other words, it would be the aspects where defenses are weaker, and it will provide you with the corresponding accuracy, thus resulting in extraordinarily terrifying damage. The second is lethal attack. You have to cock the hammer before shooting. Its distinguishing feature is that wherever you hit the target, it will be equivalent to an attack on their weak spot. And if you really do strike the true weak spot, it will be capable of dealing a lethal blow to an enemy without overly strong defenses. To targets who are good at defending, 3 shots would be able to resolve the matter. This includes Guardian. Of course, that is under the premise that the 3 lethal blows aren't spread too far apart. It's best not to exceed 5 seconds. The third is slaughtering. On the foundation of a weakness attack, providing more than twice the spirituality on top of that will imbue ordinary bullets with grapeshot effects. Simultaneously, when aimed at a group of enemies, it will result in area of effect damage. To increase the damage, it will need to meet the conditions for lethal attack, as well as provide more than thrice the spirituality. This drain will be quite a burden on the user. It can also be combined with bullets with different characteristics, allowing you to target different kinds of enemies. This sounds like it corresponds to a Sequence 5 Reaper of the Hunter pathway. Klein glanced at Anderson and asked, seemingly in thought, if the target's physical condition reaches that of a Sequence 4 Dragon, how many strikes of lethal attack will kill it? Ukfa was taken aback as he shook his head in a daze. I've never met a dragon before, much less a dragon whose physical condition has reached that of a demigod. Does Gehrman Sparrow plan on using this gun to slay dragons? And a demigod dragon at that? Isn't that way too crazy? Ukfa suddenly felt that the adventurers these days were completely different from the ones he met back when he was active. He didn't even consider the possibility of death. Anderson coughed before clearing his throat. That will depend on your luck. For real, trust me. Luck is extremely important. If you encounter a dragon that has been beaten to a state close to death, then 1 shot would be sufficient. Otherwise, I suggest you to run. Yes, it's more important to stay alive. Of course, if the demigod dragon doesn't defend and stays there for you hit it, 5 shots of lethal attacks should be enough to kill it. Ukfa looked at Anderson before looking at Gehrman Sparrow. He decided not to pursue the topic as he changed topics. Anderson has told you about the negative effects of Death Knell, right? You will receive a weakness that originally didn't exist, or it will enhance an already existing weakness, making it become more extreme. This effect will be maintained for 6 hours. There was once a time when I became extremely afraid of cats. There was one when I had just hunted a famous pirate, but I ended up going limp in the legs in front of a newborn kitten. I knelt before it, wailing and crying for it to spare me. If you carry it around, the problems aren't great. It will only make you easily thirsty. Just drinking more water and heading to the washroom more often would solve the problem. Why does it feel like the negative effects of an additional weakness will bring me more trouble? However, it is something acceptable. Klein deliberated and said, "Name your price." £9,000. Anderson should have mentioned it. That's my bottom line. Ukva looked at death knell in Gehrman Sparrow's hands and said, "This is already cheap enough. If it wasn't because I was worried that getting to know more Beyonders would affect my present life, I would have actively promoted it. I'm sure I can sell it for £12,000. Indeed, a mystical item at this level can be sold for sky-high prices if the negative effects aren't too serious when meeting a suitable buyer. Normally speaking, £10,000 to £12,000 is a reasonable price. Although Klein had the intention of bargaining, the price was already low enough that he felt embarrassed to try and take advantage of him. With a terse acknowledgement, he said, "I'll give it a run. I'll complete the deal if there aren't any problems." Of course, he didn't really try the gun, as it would give him a weakness for nothing. His method for inspection was to use his spirituality to probe the gun, along with testing for the credibility of Ukva's words via divination. He did it rather openly, without minding Ukva's and Anderson's gazes. "I'll make confirmation later above the gray fog. However, Ukva likely doesn't dare to lie to me. He's definitely afraid of a crazy adventurer seeking revenge on him. After all, he has already obtained a settled and quiet life. He has a wife and children." Klein placed death knell on the table, lifted his suitcase, and took out £9,000 from it. The money had been removed from above the gray fog to air it ahead of time. After Ukva received the money, he did a quick count and confirmed the authenticity of the money. As expected of a recently famous adventurer, few people can produce £9,000 in cash at once. "Even a tycoon doesn't have that much liquidity," he said poignantly as he put away the stacks of cash. "I even spent £5,000 to buy a key not long ago." Klein felt his heart suddenly turn empty as he saw the £9,000 enter Ukva's drawer. "I've been out at sea for so long, saving up so much money, but in just moments, it's all gone. Now, I'm left with £2,683 and 6 gold coins. I can't even afford a relatively decent manor." Klein sighed as he took out the ordinary revolver from his underarm holster, removed the bullets inside, and stuffed them into death knell. After Anderson watched the entire transaction, he said with a TSK, "Ukva, you've changed. In the past, you would have checked the authenticity of each note. If you find it troublesome, I can help you. It's totally fine, but I'm worried that Gehrman will shoot you." Ukva clearly knew the strongest hunter's talent at provocation. He could imagine the scene of Anderson posing in a way that was begging to be beaten, counting each and every note while verifying them against the light in slow motion. "Well said." Klein silently praised him. He then stuffed the iron-black, long-barreled revolver into his underarm holster. The original revolver was thrown inside the suitcase. "Thanks to you, I no longer have to fret over this matter," Ukva said with a smile as he pointed at the door. "I'll get my valet to send you out." Anderson opened his mouth as he chuckled. "Ukva, aren't you going to keep us here for dinner? When you're married with kids, I'll treat you to the best food at the best restaurant," Ukva said with a smile, completely unfazed by his accusation. Out of the manor, Anderson looked up with squinted eyes. At the sight of the setting sun, he chuckled. "Back when I knew Ukva, he was a doctor who was good at planting all kinds of strange plants on the ship to improve everyone's lives. I thought he would die early on during our adventures, but to my surprise, he was always lucky. He even became a druid later." "Why are your poignant words also so deserving of a beating?" Klein deliberately said. "He does have good luck. As your companion, luck is needed to survive." Anderson turned his head in surprise as he scrutinized Gehrman Sparrow. "You know how to mock others? Or have you been infected by me?" He wasn't too affected by it as he straightened his clothes, took off his hat, and said with a smile, "All right, you've gotten the mystical item you need. If there's nothing else, it's time I embark on my own journey. Don't forget that demigod's mission." Klein succeeded in using a single sentence to crumple Anderson's expression. I already have an urge that compels me to finish that matter as soon as possible. Alright, there's no need for goodbyes. Perhaps we might really meet again one day. Anderson gave a self-deprecating laugh, waved the hat in his hand, and turned to head towards another path that left to Byam. As he watched the strongest hunter depart, Klein slowly heaved a sigh. Holding his suitcase, he followed the path he took to get here and headed for Byam under the red evening sky and the shelter of unique palm trees. Inside Byam City. After finding an ordinary inn to stay in, Klein began considering his subsequent plans. I'm finally free. I can attempt to act as a marionettist. I have to figure out the corresponding principles. That's the most pressing issue for now. Yes, marionettist. The focus should be on the marionette. I haven't actually created a marionette and controlled it in battle. I should start from there. This matter can be completed before returning to Backland. Not only do Beyonders have to stay hidden there, making it difficult to encounter one, but no matter what one does, it's easy to get on the bad side of the church or some important figure. I need to be careful. It's not a good place to select and create marionettes. The sea is better. I'll go make my rounds at the bar later. I'll find a pirate who deserves death to give it a try. With this in mind, Klein immediately got up and left his room. As though he was bringing his certificate of deposit to a bank to withdraw the money, he headed for the nearby seaweed bar. Famous pirates often showed up there. Soon he arrived at the bar's entrance. After straightening his clothes, he pushed open the heavy wooden door. Gazes subconsciously swept past his face before they moved away as though it wasn't anything extraordinary. Following that, someone shouted with a suppressed voice, "Gairman Sparrow!" In a blink of an eye, several figures in the bar ran for the back door. Before Klein could figure out what was happening, the bar was left relatively desolate and empty. As Klein looked at the bar, which was so silent that he could hear breathing, he was taken aback. Only then did he step in and walk straight to the bar counter as though nothing had happened. I should change my appearance the next time I come, he thought in frustration, just short of facepalming. Ukva's lack of awareness that Gairman Sparrow had successfully hunted Slaughterer Curtius had made Klein believe that the latest news hadn't reached the City of Generosity, and he boldly came to the seaweed bar. To his surprise, the problem lay in Ukva, who had kept a distance from the adventurer circles. He was a little behind on the news, and the crazy adventurer's infamy had already spread amongst the pirates around the Rorstad archipelago. Sighing silently, Klein sat in front of the bar counter and rapped the wooden counter. 1 glass of Southville beer. 6 pence. The bartender gulped his saliva with great difficulty. Klein took out a few copper pence and placed it in front of him. Without a change in expression, he asked, "Any developments recently?" The bartender took the money and carefully delivered the beer to Gairman Sparrow. Then, he forced a smile and said, "Admiral Emirius Revolt has been transferred back to Backland. Admiral Robert Davis has replaced him, becoming the highest-ranking naval commander of the surrounding waters for the kingdom. The archipelago situation is a little tense, and many pirate crews have sent people to gather intelligence. Admiral Emirius was ultimately implicated by his brother and lost his post. However, as long as he wasn't directly involved, it can't get worse for him when considering his status as a demigod. At the very least, he can maintain the treatment he receives as an admiral. Nothing will happen to his family either. Once the matter blows over, he might still have a chance of being a high-ranking member of the Navy." Klein gulped down the beer and asked in passing, "Which family is Robert Davis from?" "No, he's not a noble. He's one of the rare officers who slowly rose up the ranks to admiral. In the Berserk Sea, Sonia Island, and East Balam, he has rendered plenty of meritorious services." The bartender recalled the commendations the papers recently had for Admiral Robert Davis. After a pause, he said, "However, I heard that he has received the sponsorship of many nobles. Yes, with the Imperial Navy, admirals who are from the royal family or aristocrats, or have close ties with them, take up at least 80%. The remaining 20% are mainly rear admirals and vice admirals." Klein had long learned of the situation from the documents he received from Emirius Revolt. Compared to this, the army was a lot better. Gehrman Sparrow didn't continue asking as he seemed to focus on his drinking. The bartender then added, "In the past 2 to 3 months, the resistance has been very active. They've been constantly attempting to destroy railways or set up blockades on public roads. They've given the Governor General's office quite a headache, forcing it to dispatch large numbers of soldiers to maintain a smooth flow of traffic. However, the resistance army seldom clashes with them head-on. I'm aware of that. It's all going according to my plans. In a place where the natives and mixed bloods take up 80%, it's not difficult for the resistance to gather accurate intelligence. Coupled with external sponsors, it wouldn't be hard for them to live on for short periods of time. The reason why they were in a dire situation in the past was all because Calvetua was an irrational sea serpent. It often got them to attack key nodes in a city, fighting head-on with the Lone Kingdom's navy and army." Klein mumbled to himself in delight as he drank another mouthful of beer. He had also warned the resistance to not be overly active. If they forced the Governor General's office into a corner, the Lone Kingdom might send Sequence 5 Beyonders or even demigods who were good at pursuit and tracking. With the resistance's strength, there was no way they could put up a fight. In the name of Sea God, Klein's instructions were to maintain while slightly improving their present situation and await for the global situation to change. This wasn't too far off. According to the various matters Miss Justice had feedback on, and with the Hanged Man giving insight that affirmed this, it was certain that once the Lone Kingdom was done with its internal reforms and making the original and newly added ironclad warship become its main force in combat, a war against the southern continent's colonies was inevitable. He silently drank his beer until the bartender was done. He then wore his hat, got up, and left the bar, heading straight for his inn. Along the way, he saw bronze-skinned children with curly hair and natives with brown jackets and pantaloons. These people either made way in horror without even looking up, or they were hunched in a corner, looking at Klein with a complicated look in their eyes. Klein helplessly curved the ends of his lips as he silently returned to his room. He didn't immediately change his appearance and head to the various bars to seek out pirates. This was because he was certain that they would hide the entire night and not appear again. Just as Klein was planning to enter Grozel's travels to explore it, there was a knock on his door. Without needing to ask, all he did was grip the knob when the visitor's appearance naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark red coat and white slacks. He wore a ship-shaped hat. The corners of his eyes and mouth, as well as his forehead, had clear wrinkles. He was none other than the captain of the White Agate military personnel, just Eland. Impressive. News of me appearing in Byam just spread. And he managed to find where I'm staying. Of course, it's because I didn't attempt to hide myself. I directly used my identification documents to check in. Klein turned the knob and pulled open the door. He politely greeted him. "Good evening." "Good evening. I'm very glad to see you back in Byam." Eland took off his hat and entered the room without any reservations. "Is there something?" Klein pulled a chair over and sat down. Eland sat opposite him and chuckled. "Isn't visiting a friend the most important matter? You're such a smooth talker. Too bad Anderson is gone. Or he can learn from you." Klein felt triggered for some reason. He maintained his usual state and looked into Ellen's eyes. "All right, you've made your visit." Ellen seemed to have expected such a response. He smiled and said, "Do you still remember Donna?" "Of course. She and her brother are adorable. I wonder if they've recovered from the fright I gave them the last time and have given up any curiosity towards the mysterious world." Klein calmly replied, "I don't have amnesia. Forgetting unimportant matters aids our mental health." Heh. This isn't said by Emperor Roselle. Ellen simply explained, "Didn't you tell Donna's father that he should post in the Sonia Morning Post for 3 days in a row, asking to buy Demir's special cured meat if he needs your help? He did so recently, but unfortunately, you weren't in Byam or the nearby seas. What happened after that?" Klein's instincts told him that Donna and her family weren't in serious trouble based on Ellen's relaxed attitude. Ellen chuckled and said, "I heard your conversation back then, and after discovering I visited them using the address. As you know, Donna is a lovely lady. She reminds me of my daughter. The matter isn't too complicated. Ertie, who's Donna's father, had a bunch of valuable goods plundered by the crazy captain. This plunged him into a terrible economic situation. Although it isn't as bad as going bankrupt, life for him has definitely turned for the worse. That's why he wishes to commission you to get the goods back. I knew you weren't in Byam back then, so I had to go through my own channels to help Erdi recoup the goods at a reasonable price. Crazy Captain? Klein first found the title familiar before recalling where he had heard it before. According to red-haired Helene, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's delivery of slaves for the Demoness sect was passed off to Crazy Captain Connors Victor. The latter appeared to have close connections with many of the slave dealers and merchants in the Lone Kingdom. And this was tied to the truth behind the human disappearances in the colonies, as well as the underlying reason of the Great Smog of Backlund. I've always been trying to investigate this matter. Back when I attacked Tracy, that was half the reason, but unfortunately, I didn't succeed. Later, I was busy acting for the digesting of the potion and my search for mermaids. So I temporarily abandoned my investigations. Klein's thoughts raced as he asked without a perturbed look, "Where's Crazy Captain now?" "Erdi has already gotten back his goods," Eland hissed, emphasizing that the matter had been settled. Klein looked at him and repeated, "Where's Connors Victor now?" Eland shook his head in exasperation. "I've no idea, but his subordinates are still in Byam trying to gather intelligence. As you know, Admiral Emirius has returned to Backlund, and he's been replaced by Admiral Davis. Many changes are in place, so the pirates need to have a new handle of the latest situation. Therefore, I guess that Connors' ship is docked in the shadows of one of the nearby islands. But that's a guess with no way to confirm." After listening in silence with his hands clasped, Klein said, "Thank you." Eland exhaled and looked out the window as his expression rapidly turned solemn. "I came here today to tell you that you're too eye-catching. The higher-ups are beginning to pay attention to you. A powerhouse that can easily kill Curtius wouldn't be ignored. It's best you stop using this identity for checking in. Otherwise, you might face some difficult problems." Klein nodded seriously and said, "All right." He was very grateful for Captain Ellen's warning, but he didn't show it on his face. After Ellen left, Klein immediately changed his appearance, switched ins, and confirmed that he wasn't tracked by the military. After doing all of that, he began considering the search for Crazy Captain Connors Victor. To others, this was an extremely difficult task, but Klein had a trick up his sleeve. It was to use the Sea God Scepter and communicate with nearby sea creatures. As long as Connors Victor was in the Rorsted Archipelago's waters, there was no way he could hide from Klein. Of course, it was necessary that he had enough time to perform the search. Above the gray fog, Klein extended his hand and summoned the Sea God's Scepter from the junk pile. He began browsing through the countless points of light swirling about the sealed artifact. Every point of light corresponded to a believer's prayer. The glows swirled with ethereal holiness. Soon, Klein did a preliminary screening as he focused on the waters instead of the archipelago. After he had isolated the Sea God's Scepter above the gray fog, he was unable to directly use the divine artifact to sense the surrounding waters and do anything effective. He had to rely on the scenes of his believers' prayers as a foundation before reaching out 5 nautical miles to influence the corresponding undersea creatures. Klein emanated his spirituality and touched one of the specks of light. He saw a native performing his daily prayers in the evening on a fishing boat before docking. As Klein's thoughts changed, the angle of the scene quickly drew higher as more dark clouds and undulating waves appeared in the scene. There are signs of a storm brewing hours ahead? That's right. I did find the atmosphere repressing when I was out. That's why Elan said that Crazy Captain Connors' ship is likely to be hiding in the shadows of some island. It was to avoid the storm. Klein tapped the edge of the mottled table as he muttered silently. Having deduced this, it made his search much easier. This was because he didn't need to search the extensive waters. All he needed to do was focus on the different islands around those waters. With a change in thought, a blue gem at the tip of the Sea God's Scepter in Klein's hand lit up. On the waters which no longer had the fishing boat, the crimson moonlight shone down on the deep blue waves that were slowly rising. Suddenly, Splashes silently surged upwards as an exaggerated eye looking up into the sky surfaced. Beneath the eye was a massive silhouette. At the same time, all kinds of fish began surfacing nearby. They took in the indistinct halo that came scattering down, and they circled around before swimming down and headed in different directions. 10 seconds later, the waters in a 5 nautical mile radius returned to its previous state. The deep blue waves rose up to a high height again, awaiting the final eruption. Phew, this is a little draining. Klein raised his left hand to rub his temple. He wasn't only simply commandeering the sea creatures, he had also bestowed them with remnant beyonder spirituality to a certain degree. It allowed them to transmit the scenes they saw by praying after they discovered any docked ships around the island. This wasn't too difficult or complicated for the sea god scepter, but it was burdensome and draining for the controller, Klein. Then, Klein selected a few praying believers situated on different islands around the archipelago. He then used the same method to command the sea creatures of the region. After doing all of this, he didn't bother throwing the sea god's scepter into the junk pile before returning to the real world. He took off his coat and collapsed into bed. Having expended his spirituality to the limit, he believed that he would fall asleep immediately. Yet, his head began aching, preventing him from opening his eyes or falling asleep. Klein could clearly feel that his skin seemed overly sensitive. Lumps grew over his skin, and hidden beneath them were countless meat tendrils. Indeed, as Mr. Hangman said, if you drain your spirituality to 0 for 2 consecutive days, you'll definitely start hearing things and show signs of losing control. My body became a little abnormal just from reaching my limits once despite not even maintaining it for too long. Of course, it's because I've only recently advanced and I haven't digested much. Furthermore, there's the excess from the potions from the prior sequences. Klein regained his train of thought as he attempted to cogitate the stacked spherical lights so as to calm the fatigue of his body and mind. Having gradually recovered, he finally fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was in the middle of the night. At that moment, the winds were howling outside. The rain was pouring as the storm had finally unleashed its might after a prolonged period of brewing. And this wasn't a rare situation in Byam. Apart from that, the night was relatively serene. Klein went to the washroom to clear his bowels. Washing his hands and taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he once again appeared above the gray fog. He picked up the sea god scepter on the end of the long bronze table and began browsing through the scenes from the sea creatures. The scenes were that of ships, all located at different ports, harbors, or the shadows of different islands. Although Klein hadn't seen crazy Captain Connor's Victor, he had previously learned of his traits and the various emblems of his pirate crew. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of failing to identify him. Scenes flashed past as he patiently scrutinized the details of the ships. About 10 minutes later, a look of unconcealed joy appeared in his eyes. He zoomed in on a scene as he pulled the orientation of the scene closer. He had found the suspected ship. The ship was docked at the back of Simim Island, an island furthest from the Rorsted archipelago. Behind it was a towering cliff with churning waves below it. Its sails and flag had been reefed up, but there was a white skull emblem with an eye patch on the 2 sides of the ship. This was none other than the emblem of the crazy captain's pirate crew. Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and made a confirmation with divination. The answer made him rejoice, as it was indeed Connor's Victor's ship, and Crazy Captain only had 1 ship. It's no wonder that despite most adventurers at sea knowing that Crazy Captain is in contact with the kingdom's human traffickers and slave merchants, the Church of Storm's investigations of the colony disappearances didn't point to him. He only has a bounty of 3,300 pounds. The pirate crew only has 1 ship, so it just looks like it's a small business. It's impossible for him to do large-scale human trafficking. What should I do next? Klein first sighed silently before considering his angle of investigation. His first reaction was to summon a massive undersea creature, hitch a ride on something akin to a whale, and head straight for Simim Island while the storm continued. Then, he could infiltrate and use his powers as a marionettist to control crazy Captain Connor's Victor without causing too much of a stir. But on careful thought, he felt that it was a rash decision. It wasn't a problem dealing with other pirates who weren't at the pirate admiral level, but since crazy Captain Connors Victor was involved with a terrifying matter like the Great Smog of Backland, he had to consider that Connors's normal actions were just a disguise. In consideration of how he might have another identity, with the ship concealing some secrets, there was a high chance that there was a trap that could deal with pirate admirals. Klein might not walk out alive despite being armed to the teeth if he made such a rash infiltration attempt. Should I summon myself and head over with the Sea God Scepter as a spirit body? This can avoid some accidents, as I can immediately end the summoning if anything goes wrong. However, the Sea God Scepter is essentially the Beyonder characteristic of a high-sequence Beyonder from the Storm pathway. As long as it appears in the real world, it might attract Sea King John Cotman. This will prevent the situation from developing as I expect it to. Klein looked at the storm in the scene as he came up with a preliminary plan. Before that, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement. Dealing with Connors Victor is very dangerous. Picking up the silver chain of the spirit pendulum, Klein reined in his thoughts and focused on the divination. Soon, he opened his eyes to see the topaz pendant turning clockwise at a high frequency and large amplitudes. This meant that dealing with Connors Victor was very dangerous. It's as I expected. Thankfully, I didn't rashly rush over. Klein picked up the Sea God Scepter and decided on executing the plan he had just thought of. It was to use the prayer scene and strike Connors Victor's ship with the Sea God Scepter from afar by using the cover of the storm. He would rouse the nest and force out its secret. After grasping the relevant situation, he would end the attacks before Sea King John Cotman sensed the abnormality or arrived at the scene. Klein wouldn't feel disappointed if Connors Victor unfortunately landed in the hands of the Sea King. This was because he would have to think of the means to pass the information to the three churches after he figured out the truth of the Great Smog of Backland. If Crazy Captain successfully escaped, Klein would have pried into his secrets by rousing the nest. He could then subsequently formulate a plan of attack. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled as he watched the ship bob about with the dark crashing waves before raising the Sea God Scepter high in the air. At the tip of the scepter, the blue gems that circled around it had begun to emit a bright light. Simim Island. Under the towering cliff, dark sea waters were being roused by the surrounding waves as they churned about considerably. On Crazy Captain Connors Victor's ship named the Single-Eyed Skull, a few pirates donned cloaks as they pulled up their hats. The rain pattered down heavily on them as they fought against winds that could lift a child, in order to walk out the cabin and inspect the ship to prevent any accidents from happening. Their cloaks were made of linen, but their surfaces were smeared with an already hardened sticky liquid. The raindrops were unable to permeate through that layer and could only flow down onto the deck. The liquid was Donningsman tree sap, produced from the southern continent's rainforest. It was naturally water-resistant and was quite commonly seen. It was originally rather cheap, but after a research team last year suspected that it had beneficial effects on hair growth, its price skyrocketed. In such weather it's suitable to be inside the Red Theater, drinking liquor, smoking weed, and having women in your arms. A pirate looked out of the shipboard and grumbled. His companion echoed him as he pulled at his cloak's hood. I heard there's a bunch of new arrivals at the Red Theater. I really want to give them a try. How did you learn of that? Another pirate asked in passing. He was met with a chuckle. I heard it from the boss. It's not like you have no idea what Captain's business is? That's why the boss knows plenty of human traffickers. Ha! They prefer to be called slave merchants. Speaking of which, I recall what happened that time. The pirate who spoke at the beginning wore a reminiscent look. Among the goods sent over, there was a young noble lady who had fled from her home. Her skin, figure, looks, tsk were. I have no idea how to describe it. I still remember her to this day. What a pity that she committed suicide. As they spoke, they suddenly felt their vision brighten as they subconsciously looked up into the sky. Apart from the pattering rain, there was an abnormal silver bolt of lightning that was snaking its way through the dark clouds that hid the crimson moon and stars. Suddenly, a gigantic bolt of lightning that illuminated the surrounding waters smote down, heading straight for the Single-Eyed Skull. Boom! The bolts began to spread out randomly as the wooden ship burst into flames. Deafening thunder echoed in the pirates' ears. Right on the heels of that, silver bolts of lightning struck down like they were brandishing their claws. The tiny sailboat was instantly plunged into a lightning forest. At that moment, the thick lightning bolts that were about to interweave together had suddenly separated. They split apart in violation of the natural laws, and they failed to hit the single-eyed skull. They hung close to the ship's surroundings before striking the pitch-black water, lighting up the surrounding sea as sizzling lightning bolts snaked out in a spectacle. The pirates on the deck suffered from the strike. One of them had been charred black like an overburnt piece of wood. Two collapsed as their bodies convulsed. There really is a problem. Above the gray fog, Klein couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene of his lightning storm being dispelled. He was certain that this was a power at the level of a demigod. If he had rashly infiltrated the single-eyed skull, even with creeping hunger, death knell, and Grozel's travels, there was no way he could put up an effective resistance against such strange powers. And by then, he wouldn't have the time to pray to himself and respond using the sea god's scepter above the gray fog. Taking a deep breath, Klein made all the blue gems on the tip of the white-boned scepter light up. Around the single-eyed skull there were two kinds of sounds in the storm. One was piercingly sharp, as though it could prick through one's eardrums and penetrate one's brain. The other was deep, sounding like a beating heart as it struck on one's spirit body. This gave the pirates an extremely uncomfortable experience, with many having the urge to vomit blood. However, this was only the beginning. The sound of splashing water intensified as a dark wave surged up to a height of nearly 10 meters, running opposite the island's cliffside. The wave was like a wall created by a deity as he pushed it toward the single-eyed skull with an invisible hand. This was a tsunami that Klein created. Could already be considered a calamity. The whooshing sound of the wave sounded like explosions as the pirates on board looked at the dark sky outside, the churning clouds, and the massive tsunami. It felt like the apocalypse mentioned in mythical legends had arrived. They lost all will to save themselves. But as they were waiting in despair for the final judgment, a disturbance that didn't abide by logic or scientific laws appeared in the middle of the waves created by the tsunami. An indescribable vortex rapidly took form as it tore through the entire wave, causing the terrifying waves to rapidly collapse as a result. Amidst a rapturous rumble, a secondary wave threw the single-eyed skull up high into the air as the gigantic wave from before dispersed, spraying a portion of its load onto the ship. One of the masts broke, and the ship was in shambles. Even the deck was completely flooded. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly stirred and swept up the pirates, turning into a hurricane that exceeded its own limits, pushing the airborne single-eyed skull further towards the sea. The ship began to ride the squall as it flew across the sky, covering a distance of several nautical miles without landing in the undulating waters. It was as though it was an airship that continued stably proceeding forward. Klein was amazed at the demigod or sealed artifact of the corresponding level inside the single-eyed skull for nullifying the tsunami. He sighed at his lacking sequence, as he couldn't create the destructive tsunami that Calvetua had previously created, despite stirring the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. In the meantime, he controlled the hurricane and ensured that the single-eyed skull didn't lose its support and plummet, afraid that it would leave his 5 nautical mile range of influence. At that moment, his goal wasn't to destroy the single-eyed skull, nor was it to capture crazy Captain Connor's Victor, but to force out the demigod or sealed artifact hidden inside the ship. A powerhouse or item at this level was scarce in the world. By seeing their appearance, he would know who they were sooner or later, as well as which organization they belonged to, and this provided the subsequent direction for the investigation regarding the Great Smog of Backland. I hope it's not from the seer pathway. Otherwise, who knows if it's his true face or not. However, this is also a good thing. Since I'm investigating the truth of the Great Smog, I'll figure out what Insanguil is doing, and I'll make preparations for my subsequent revenge. I'll also be able to successfully find the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula and main ingredients. As Klein silently sighed, He made the gem on the tip of the sea god's scepter emit a pure azure light. With a hum, the single-eyed skull's flight experienced a change. It plummeted like a roar and didn't even manage to glide. Suddenly, it turned very, very light, landing on the sea's surface like a feather caressing a human's face. At that moment, Klein, who had exhausted plenty of spirituality, was just about to muster his remaining strength to create another tsunami when he heard an explosive boom from the scene. It was a terrifying sonic boom. Furthermore, it was different from normal sonic booms, as though it was mixed with the howling sounds of the wind. It was from Sea King John Cotman. Although he was still a distance away, he wielded mastery of these waters, so he could exert his influence across space while he rushed over. This was a Sequence 3 saint who was close to that of an angel. The terrifying sonic boom sent the single-eyed skull flying out. There was no hesitation on whether it would harm anyone. After all, there was nothing wrong with striking down on pirates. Meanwhile, Klein felt a psyche that was so potent that it was terrifying as it swept across the area in search of any spots that appeared abnormal. It caused the scene before his eyes to be affected as everything turned indistinct. After resisting another blast, Klein calmly and rationally ended the response. He shut down the corresponding prayer scene before throwing the sea god scepter into the junk pile. The gap isn't anything trivial. If Sea King didn't appear, I wouldn't have the confidence in forcing out that demigod. My sequence is still too low, giving me troubles when using the scepter, as it's overly burdensome. However, at sea the storm pathway is really powerful. They're practically mobile calamities. The powers displayed by that demigod had the key elements of distortion, confusion, loaning, and violation of normality. It appears to be the Black Emperor paths of the divine. Others might not realize it, but I have the corresponding card of blasphemy. It definitely isn't only a Sequence 5 mentor of confusion. Account of the Fallen? The military has a portion of the potion formula for the Black Emperor pathway, but it seems to be limited to the first 5 sequences. They lack sequences 4 and above. Although Klein failed to force the demigod or corresponding sealed artifact out, he had gained a certain number of clues from their reaction. He suspected that a particular faction in the royal family wasn't only cooperating with the Demonist sect and Insanguil, but it was also secretly in cahoots with a faction that wielded most of the sequences of the Black Emperor pathway. The descendants of Solomon or Trunsoist. Is King of the Five Seas Nast involved in this? Klein was in serious thought when he heard overlapping prayers in his ear. It broke his train of thought as he instinctively emanated his spirituality and touched the rippling light beside his chair. Then he saw Danitz. This well-known pirate had his eyes closed as he piously prayed to the Fool. Klein took out his pocket watch in a daze and took a few looks at the time to confirm that it was almost 3 in the morning. Is he nuts? Why is he praying in the middle of the night? Does he not want me to sleep? Klein watched carefully in exasperated amusement and discovered that Danitz looked tipsy. There was even faint singing echoing outside. The crew members of the Golden Dream are having another bonfire party? Are they celebrating the departure of Gehrman Sparrow? To think they celebrated all the way into the middle of the night. Klein instantly understood why Danitz was praying at that moment. He took a deep breath as he emanated his will into the halo, saying in a deep voice, "Those who say my name are on my mind." Sea King John Cotman arrived at Simim Island as he began searching for the abnormal tsunami that had happened here, as well as the ship that belonged to an unknown pirate crew. He was certain that there was a demigod on board that ship. This tall and brawny cardinal of the Church of Storms with thick, dark blue hair, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punisher, clenched his fists as the dark clouds in the sky cracked open, sending crimson sunlight scattering across the sea. After identifying the positions of the stars, John Cotman flew in a particular direction. Suddenly, his speed slowed down because he saw a pirate's ship with a flag fluttering with the single-eyed skull emblem. The ship wasn't manned by anyone as it drifted in the wind. Scarlet flames were everywhere on it, along with charred corpses. In the middle of one of the masts, a middle-aged man was tied to it. He wore a triangular hat and a black eye patch. His exposed eye was widened and filled with horror. A wooden pole had impaled him in his chest as blood dyed everything. His life and spirit body had completely dissipated. Situated beyond the storm, the golden dream had crimson-red moonlight shine through the thin clouds and onto one of its rooms which was dark and unlit. Danitz was standing beside his bed, motionless. It was as though he had encountered the Beyonder powers resembling Medusa's petrifying gaze. He couldn't help but grind his teeth loudly as his feet indiscernibly trembled. An endless grayish-white fog and an indistinct figure that stood high above everything, saying the awe-inspiring words, "Those who say my name are on my mind," filled his mind. There really was a response. There really was a response. Danitz's lips quivered as he muttered silently to himself. He felt that his calves had gone soft. This was the first time he was receiving a response from a prayer. He was frightened out of his wits. He long knew that the fool was an unknown existence, the figure whom the secret organization backing Gehrman Sparrow believed in, and that he had already made a connection due to chanting his honorific name. If he had any actions of disloyalty or betrayal, he would immediately die a baffling death. But this knowledge stemmed from the knowledge Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina had taught him. He had never encountered similar situations before, and he had never imagined that an unknown existence would respond to him. When the fog, figure, and voice suddenly appeared before his eyes and ears, he learned for the first time that mighty existences would directly respond to their believers. Yes, deep down, Danitz had unknowingly changed the unknown existence into a mighty existence. Just as he recovered from his shock, he hurriedly took a few deep breaths as he attempted to pace about to relieve the remnant horrors in his heart. However, just as he took a stride with his right foot, he discovered that his legs had gone limp. All he could do was collapse onto his bed before barely managing to turn around to sit up. It really is a magnificent existence. It's real. Danitz muttered softly as he came to a clear realization that he had involved himself in something serious. Back in the book world, as he had only chanted the honorific name without discovering any abnormalities, all he felt was fear having known of the possible outcomes. Now he was facing a hidden danger that finally outlined itself, as well a future he couldn't see clearly. How could he not plunge into an inescapable pit of extreme fear? After an unknown period of time, Danitz exhaled as he consoled himself. It might not be a bad thing. At the very least, Gehrman Sparrow is still living, and he's leading quite a good life. Upon having this thought, he forced a smile. I'm a member of a secret organization, and in the future, a person blessed by a magnificent existence. As his thoughts raced, Danitz decided to pray every morning when he woke up. He believed that no existence would dislike a pious believer. Of course, he would keep in mind the revelation and often pray inwardly. The next morning, Klein woke up normally, having exhausted himself the previous night. He slowly got out of bed and saw that the skies were blue and the ground outside was wet. The entire world seemed to be cleansed by water, making it abnormally fresh. However, the disorderly leaves, broken branches, and all sorts of trash were an indication that it wasn't a peaceful night. After washing up, Klein wore an ordinary Loanese face, ordered a cup of gurney sap, something that originated from Simim Island, and a rather heavy choice for breakfast, tiativa, to make up for his previous night's expenditure. As he drank the beverage that resembled lemonade with sugar and milk, he ate the fresh, fragrant meal that mixed mutton and fish together, along with the sweet and slightly sour flavor of the fruit. Klein held up the newspapers provided by the inn with great pleasure as he read through the papers starting with the Sonia Morning Post and News Report. At the end of breakfast, he flipped open Strange Cases, a paper that was rather popular among adventurers, and he saw a striking article headline, "Bloody Infighting Amidst Storm." According to sources, there was intense infighting on Crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull. The pirates executed Crazy Captain and killed each other, and reports say that no one survived. All of this evil was concealed by the terrifying storm last night. No one was aware of the conflict until the single-eyed skull was found drifting around Simim Harbor. The article attached an unclear photo, seemingly captured from the harbor in secret. The photo's single-eyed skull's characteristics stood out at once. It was heavily damaged and many spots were charred black. Only a single mast remained intact, while the middle mast had a figure with a triangular hat pinned to it. Is Connors Victor? He died just like that? Klein's pupils constricted as he seriously contemplated. It can almost be confirmed that there was a demigod on the ship last night. When he saw that crazy captain was targeted, or with Sea King in pursuit, he could only care for himself. Unable to bring Connors with him, he decisively silenced him and destroyed all evidence. Klein, who had plans on continuing his pursuits of Crazy Captain, felt dejected. He realized that although the trail of clues hadn't been completely cut off, there was little of it left. The only matter he was aware of at that moment was that the demigod likely belonged to the Black Emperor pathway. From the intensity of the storm last night, the single-eyed skull was likely sent to the harbor by Sea King John Cotman so as to do any follow-up investigations. I wonder if they will have any additional findings. Yes, I can get Mr. Hanged Man to keep an eye out for it in the Church of Storms. There's no need to inform him since the tarot gathering will be this afternoon. The world can directly commission him to do so. Klein quickly made up his mind before downing the rest of the gurney sap. Then, he returned to his room and planned to retrieve the radio transceiver which he had placed above the gray fog for an extended period of time to contact Rhodes. He wanted to see if it had any other clues regarding the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. Having left Orivi's East Sea, which was also where the Aurora Order's demigod had previously targeted him, Klein now dared to use items with the gray fog's aura. However, he knew very well that he couldn't do it frequently, and each use couldn't be for too long. Otherwise, there was the possibility of the true creator detecting it. Due to this reason and his wariness against Rhodes, he planned on doing whatever he could do himself, and he would seek advice from others if possible. He only planned on playing the question-and-answer game if he was out of options. In the Blue Avenger, which was docked at the Resistance's private harbor, Alger planned on getting one last resupply before his return to Pasu Island. After instructing his crew which items to purchase, he changed into local clothing, and he went straight for Byam. After circling a few times, he came to the Cathedral of Waves, planning on reporting to Diocese Bishop, Chogo, about recent developments. Although he was returning to Pasu Island and reporting his work to the upper echelons of the church, he knew very well who his immediate superior was. He knew that he needed to act appropriately and not make his superior believe that he was skipping the chain of command by directly establishing relations with the upper echelons. Chogo remained hale and hearty as he was very pleased with Alger's proactive reporting. After he heard that, he said with a brisk tone, "There's no need to worry about it. It's just routine reporting. I've already informed His Eminence Cotman that you're devoted to the Lord and are loyal to the Church. You're one of the most trusted captains, and His Eminence Cotman will inform the Council of Cardinals of this." He paused, but without giving Alger any time to speak, he continued, "In addition, there's another mission. Investigate people who are intimately tied to Crazy Captain Connors Victor. This is a mission directly issued by His Eminence Cotman. You have to take it seriously. Investigate people related to Crazy Captain?" Alger was puzzled, but he didn't question it. Instead, he struck his right fist on his left breast and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." The grizzled Chogo nodded and thought for 2 seconds before asking, "Do you know Gehrman Sparrow?" This question sounded like a bolt out of the blue. It left Alger's pupils constricting as he nearly lost control on the spot. Thankfully, he was mentally strong, allowing him to barely maintain his normal state. "I've heard of him. He's been very famous recently. Not only has he hunted Wormtongue Mither and seriously injured Tracy, but he has also boarded Catlia's future." Alger droned on to hide the stirrings in his heart. Chogo made a terse acknowledgement. "You were at sea, so you're a little behind on the news. Gehrman Sparrow killed Curtius at Toscarter last week and obtained his bounty. That pirate was indeed a devil, a Sequence 5 devil." "Curtius? Agalito's second mate?" Alger asked with very honest emotions. He knew that Curtius was suspected to be a Sequence 5, but he didn't know that he was of the devil pathway. And the fact he was both a sequence 5 and a devil meant plenty of things. It meant that he was difficult to kill, which meant that Gehrman Sparrow had very likely killed Curtius during a sudden encounter. This meant that Gehrman Sparrow was already at the pinnacle of sequence 5s. If it wasn't because he was seeking to purchase the sequence 4 potion formula, I might even suspect that he had become a demigod, Alger thought, feeling perturbed. He was alarmed to realize that in a week, the world had obtained the sequence 5 Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredient, killed a sequence 5 devil, and might very possibly have a sequence 6 notary potion formula in hand as well. How did he do it? Alger realized that he was feeling a little frightened of the world. Of course, it wasn't something unacceptable for him. This was because he knew that the world was Mr. Fool's blessed representative. And Mr. Fool's blessed clearly wasn't a single person. If one was responsible for the notary potion formula, while another was responsible for the ocean songster, then it was possible that Gehrman Sparrow had only killed Curtius. Although this similarly left one apprehensive, it didn't seem like a fabricated story. Chogo nodded solemnly. Yes, Agalito's lack of reaction implies something. Focus on gathering information about Gehrman Sparrow. All right, Your Excellency. Alger bowed reverently, having already decided to be perfunctory with the mission as much as he could. Inside the inn, Klein placed the radio transceiver on the table. Before long, rushed clacking sounds were heard. Amidst the clacking sounds, the radio transceiver spewed out new illusory paper. On the paper were words composed of Loanese. Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, has finally caught up to you. There's no need to be so excited. Oh, the way Rhodes speaks is as professional as always. He didn't express his bitterness about not being able to contact me for prolonged periods of time, nor did he question me about why I haven't been looking for it. It directly blamed itself by claiming that it hadn't caught up to me. It makes me feel a little guilty, but I still need to be wary. Klein was momentarily at a loss for an answer. Rhodes didn't wait as it used the radio transceiver to produce an emoticon of carefully peeking out on the illusory paper. Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your servant has sensed that you are one step closer to returning to your holy throne. Am I right? This fellow has evolved really quickly. He's already using colored text to form a nascent form of emoticons. From Rhodes's point of view, I'm a true god taking steps to find myself. That's why, although it can clearly sense that I'm only a sequence 5, it still treats me with respect and is even more humble. Klein understood that the mirror was deliberately asking a question, so he nodded in a frank manner. Yes. You have already answered my question. As an exchange and a rule that I need to overlook, you can raise a question to me. Rhodes typed quickly in response before adding a smiley face. Klein didn't hesitate and asked directly, where can the potion formula for Bizarro Sorcerer be found? The illusory paper spat out a long paragraph of complicated symbols before turning into a mirror as it represented a realistic scene. It was a dark cathedral without any natural light source. Inside it was a bunch of squirming things that were also blurry. It looked as though it was a pencil drawing that had been wiped by an eraser, preventing any exact details to be seen. However, Rhodes added a bunch of text at the bottom of the scene. This is Zeradal. In his advancement to Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries, he lost control and became a monster. However, Great Master, you have to be careful. He is a very crafty person. Perhaps everything about him is just an act with a purpose. I'm unable to look at him directly, as it will bring me harm. Aside from him, you will be unable to obtain the potion formula from any demigod from the secret order. This is because back then Zeradal would directly provide the high sequence potion to them, and there's almost no way to use any Beyonder methods to reverse divine it. What a detailed answer, and it even gave me the additional knowledge that the sequence 1 corresponding to the seer pathway is Attendant of Mysteries. Does it mean being an angel that serves upon mystery? From the looks of it, the secret order approach can only work by directly facing Zeradal to obtain the potion formula. And I'm not even capable of viewing him directly It's no wonder the Snake of Fate Will Osepton told me to find the crazy Zeradal without mentioning the secret order. Klein was moved by Rhodes's attitude. If he didn't feel that he lacked the level and strength to commandeer this sealed artifact, he even planned on truly treating it as his servant. Amidst the clear clicking sounds, another segment of the illusory piece of paper appeared, presenting another scene. It was a towering mountain peak. On it was a swath of dilapidated palaces. Inside it was a gigantic stone chair. Klein was very familiar with this scene. Without Rhodes's footnote, he knew what it represented. The Antigonus family's treasure hidden at the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. White paper continued being spat out as a new scene was presented. Just like a movie, it had changes in the camera angle. The first scene that appeared in Klein's eyes was a lofty Gothic-style bell tower and beautiful palaces around it. The former represented the Bell of Order, and the latter represented the Sodila Palace. They were landmark buildings in Backland. The scene changed, and soon there was a new building on the paper. It was a pure black cathedral with two symmetrical bell towers. The scene of the cathedral's interior grew larger, and soon it presented the entirety of the interior. It was then fixed at a pair of iron black doors that swung open. The door was abnormally heavy, and on it were 7 dark sacred emblems, as though they were guards of the tenebrous heaven. Cheney's Gate, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein recognized the familiarly styled door. Based on the architectural style, he confirmed that the cathedral was the church of the Evernight goddess's headquarters of the Backland diocese. St. Samuel Cathedral. White paper was spat out and the scene changed as it plunged deep into the darkness. On an empty bookshelf built from bones, there sat an ancient notebook. It was a black hard-covered book. Klein recognized the notebook at once. It was the Antigonus family's notebook which had caused the death of the original Klein. After going round and round, everything came back full circle. Klein silently observed it for a moment, and after the scenes disappeared did he regain control of his thought processes. Yes, back then, the members of the Aurora Order were able to see the clown potion formula from the notebook. Having been acknowledged by it, the content presented to me will definitely be completely different from before when I flipped through it. It should have the arcane sorcerer potion formula. It just lacks the ingredients or characteristics. So this notebook has been sealed behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate all this time. To get it from there, the difficulty in doing so wouldn't be lower than finding Zeradal and facing him directly. Back then, there were high-sequence beyonders involved in the Great Smog of Backland. After I reported the matter to the Backland Diocese's church through Miss Justice, the matter was quickly quelled. This is sufficient enough to prove that the Backland Diocese has plenty of power. They have no lack of demigods or sealed artifacts. Yes, regardless, I'll need to return to Backland first and see if there are any opportunities. In contrast, I'd prefer not to head to the Hornacis mountain range. Reining in his thoughts, Klein looked at the radio transceiver which had turned dark and solemn. Last night, who was the demigod on crazy Captain Connor's Victor's ship? Clacking sounds quickly sounded as the illusory paper from before vanished as new ones were spat out. The content on the piece of paper was likewise a realistic scene. On an exquisite brass chandelier, 5 candles of different heights spread their warmth and light. A middle-aged man wearing a triangular hat and black eye patch stood before a cabinet that stored grape wine, champagne, and tequila. He was humbly looking opposite him. Opposite him was a tall figure in a black cloak. Its face was completely hidden beneath the hood. The figure didn't seem to have a real head, only a blob of heavily distorted darkness that was embedded above the neck. Thanks to the portraits from Bounty Notices, Klein recognized the one-eyed man to be crazy Captain Connors. His disheveled and oily hair cascaded down and happened to cover his neck. Opposite him is likely that demigod. But he deliberately disguised himself and did the corresponding anti-divination preparations. For a Rhodes to be able to produce a scene of this level is already impressive enough. Klein wasn't too disappointed. Instead, he carefully memorized the figure's build. More than 1.85 meters tall, but less than 1.9 meters, rather long arms, and when hanging his hands down, it almost reaches the knees. The broad shoulders prop up the cloak. The feet are faced outwards to a certain degree. As an expert in disguises, Klein believed that when a person disguised himself and prepared a certain level of anti-divination measures, there was a high chance that he wouldn't take note of disguising his build, especially when one's body didn't have any particular traits. Therefore, this can provide a certain amount of clues. This allows Klein to find the person familiar when he sees the target. Very good. It's your turn to ask. After keeping that in mind, Klein stopped scrutinizing the figure as he waited for Rhodes's question with piqued interest. He was curious as to how Rhodes would continue breaking through his image of him. The typing sounds slowed down as it seemed to appear hesitant. Bit by bit, the illusory white paper was spat out. Great Master. See, can I say something to you? Yes. Klein answered the question, puzzled. He began to look forward to what Rhodes had to say. The sound of typing hastened as it exuded an obvious sense of warmth. On the illusory paper, a single line appeared. Great Master, happy birthday. This is belated. Your current body was born on March 4th, 1327. I originally wanted to wish you a happy birthday at midnight of that day, but I failed to keep up with you. It's a topic that really exceeded my expectations. I even forgot about my own birthday. The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he was at a loss for words. He had received the original Klein's memory fragments and received parts of his emotions. He knew the birthday, but for a person who led a solitary life, why would he remember such things? This fellow is actually the first person to wish me a happy birthday. Benson and Melissa must be feeling more upset today. The interview should have ended in February. I wonder if Benson succeeded in becoming a civil servant. Klein felt poignant as the way he looked at the radio transceiver warmed up. He thought for a moment as he calmly asked, Third question, your origins. The typing sounds paused for 2 seconds before sounding out again. A white piece of paper was spat out as a new scene surfaced. Large amounts of black sticky liquid spewed out from the ground as they spread outwards in a distorted manner. They grew different numbers of arms and legs before becoming strange monsters that charged ahead. During this process, a speck of light was shot out along with the black liquid before landing on a rock, to which it rapidly fused together, turning into a mirror with ancient patterns and black gems adorning its two sides. What kind of strange scene is this? This was how Rhodes was born? What was that speck of light? Where did it originate from? It does seem like a beyonder characteristic. Klein came up with a preliminary interpretation of the scene. The typing sounds didn't stop as another line appeared. Great Master, do you have any other questions? Taking note of the time, Klein shook his head. No. You have finished answering the questions, and it's time for me to leave. Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, looks forward to serving you again and hopes to be able to continue following in your footsteps. At the end of the illusory piece of paper, a hand-waving emoticon was presented. Inside the quiet room in the inn, the dark and silent radio transceiver instantly returned back to normal as its surroundings stopped being eerie. Klein busily set up the ritual and sacrificed it above the gray fog before having the time to consider the answers he had received. According to the clues provided by Rhodes, and combining the answers from Mr. Azek and Will Osepton, Klein had a basic idea on how he should proceed. It wasn't just because he wished to return to Backlund for some rest and reorganization, but because he viewed the large city as a main locale that he would spend a long period of time being active in. He wanted to see if he could steal the Antigonus family's notebook from the Church of the Evernight Goddesses St. Samuel Cathedral. If he confirmed that there weren't any solutions, he would attempt to switch to neighboring beyonder pathways, but if that was impossible, he had no choice but to take the final route, head to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. I definitely can't use my identity as Sherlock Moriarty when I'm back in Backlund unless I wish to dig out in Zangwill or the royal family faction that's hiding in the darkness. However, when contacting people I'm familiar with or using the resources of the Church of Steam, I can transform back into Sherlock Moriarty. In short, I have to create a new identity. Furthermore, it has to be completely separate from Gehrman Sparrow. I won't directly return to Pritz Harbor this time. I'll make a detour to Desi Bay and make sure that no one can figure out my background. Klein's thoughts raced, and he soon came up with a clear train of thought. After determining the next steps of action to take, he planned on drawing some blood and heading above the gray fog to explore Grozel's travels using his spirit body. But in consideration that there was a tarot gathering in the afternoon, he lay back in bed and took the time to rest and relax. The future smoothly cruised through the undulating waves as Admiral of Stars Katlia stood by the window, watching the scenery that seemed to go on without end. And by the deck, there were Nina's exasperated shouts from time to time. She would be angrily scolding Frank Lee for producing a bunch of fast-growing, beef-flavored mushrooms that enjoyed eating fish. Katlia sighed silently as she nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. At that moment, her spiritual perception was suddenly triggered as she looked down at her study desk. At some point in time, a few pieces of yellowed paper had appeared there. The Emperor's diary entries. She finally sent a messenger over. Katlia turned around in delight and picked up the few pieces of paper that were akin to a preliminary probe. By 3 in the afternoon, having memorized the symbols, Katlia saw the illusory crimson light surge at her like a tide, drowning her within. Under a high dome propped up by stone columns, Katlia saw similar red beams soar up, transforming into indistinct figures. She didn't look carefully, as she realized that a pair of familiar glasses had naturally appeared over her nose bridge. It was almost a perfect replica of the one from the outside world. Then, she caught Miss Justice elegantly stand up from the corner of her eye. Miss Justice briskly greeted the figure at the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey was in a good mood recently. After she returned to her family's castle, as an obedient daughter, she helped her mother, Lady Caitlin, resolve some psychological problems that stemmed from her age and physical condition. She received extremely good feedback, allowing her to conclude more of the acting principles for psychiatrist. Amongst them, the most important principle was to help others resolve psychological issues. She suspected that this was the reason why the potion's name was psychiatrist and not psychologist. Miss Justice is very happy. Klein appeared infected as he nodded with a smile as a response. During this process, he noticed that Mr. Hanged Man appeared to be preoccupied with concerns. He looked like he was hesitating and struggling, having not made up his mind. This means that Mr. Hanged Man is able to buy the Ocean Songster's potion formula and main ingredient, but he will have to pay a huge price. I thought he would request to pay for it in installments. The fool Klein reined in his gaze without any signs of unrest as he surveyed the area. After Miss Justice was done with her greeting, Katlia looked towards the end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Here it comes. I wonder if the 3 diary pages specially selected by Queen Mystic will be valuable. For instance, providing clues to the card of blasphemy for the seer pathway. This will be able to provide me with another alternative." Klein was filled with anticipation as he calmly and naturally said, "Very good. You can think of a request." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Katlia replied in an impeccable manner before requesting to conjure the contents of the diary pages. Upon seeing her behavior and thinking about how she acted in the dream, Klein was rather gratified. He felt like a teacher having successfully reformed a student. This is the first time Ma'am Hermit is providing Emperor Roselle's diary entries. With the standards and ability she has showcased, it's impossible for her to have failed to find it in the past. Yes, in the past she was more of an observer. After being punished by Mr. Fool, she has truly integrated into our tarot club. Together with how Katlia had performed last week, Audrey made a judgment. Meanwhile, she sensed that Mr. Hanged Man didn't seem normal. He looked like he was anticipating something but was also unable to bring himself to part with something. She was rather intrigued. Klein didn't wait too long before the 3 diary pages were conjured and came into his hands. Derek and the other members instinctively fell silent, so as to not disturb Mr. Fool's reading. February 9th. Today is Bornova's birthday. He's already a healthy, strong, honest and kind young man. His piousness has won the church's favor. Everyone is congratulating me, saying that Bornova will definitely become a saint. They praise him for how pure and flawless his faith is. I should be very happy, but I can't hide my dismay. I wish that my children can be more human, to have more emotions. I hope that they can be themselves, and not just a believer of a deity. However, almost everyone believes from the bottom of their hearts that Bornova's present state is excellent. Matilda is the same. Likewise for Seal. Most of my noble officials share the same feelings. Only Bernadette shares my point of view. She has told me in private that she believes a person should be more self-centered, as long as they don't harm others. Recalling the words Zeradal had said during Bornova's birth, as well as the premonition I've had after becoming a demigod, my heart is turning heavier. Adorable angel. Heh. What an adorable angel. Is this you being wary of me? Is this how you are attempting to control me? No, you can probably never understand the pride inside me. To me, so what if you're a deity? I can replace you. February 11th. Contact with Zeradal was fruitless again. Ever since he obtained that Antigonus notebook, the number of times this secret order leader appears has been decreasing. I've no idea what secret he's scheming. Anyway, he will definitely not tell me. February 12th. I made a mystical item very suitable for Bernadette. This can allow her to avoid the hidden sage's nagging, as long as she doesn't proactively pray and seek a response. Yes, this item seems to be able to help saints enter the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea where the battlefield of the gods is. It prevents one from being influenced by the true creator's ravings, and that place likely hides the secret to the forsaken land of God. Ha! I was only making a present for my daughter out of fun. To think that it has such powerful effects. Bernadette, your dad is really the best artisan in the world. Best artisan? Does this mean that the Emperor had already reached sequence 2 of the Savant pathway when he wrote this diary entry? That he had become an angel? With the god of steam and machinery present, this is the peak an artisan can attain. It's no wonder that Queen Mystic can freely enter and exit the battlefield of the gods. So it's because of a gift from the Emperor. Indeed, a child with parents is like a treasure. Klein felt wistful. In addition, he could sense Emperor Roselle's repressed and angry feelings from the diary entry. He used his comprehension skills that were honed from his previous life to figure out what was written in between the lines. After he became an angel, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery obstructed him and suppressed him. The God of Steam and Machinery had exerted some influence on his youngest son, Bornova, making him become the most devout believer and appointing him as someone who could become an angel and enter the land of perfection. And this not only made Emperor Roselle submit to the suppression while having misgivings, but this had also stirred thoughts of rebellion in him. The Emperor later became a public enemy of the world because of this rebellion. Klein nodded inwardly. Meanwhile, he noticed a matter regarding Zeradal. He suspected that the miracle invoker only began aiming for sequence 1 after he obtained the Antigonus family's notebook. For this, he planned many things, but something happened during his advancement, turning him into a monster. Of course, just as Erode said, Zeradal might not have lost control. He could be hiding something or plotting something. After quickly scanning through it, Klein flipped the page and looked back. It wasn't continuous, and it was brand new content. October 5th. A few primordial moon believers were caught by the Black Suits organization I established. They failed to complete the corresponding sacrificial ritual. Their behavior has intrigued me, as their strength seems to come directly from the Crimson Moon. Unfortunately, large amounts of data have confirmed that the Crimson Moon is really a satellite that's revolving around our planet. Then, how is it fusing physics and mystery together? With my present strength, it's not impossible to head for the Crimson Moon. At most, it will be troublesome and a little difficult, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. October 17th, I've finally made up my mind. I will attempt to switch to the neighboring Mystery Prior pathway. Only by doing so can I become a Sequence 1. I've always suspected that the Hidden Sage is only a conceptualized uniqueness. Due to some sort of accident, it became sentient and awakened. Therefore, this pathway's Sequence 1 position is likely still empty. I've long obtained the potion formula of Knowledge Emperor from that most ancient organization. Now, it's time to seek the corresponding ingredients. It might already belong to a particular angel, and it might have fused with an object around it, turning into a warped and evil monster, or a chaotic and terrifying sealed artifact. In short, I have to be careful. It's best that I find a suitable helper. Knowledge Emperor. This sequence 1 potion name is rather interesting. If I hadn't directly seen the blasphemy slate, I would have imagined that it belonged to the reader pathway, making it belong to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Even stranger, these two pathways aren't switchable. I once discussed this matter with that mysterious leader and old Mr. Hermes. We basically came to a consensus and believe that the reader pathway represents the omniscient part of omnipotent and omniscient. And the mystery prior's savant corresponds to knowledge itself, which is categorized into 2 aspects. One is more about mystery, while the other is more about reality. When I become a knowledge emperor, Bernadette can stop worrying about the hidden sage's infusion of knowledge. She can also stop being afraid of pursuing knowledge. The emperor eventually switched to the mystery prior pathway. I wonder if he successfully became a knowledge emperor. Perhaps it's because of this that his ties with the Church of Steam completely fractured, making him the public enemy with no one to help him. All he could do was place his hopes on the Twilight Hermit Order. Klein thought poignantly as he came up with possible conjectures. Apart from that, he was rather interested in the Emperor's explanation of how the reader pathway wasn't interchangeable with the mystery prior and savant pathway. He believed that by deepening his understanding of it, he might be able to figure out the rules and rationale behind the interchangeability of Beyonder pathways. To the typical Beyonder, the reader, mystery prior, and savant pathway belong to the knowledge domain. There should be a very strong connection between them, yet the former is different. Reader belongs to the omniscient part of the phrase, omnipotent and omniscient. Then, the secret suppliant, which is the shepherd pathway, is the omnipotent part. Then, there must be a certain intersection between the two. For example, being potent as a result of being erudite, and being erudite as a result of being potent. Therefore, they can be interchanged. Starting off from this angle, the storm pathway can be understood as omnipotence in the sea, land, and air domain. The spectator corresponds to the psyche, making it a powerful supplement for storm. Then, why can the sun pathway be interchanged with them? Considering how there was an ancient sun god who was deemed to be omnipotent and omniscient, does this mean that the sun pathway is the foundation that accommodates omnipotent and omniscient? Yes, according to such a thought process, mystery prior and savant are different aspects of knowledge itself. That's why they can be interchanged. Then, how is assassin and hunter differentiated? What about the Evernight, death, and god of combat pathways? In moments, Klein thought of many things, but he didn't have the time or sufficient knowledge to delve deeper into his analysis. All he could do was temporarily throw the corresponding questions to the back of his mind and will the 3rd diary page to the top of the stack. At a cursory glance, Klein suddenly became focused. This was because the diary page was very different from the past ones. It didn't have a date, and the words were spaced apart. Because it was the original copy, the weight placed on the page when the words were penned was obviously out of the ordinary. Klein swept through the page as the contents were reflected in his mind. No, impossible. How can that happen? If my predictions aren't wrong, I'm not the only one who met with that encounter. No, how can that happen? The thing that I saw tells me that everything will be destroyed. Likewise for everything I've created. No, I can't accept such an ending. I have to work hard to save myself. I can't rely on the 7 deities. As long as I ascend to the throne of Sequence 0, only then will I and the things I value be preserved. Should I attempt to pull Mr. Door back into the real world? No. Although he claims to be only a Sequence 1, I believe that he isn't just an ordinary Sequence 1. It's very likely that he will bring unexpected catastrophe upon me. The Chinese words, which were much larger than those on the first 2 pages, had occupied the yellowed piece of paper in a haphazard manner. There wasn't much content, but it left Klein's head throbbing painfully. Back when he was writing this diary entry, Emperor Roselle was very likely a Sequence 1 knowledge emperor. The content he wrote was infused with a potent sense of mystery and was colored with his emotions. This also meant that if Klein had read the contents in the real world, he might very well turn mentally unstable or go mad and lose control on the spot. Thankfully, Ma'am Hermit doesn't know Chinese. Otherwise, she would have mutated when she was memorizing the contents. Even if she doesn't understand Chinese, she must have found it especially tiring and draining. If one is exposed to it for extended periods of time, visual and auditory hallucinations can't be avoided. Furthermore, there's a high chance that early signs of losing control will appear. Klein thought, congratulating himself for his good luck. His focus quickly turned back onto the diary entry as a sense of puzzlement surfaced. What did the Emperor see that made him so emotional? His mood was also rather extreme. No, the agitation and rashness, as seen in the words, are a little abnormal. It doesn't match the image of someone who has occupied a high position for extended periods of time. It doesn't match the level of an angel. Even in his final days, he said that after he dies, he didn't care if floods deluge the heavens. He didn't lose his composure or appear that agitated back then. Who influenced him? Or did something corrupt and pollute his thoughts? Also, he mentioned that he's not the only one who met with that encounter. What is he referring to? Transmigration? It's true that he isn't the only one who transmigrated for no baffling reason. There's also me, or even more. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein didn't waste any time. He made the 3 diary pages vanish as he smiled at Katlia. Have you thought of the request? Katlia bowed in preparation as she said, I wish to know why Emperor Roselle went mad in his later years. Audrey, who was in the same row as her, blinked. She believed that she had heard wrongly, as she didn't expect Ma'am Hermit to immediately ask such a heavy question. Furthermore, how does she know that Emperor Roselle went mad in his later years? Also, she only handed 3 pages, so how can she ask a question of this magnitude? It doesn't abide by the principle of equivalent exchange. Audrey had many thoughts arise in her mind, but she didn't stop Ma'am Hermit's question. Instead, she waited for Mr. Fool's response with piqued interest and inexplicable excitement. Alger, Emlyn, and Furs similarly held their breaths. They cast their gaze at the end of the bronze table. Only Derek and the world seemed oblivious. Klein thought and chuckled. First, we need to accept reality. I'm not omniscient, nor am I omnipotent. He had said those words in a relaxed, self-deprecating manner, but the hermit and company didn't show any signs of unrest. Instead, they appeared even more reverent. To them, it was obvious that Mr. Fool wasn't omnipotent and omniscient. Ignoring their guesses regarding Mr. Fool's state, this hidden existence's honorific name didn't have any related descriptions that explained the problem. Furthermore, none of the present true gods and evil gods had honorific names that involved omnipotence and omniscience. After setting their expectations, Klein began to answer the hermit's question. I also wish to know what Roselle encountered in his later years. At present, it can be confirmed that due to an unknown cause and source of stimulation, Roselle cast his gaze on Sequence 0. He didn't explain what Sequence 0 corresponded to. In the Tarot Club, there were more people who knew of it than those who didn't. Even those who didn't know could have guessed something. Sequence 0. The Emperor wanted to become a god. It's no wonder that it said that he went mad in his later years. Audrey knew what Sequence 0 meant as she instantly sighed. Likewise for Alger. Katlia clearly knew what Sequence 0 implied. She expressed her gratitude while in thought as she retracted her gaze. Sequence 0. Emlyn and Furs ruminated over the phrase, as though they had just realized that there was a position above Sequence 1 that belonged to true gods. Derek looked at Mr. Fool with a muddled expression. He didn't understand what was wrong with Emperor Roselle's attempt. Someone who had a strong presence in history. In the City of Silver, if anyone had the chance, every resident would wish to become a Sequence 0 true god, so as to create a more sustainable living environment, or to lead everyone out of the Forsaken Land. Klein didn't elaborate as he leaned back into his chair and surveyed the area. You may begin. With that said, he controlled the world to look at Derek before smiling deeply. The notary potion formula you want has been acquired. Thank you, Mr. World. According to the agreement, I will remember the debt and await your request, Derek said sincerely. All right. Klein gave a response by controlling the world before making a show of him requesting Mr. Fool to conjure the formula. Before long, the potion formula was in Little Sun's hands. Derek received it in glee as he ravenously scanned the contents of the goatskin. Sequence 6, Notary. Main ingredients. 1 set of crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders, 5 feathers of a spirit-packed bird. Supplementary ingredients. 100 milliliters of Radiant Spirit-packed trees juice, 1 golden-rimmed sunflower, 1 white-rimmed sunflower, 5 drops of aqua fern juice. Without waiting for the others to speak, the world looked at Alger and said once more, As you know, I have your Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredient. Audrey and company were momentarily dumbfounded. Katlia couldn't hide her alarm as she looked at the world. She vividly remembered that Gehrman Sparrow had just hunted Slaughterer Curtius a week ago. How did he obtain the Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredient? Don't tell me he killed an Ocean Songster? That would be considered a quasi-high-ranking member in the Church of Storms. It's only been a week. Katlia found this unrealistic. Mr. World has also obtained the potion formula and main ingredient for Ocean Songster. He's really impressive. Derek moved his gaze from the goatskin in his hand and looked at the gentleman seated at the other end of the long bronze table. In his mind, the world's toughness had reached a whole new level, one that could match the weaker members in the 6-member council. Furs was also similarly astonished as her poignancy grew deeper. She remembered that back when she first joined the Tarot Club, Mr. World gave her the impression that he was gloomy and reserved. Apart from that, nothing stood out. In the subsequent gatherings, he began to show that he was experienced and knowledgeable, as well as possessing rather impressive abilities. At a glance, he was a senior Beyonder who had experienced many things, just second to Mr. Hanged Man amongst the Tarot Club members. This image had already formulated in Furz's mind, but in recent months, Miss Magician was repeatedly surprised by the world. He was first capable of obtaining rather important information, and following that, he sold plenty of Beyonder characteristics in a short span of time. He made her involuntarily suspect if he was a Beyonder assassin who was active in the mysterious world. She feared him from the bottom of her heart, but along with that came happiness. This was because it meant that she could commission Mr. World with certain requests that would be met with high chances of success. When the new member, the Hermit, appeared, Furs even imagined that Mr. World's halo would be blanketed by this powerful lady. But to her surprise, he had snatched the limelight and blinded everyone with his magnificence. To obtain the Ocean Songster potion formula, its corresponding main ingredient, and the notary potion formula was seemingly impossible by human standards. He really is impressive. I admire this kind of quiet and ordinary person who is actually very capable. I wonder when I can become a Viscount. After this hunting competition, the winner will receive a prize that's likely something that will allow a sanguine to become stronger. Emlyn White quickly turned his thoughts back to himself. As Audrey was sighing in amazement, she was puzzled about a matter from before. Why is the impressive Mr. World not searching for Emperor Roselle's diary pages? He's not like Ma'am Hermit. He has already joined the Tarot Club for quite some time, and he doesn't need to observe. It's not like he doesn't have any requests that don't require him to search for Emperor Roselle's diary pages to obtain something from Mr. Fool. Then why isn't he searching for them? Has he privately submitted them? But why? Imperceptibly, Audrey felt that Mr. World and Mr. Fool had a connection to a certain degree, but she wasn't able to confirm it, as there were just too many possibilities. At this moment, Alger turned to the seat of honor after a few seconds of silence. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to communicate privately with the world. Here it comes. Klein nodded with anticipation as he isolated everyone's senses. Alger waited for 2 seconds before turning back to look at the world. Gehrman Sparrow. I will use an unknown primitive island's coordinates in exchange. On the island, there aren't only extinct Beyonder creatures that cannot be found on the northern and southern continent, but there's an ancient ruin of unknown age. Back then, it was discovered by Kalangos and me. Back then, we lacked the strength to delve deep inside it. However, he discovered certain traces, and he suspected that the ruins hide something extremely important. He believes that the value isn't lower than a card created by Emperor Roselle. My strength is inferior to Kalangos, and I didn't go as deep as he did. I had no idea what he saw, other than guesses about the situation from his remarks. What Mr. Hanged Man said holds plenty of information. From the looks of it, he long knew Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. They had even adventured together and found the primitive island and ancient ruins. And previously, he was also the one who thought of finishing off this pirate admiral while he was away at sea. Mr. Hanged Man isn't an ordinary member of the Church of Storms. His past seems very complicated, and he hides many secrets. Yes, a primitive island's value isn't small. For a secret organization, this can be the foundation to support the growth of its members. Klein controlled the world to appear to be in thought as he attempted to obtain more information from the Hanged Man. With the world not rejecting or agreeing, Alger, who had calmed down, calmly said, "On the island, there are traces of demigod-level Beyonder creatures. To you, that should be something valuable. On this point, I can swear on Mr. Fool's name. I guarantee that I'm not lying. After I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer's potion formula, I'll have to consider how to obtain the corresponding ingredients. At the level of a demigod, money becomes of little use. Trading gives me the highest chance of obtaining something I need. The location of demigod-level Beyonder creatures is important. That ruin is also quite interesting." The world didn't hesitate as he chuckled. "Deal." Alger didn't immediately receive the Ocean Songster potion formula. Instead, he said, "I have a condition. I wish that, on your first exploration of the primitive island, that you will do it with me. With Mr. Fool watching all of this, I believe you won't be concerned that I'll be up to no good." Klein considered it for a moment and made the world nod. "No problem. I will need companions when heading to dangerous places. I hope that you will have the required strength." Alger wasn't angered by the world's tone as he heaved a sigh of relief. "That's why I wish that your first exploration will be after I advance. Of course, if I were to lose control because of my potion, this agreement will naturally be null and void." "No problem," the world replied without any qualms. Alger didn't harp on the topic. After obtaining Mr. Fool's agreement, he conjured the situation of the primitive island on a goatskin. It's along the periphery of the Rorstad Sea. It's quite a big island, almost the size of Blue Mountain Island. Klein received the goatskin and quickly scanned through it to gain a general understanding of the primitive island. He quickly looked up and said, "I'll hand over the potion formula and main ingredient after the gathering ends." All right. Having made his choice, Alger no longer had any reservations. When hearing that, he felt upheavals going through his heart, but he appeared even more staid on the surface. After the duo's private conversation came to an end, Katlia retracted her gaze at the world and looked at Furs. "The meteorite crystal has been obtained. 600 pounds for 60 grams. That's fast. Ma'am Hermit is really efficient." Furs felt delighted, but she was also stumped. After last week's gathering, she had already obtained the crystallized blood of a Lavos squid. For that, she had paid 600 pounds, leaving her with 230 pounds. Adding the 150 pounds she received this week from her royalties, she was still short of 220 pounds. "I'll first borrow from Zio. She should have that much. After I succeed in advancing, I'll try to earn money as quickly as possible. I have to." Furs silently drew a breath and said, "All right, we will do the transaction tomorrow at this time." The hermit tersely acknowledged and, without wasting any time, looked at Audrey. "The black hunting giant lizard's spinal fluid has been confirmed. 1,800 pounds. There are temporarily no clues for the illusory chime tree's fruit. That's already very good. Better than I expected. Thank you, Ma'am Hermit." Audrey sincerely thanked her without even minding the price. She recently realized that there was a benefit to establishing the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. she could use her funds in a more secretive and unnoticeable manner. It made it difficult for her parents to notice. After confirming the two transactions, Katlia surveyed the members as though she was one of them. Any clues to the blood of a mythical creature? Klein immediately controlled the world as he chuckled with a hoarse voice. Are you referring a pure mythical creature? Pure mythical creature? There are impure mythical creatures? Audrey and company were puzzled but interested by what they heard. Katlia was taken aback as she said, a pure one, which means the blood of an angel. One drop is enough. She didn't introduce it in detail back then, because she believed that for the time being such a high-level object wouldn't appear in the Tarot Club unless Mr. Fool was willing to provide her with help. And clearly, Mr. Fool didn't need anyone to explain to him what a mythical creature was. I have certain clues, but I can't guarantee that I can obtain it. Furthermore, it might take another 3 months at least. Klein controlled the world to give the response. The other Tarot Club members fell silent. They never expected the world to have clues to an angel's blood. What can't he accomplish? Audrey, Furs, and company had their impression of Mr. World refreshed again. As for Alger, he suspected that the world would seek Mr. Fool's angel for a drop of blood. After a brief moment of silence, Emlyn, who suddenly realized that his advancement wasn't necessarily as obvious as the other members, weakly said, "Are there any clues regarding my previous commission?" Furs immediately said, "There are suspected cases. I will continue investigating." Burdened with debt, she was motivated to work. At the end of the trading segment, Derek mentioned his request of buying the crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders. As for the feathers of a spirit-packed bird, the City of Silver had it in their special warehouse. In addition, he also sought to purchase the golden-edged sunflower and other supplementary ingredients. They were commonly seen items in the outside world, but they were lacking in the forsaken land of God. The crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders and the supplementary ingredients aren't difficult to obtain. Emlyn's attention was caught as he said, "Then, what can you use in exchange?" Back when he provided Miss Justice with the fruit of the Tree of Elders, he had already learned where the crystallized roots were. Derek thought and said, "A Beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 5 vampire?" It was quite a commonly seen monster in the depths of the darkness. "Sanguine," Emlyn said through gritted teeth. "There's no rush. I'll tell you when I've decided what I need." He didn't want an item obtained from a transaction to overlap with the prize of the hunting competition. All right. Having already owed a debt to the world, Derek was relatively at ease. After a moment of silence, Klein rapped the edge of the model table to indicate the commencement of the free exchange. Inside the ancient palace standing above the gray fog, Alger wasn't in a rush to mention the matter regarding crazy Captain Connors Victor. He turned his head to look at the sun. "Are you still in Afternoon Town?" Derek nodded honestly. "Yes, we took a very long time to establish a camp. Later, with small teams, we wiped out the remnant monsters, one street at a time, in search of any ancient ruins that might still exist. Although this process is slow, it's sufficiently safe." His answer was extremely detailed, and it gave the impression that Mr. Hangman could ask more questions if he wished to know more. Audrey listened with interest as she raised her hand slightly. "With all of you staying in Afternoon Town for so long, what do you rely on for food? Is there any black-faced grass nearby?" She had long heard from Little Sun that the City of Silver relied on the black-faced grass that they grew around the city as their source of sustenance. "We carried a portion of powdered black-faced grass, but the main source of food comes from hunting those monsters. Once the Beyonder characteristic is expelled, a large proportion of them can be eaten once we skin them and roast them with fire. However, there's a certain degree of corruption in the meat, which will result in psychological problems. We can't continuously consume the meat, and we will need to spread out the intervals." Derek replied in a serious manner to Miss Justice's question. Audrey recalled the few monsters in the depths of the darkness mentioned by Little Sun, and having terrifying vibes about the dark and eerie area around the City of Silver, she couldn't help but press further. "Wouldn't that be very disgusting?" Furs, who was attentively listening to the other members' conversation, was inspired by this question. She deliberately didn't look at Emlyn as she asked Derek with piqued curiosity. I remember you mentioning that monsters in the depths of the darkness include vampires. Their bodies run with pus and are extremely ugly. Then, how would you consume vampires after killing them? Emlyn, who heard the question, forgot to correct her by informing her that sanguine weren't vampires. His expression turned livid as he felt an inexplicable feeling of indescribable horror. Derek was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "There are some monsters that are indeed disgusting, very disgusting, just like the vampires as mentioned by Miss Magician, but we have no choice. As long as it's edible, we will eat it." His voice gradually turned heavy, as though he once again deeply felt the tragedy that was the curse which enveloped the city of Silver. The palace that looked like a giant's residence fell silent once again. Even Emlyn, who wanted to retort Derek, didn't say a word. All he did was curl his lips and retract his arm. A few seconds later, the world broke the silence with a chuckle. "Let's return to the sea. There have been certain matters that require your attention." Crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull drifted to a nearby harbor after a storm. The masts were snapped, and there were charred marks. The entire crew, including Connors Victor, died. No one survived. Justice and company didn't know who Crazy Captain was. They weren't too interested in the news, other than being curious as to what caused this destructive naval tragedy. On the other hand, Alger shared completely different thoughts from them. There must be a tremendous secret if the world is paying attention to the matter regarding Crazy Captain. It's no wonder His Eminence Cotman issued such an important command to get the mandated Punisher and captains to investigate the situation. Alger's eyes darted about slightly as he said after some thought, "In Byam, the Church of Storms is actively investigating the people and matters surrounding Crazy Captain Connors Victor. There's no need for me to commission it." Klein chuckled inwardly and got the world to directly ask, "What clues does the Church of Storms possess?" "I have no idea. I'll try my best to understand the situation." Alger frankly shook his head. He believed that the world understood what he was implying, that he wasn't exactly sure, but he would sound out what the Church knew. Audrey, who was listening out of curiosity, realized that the matter regarding Crazy Captain wasn't simple. Hence, she asked probingly, "Mr. World, isn't this common infighting among pirates?" Klein was just about to be perfunctory with Miss Justice, but without divulging anything further when he suddenly thought of a problem. Behind the great smog of Backlund and the disappearances, there might be a particular faction from the royal family. It also included some military personnel. And Miss Justice would lean towards the nobles and royal family, both her emotions and from her standpoint. If there comes a day when I target those bastards who are deserving of death, she might not find it acceptable if I commission a mission to her. She might even fall into a dilemma. Therefore, I should now inject the impression in her that the royal family and military have plenty of bad guys. I would subtly change the direction in which her standpoint and emotions are directed towards. For this, I can bear the burden that some of the information regarding the world is leaked." Klein thought for a moment and made the world say with a relaxed, but mocking tone, "Crazy Captain is related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves which Mr. Hanged Man was previously investigating. The Demonist sect takes the people who are tricked or abducted and hands them over to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, and they have them ship the people over to the northern continent's East Seas coast. Then, with Crazy Captain Connors Victor, it completes the last mile. This pirate is intricately tied with many human traffickers and slave merchants in loan. Back when I informed Mr. Hanged Man of the news in January, someone witnessed Balin, who was involved in the disappearance cases, with a MI9 member who is loyal to the royal family. Also, Backlund's largest human trafficker, Capim, had guards from the Arbiter pathway. With so many matters compounded together, do you think that Crazy Captain's death is simply a result of pirate infighting? Heh. I've always wondered why the person behind all of this needs so many slaves. The connections between the clues were clearly presented before Audrey, Alger, and company. It made them suddenly realize a lot of things. Mr. World left Backlund and headed for the sea to seek out clues. He's always been investigating the truth behind the Great Smog and Prince Edisac's death. According to the information he provided, it's clear that the true murderer hasn't been punished. He's still hidden inside the royal family, and there's a portion of the military who are working for him. How despicable. This kind of person should be thrown into hell. How does Mr. World know that the guards around Capim were Beyonders from the Arbiter pathway? Did he fight with them? Audrey's mind raced as she suddenly made the connection. Capim was killed by Hero Bandit Black Emperor. The latter clearly knew which pathway Capim's guards belonged to. Hero Bandit Black Emperor is Mr. Fool's blessed. Mr. World is suspected to have certain connections with Mr. Fool. He has never sought Emperor Roselle's diary pages. Therefore, Mr. World is Hero Bandit Black Emperor, and he's also Mr. Fool's blessed? He doesn't hand in Emperor Roselle's diary pages because he hands them over in private? Some of his actions from before were to hide his identity as a blessed. This is a test given to him by Mr. Fool? It's really hard to connect Mr. World with Hero Bandit Black Emperor. The latter feels like a hero. Audrey felt like she had stumbled upon the truth as she began to wonder what kind of person Mr. World, who was also Hero Bandit Black Emperor, was actually like in real life. Alger and Katlia instantly understood why Gehrman Sparrow had attacked Tracy. This blessed was seeking out the truth behind the great smog of Backland. And the truth hidden behind this was something Mr. Fool was interested in. Furs and Emlyn, who lived in Backland, also vaguely sensed something when the world mentioned Capim. After all, Hero Bandit Black Emperor's legend was rather striking in the recent half a year. He became an important character in many run-of-the-mill novels. Even Furs herself had thought of making him the protagonist in a love story between a hero bandit and a young royal lady. They finally understood why the world had noticed in time that something was brewing in Backland and that a tragedy was about to happen. This was because this gentleman had been tracking the corresponding clues the entire time. From the looks of it, the matter in Backland is far from over. There will likely be another accident in the future. I really wish to flee from this place immediately, but Zio definitely wouldn't want to. I have no way of explaining this to her. Furs suddenly had thoughts of fleeing Backland. Emlyn wasn't too afraid. From his point of view, the Sanguine's important figures were in Backland and were definitely able to provide some protection if a disaster really happened. After 2 seconds of silence, Alger said in a serious manner, "I will try my best to investigate this matter." He had already sensed that the truth behind Crazy Captain's death hit a rather terrifying storm. As such, he was a little apprehensive and afraid, but he also trembled with excitement that he was involved in the most important matter regarding the southern and northern continents. After Katlia heard that, she nodded. "I will also seek out relevant information. If there are more clues provided, perhaps I might be able to help." Klein thought for a moment before letting the world speak frankly. On the night of Crazy Captain's death, a high-sequence Beyonder suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway appeared on his ship. However, this demigod managed to escape before John Cotman arrived. Black Emperor pathway, demigod. Alger and Katlia ruminated over these phrases as they considered an angle of attack. Audrey and company were astonished that the Tarot Club had discussed the development of demigods to something directly involving demigods. The cases that they were involved in were really increasing in level. As for Derek, he didn't understand a thing. With Crazy Captain's matter coming to pass, Katlia glanced at the world before deliberately mentioning her tidbit. Another incident happened at sea. Last week, the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow hunted the second mate of the King of Immortality, Slaughterer Curtius. He was a Sequence 5 Beyonder. How impressive! Furs, who was only a Sequence 8, sighed from the bottom of her heart. She knew very well what it meant to be a Sequence 5. Yes, he really is a legendary adventurer, Audrey echoed. Emlyn turned agape before he closed his mouth. He felt that he was still a distance away from that level. Alger said without any signs of unrest, "It's because of this that the investigation of Gehrman Sparrow's origins has become an important mission of the various major organizations." "Are you implying that the Church of Storms has gotten you to investigate me?" Klein instantly read in between the lines as he made the world chuckle. "I wonder where I can claim this commission? I wish to use some unimportant information in exchange for money. I have some understanding of Gehrman Sparrow. Oh, Mr. World is hinting that he doesn't mind me exchanging what appears to be important but, in reality, is actually meaningless information regarding Gehrman Sparrow in exchange for rewards and trust? The hanged man nodded in enlightenment. The free exchange continued for a while until Derek finished learning this week's list of ancient Hermes terms before everything came to a close. After he watched the bowing Miss Justice and company leave, Klein cast his gaze onto Grozel's travels. Not finding himself overly exhausted, Klein rubbed his temples and beckoned over a tiny metallic bottle from the junk pile. Inside it was a tiny tube of blood that he went through great effort to extract from his vein, and he had long brought it above the gray fog. It was only waiting for the opportunity when Klein would use his spirit body to enter Grozel's travels to explore the book world. After opening the cap, Klein wasn't in a hurry to smear the blood over the book's dark brown cover. Instead, he summoned all the items from the junk pile that he had brought to the mysterious space before the tarot gathering, and he spread them out in front of him. In consideration of how the Black Emperor's form was too eye-catching, and with him not too certain of the exact situation in the book world, Klein decided against bringing the card of blasphemy. Instead, he used Azek's copper whistle to fortify his spirit body to prevent himself from failing to return above the gray fog before being instantly killed by some unknown power. As the ancient and exquisite copper whistle fused into his body, Klein's spirit body swelled up and became more corporeal. Two pitch-black flames flared out from his eye sockets as though they possessed a life of their own. With the help of cogitation, he adjusted his spirituality, converging the iciness that stemmed from the aspect of death within his body. Soon, his eyes returned to normal. This was like an evil spirit taking on an ordinary form to lure prey into its proximity. Right on the heels of that, Klein wore creeping hunger and held death knell, while he hid the nightmare beyonder characteristic in his body. The latter was prepared for him to seek out any abnormalities when exploring the dreams of the living entities in the book world. After completing all his preparations, he poured a few drops of blood and smeared it over the cover of Grozel's travels. After a brief wait, his vision turned blurry, as though countless translucent objects were hidden within it. Following that, it turned clear. There were blue skies, white clouds, grayish-brown city walls, and passers-by. This is no longer the land of ice and snow from before, but a city that looks very normal on the surface. Klein stood by the side of the dirt road as he observed the residents of the book world. He discovered that most of them wore linen shirts, a short brown coat, and loose dark-colored trousers. Their overall style was akin to that of the Lone Kingdom centuries ago. He looked down at the format of the tailcoat, starched shirt, and damaged dark red bow tie as he silently changed it all out. Instantly, he was no different from the people around him. He then walked to the city gates in preparation to enter. At that moment, a leather-vested soldier at the gate stopped him. Entrance fees. 1 little. Do I look rich? I don't even know what a little is. Klein mumbled inwardly, amused. He then communicated with him at a spiritual level, successfully transferring the soldier's attention onto a merchant caravan behind him. As a quasi-wraith who could possess anyone and control them, exerting a psychological influence on others was nothing extraordinary. It wasn't a particularly potent ability, but it was extremely useful against ordinary people. When Klein entered the city, he walked through the streets in a seemingly relaxed manner, but he inwardly remained wary. He felt that public hygiene was slightly better than Backlund a few years ago. It appeared to have a mature sewage system, preventing the situation of any waste and trash being dumped. I couldn't tell that this is an illusory world inside a book at all. Everyone has spirit body threads. Klein proceeded forward as he observed. Suddenly, he noticed a stone building that was more than 10 meters tall to his side. It only had 2 stories, and the top of the door was about 4 meters tall. Beside the building was a signboard. It was written in a language that was completely different from any of the outside world's languages. But Klein instantly understood what it meant. Pesot Blacksmith Guild. There's a blacksmith guild. This place really hasn't entered the age of steam. Just as Klein was feeling poignant, he saw the door creak open, and out walked a giant with 4 long limbs. The giant's skin was grayish-blue, and his head had the trademark single vertical eye. In his hand was a huge and heavy sledgehammer. He walked across the street with his lips curled. The humans walking past him didn't show any fear, as though it was a common sight. They even greeted the giant. "Good afternoon, Grozel." Grozel. Klein, who was rather face-blind to giants, had his pupils constrict. Only then did he realize the familiarity. He was just about to chase after them when he discovered that the giant had turned into another street, vanishing from his sights. Klein stood on the spot, silently observing the intersection as he came up with a few guesses. There's another Grozel in the book world? No, the ending of the travels is that Grozel died in battle in the Nation of Frost. This is another story. Filled with all kinds of questions, Klein wasn't in a rush to find Grozel. He turned and entered a bar by the side of the street. Such places were often the places with the most messy and multifarious information in a city. It aided him in quickly gaining a grasp of the entire situation. The bar's lighting was dim, and the ventilation wasn't the best, making the air appear somewhat turbid. At that moment, there weren't many customers drinking. Most of the people were by the bar counter, chatting happily with each other or the bartender. Klein slowly walked over when his gaze froze. He saw a man wearing a black pointed hat and an asymmetrical coat by the side of the bar counter. He looked pretty handsome with his flaxen-colored hair, deep brown eyes, a high nose and thin lips. He was none other than the Solomon Empire Viscount, Mobit Zoroast. Upon seeing him, Klein recalled the scene of the Dream Stealer's rapid aging before he collapsed onto the ground as he struggled to crawl towards elvish songster Ciadas and grabbed her hand. All of that remained clear as day, as though it had just happened yesterday. Yet Mobit had once again appeared before his eyes. Klein's expression grew heavy as he walked over and sat beside Mobit. He didn't say a word, as he knew that Mobit was one to start a conversation. "Outsider, first time in Pesot? I swear I've never met you before." Mobit put down a cup of distilled liquor as he turned his head to the side. "I come from the Nation of Frost." Klein randomly cooked up a story. Mobit immediately laughed loudly. "You're a funny one. This is the Nation of Frost, but of course that was many years ago. Ever since the King of the North was killed by a bunch of adventurers. No heroes. This place is no longer plagued by ice and snow. Everyone believes that it should be called the Nation of Neverwinter." Klein fell silent without responding. "Why so serious? It looks like you have your own troubles." Mobit rapped on the wooden bar counter, showing signs of sympathy. He downed a mouthful of spirits and said, "I'm telling you, men should absolutely not get married. It's the beginning of suffering. Do you know? When she gets worked up a little, she would beat me up. When she's happy, she beats me up. Same when she's embarrassed or angry. Anyway, she beats me up for any reason. From this very moment, I've decided not to return home again. Does this mean you got married to Ciadas?" Klein kept silent for 2 seconds as he sized up Mobit's face. He discovered that there were no signs of bruises and swelling on his face. This meant that the elvish songster knew that men needed to put on appearances. He asked with a sigh, "Then why did you marry her?" Mobit was taken aback as he smiled wryly. "I came here with a merchant caravan. When I first saw her, she was just that beautiful. Her singing was moving and seemed to hide indescribable sorrow. Heh! I'm as afraid of her now as I was infatuated over her back then. I definitely won't return. Hey, why do you seem a little sad? You don't have to be sad for me. I'm already free." At that moment, the door to the bar suddenly opened as a beautiful female voice shouted, "Mobit, come out here. I'm counting from 10. Never come back if you don't come home. 10, 9. Mobit immediately jumped up and ran to the door. As he ran, he muttered, "I know you don't have any patience. You always jump to 2 after counting to 8. Klein turned his body and saw Ciadas's figure, but he no longer had the intention of communicating with her. The real Mobit and Ciadas were already dead. The ones living in the book world were just 2 characters. Standing up and leaving the bar, Klein came to a nearby deserted alley. He planned on confirming the kind of spirit world this world had. He quickly outlined spherical lights in his mind as his thoughts gradually emptied out and his body and mind became tranquil. As his spirituality spread out bit by bit, several indescribable illusory figures appeared around him. However, up high in the sky, it lacked the 7 lustrous brilliances of different colors that contained endless knowledge. The 7 lights don't exist here. The number of spirit world creatures here are lacking. This place is indeed a fake spirit world created by the book. Klein took a step forward and found the colors in his vision saturate to the extreme as it overlapped with the obvious differences. He wasn't in a rush to explore the spirit world. He exited it and began window shopping through Pesot and chatted with others. Before long, he found Grozel's residence. The giant ran a blacksmith shop. He was taking an afternoon nap on a huge bed on the 2nd story. Klein directly entered by passing through the wall and came to Grozel's side. He observed the giant for a few seconds and took out the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic from his spirit body. With some difficulty, he used some of its powers that it came naturally equipped with. Deep, serene darkness quickly spread as it instantly enveloped Klein and Grozel. And in a spirit body state, Klein directly saw a blob of irregular hazy spherical light. His spirituality immediately emanated over and touched the spherical light. All sorts of scattered scenes instantly flashed past around him before fixating on a forest with towering but withered trees. On the other side of the forest was a mountain and steep cliffs. At the top of it was a magnificent palace. The palace was huge and opulent, and it didn't seem suitable for humans. It gave him the impression like it was from a myth, as the light of dusk that scattered above it seemed frozen. Klein had seen this palace before. It was the giant king's court that had appeared in the dream world of the battlefield of the gods. However, this angle was completely different from before. He was situated behind the king's court. Klein turned his gaze to the forest where light could hardly penetrate through its denseness, having gained a rough idea of where he was. This was the waning forest which Grozel guarded when he was at the giant king's court. The trees in the forest were tens of meters tall, and the thickness of the trees was the arm span of several giants. However, their barks were mottled with signs of rot everywhere. The leaves and twigs were mostly withered and dropping as they interwove with each other like a dark cloud floating in midair. Grozel and similar-looking giants guarded the boundary of the forest, either carrying axes or broadswords, fully concentrating on defending the area. According to Grozel, this waning forest has the bodies of giant King Ormer's father and mother buried in it. Apart from this ancient god, no one else is allowed to step inside, including these guards. Yes, giant King Ormer's parents should be so-called original giants, the kind that was the craziest, cruelest, and most ferocious. Perhaps. And why would Grozel have such a dream? As Klein was in thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss. According to his random conversations in Pesot, the present Grozel was a native giant who had nothing to do with the giant king's court. Therefore, having such a dream made it appear rather abnormal. From the psychology alchemist theory which Ma'am Daly and Miss Justice have discussed before, perhaps the book world will use or clone the original character's subconscious or collective subconscious when creating a character. Then, it would make minor changes, making the consciousness fulfill the required settings. Therefore, Grozel's dream will be influenced by his subconscious, reproducing life in the giant king's court. If that's the case, it can only be said that this book is a cruel author. The moment Klein thought of this, he suddenly had an idea. He felt that this was an opportunity for him to gather relevant information on the giant king's court. He previously planned on directly learning about such matters through Grozel. But in order to keep his promise, the giant guardian had died in the battle with King of the North Ulyssen. After his spirit body left the book world, it quickly dissipated without giving him any chance of communicating. Now, he finally had another method, which was to explore Grozel's dream. There had to be parts of it that were ridiculous or exaggerated, but the remaining content had to be a true reflection of reality. As long as an approach of careful study is employed, it's not impossible to distinguish the two. Grozel never entered the waning forest, so the scenes inside must stem from his imagination. There's no need to explore it. Klein slowly cast his gaze onto the mountain where the king's court was. It wasn't tall, which meant that the waning forest was on a mountain rather close to the king's court. It was probably just a straight path from there to the ancient god's residence. Klein didn't waste time searching as he walked straight to Grosel and acted like he knew him well. He asked in a relaxed tone, "How should I return to the king's court?" He knew that Grosel was an honest giant, and he would only be more honest in his dream. Grosel raised his hand to scratch the back of his head as he looked down with a confused look. He said with a smile, "Isn't it simply by taking the barren tunnel?" He pointed ahead and added, "You'll see it when you circle around that boulder." "Thank you," Klein sighed as he said with a bow. As he watched Klein depart, Grosel scratched the back of his head again, muttering to himself in confusion. "Who is he? Why do I find him so familiar?" After circling a boulder that protruded out the mountain, the scene opened up before Klein's eyes. A gigantic cave at least 30 meters tall appeared. Erected outside the cave was a stone stele. Engraved on it was a single vertical eye, a high nose and plush lips. It looked like a giant's head had been squeezed in to reveal the frontal facial features. Just as Klein approached, the mouth on the stele opened. "Why are you returning to the king's court ahead of time?" "By His Majesty's orders," Klein said in an unflustered tone. After all, the intelligence level of all the living beings in this dream was equivalent to the owner of the dream, Grosel. The lips on the stele opened and closed as it let out a humming sound. "Please answer a question. Otherwise, you shall not pass." "If only I brought along a Rhodes, it should be rather fun to see what happens," Klein lampooned as he calmly nodded. "Okay." The stele's lips closed for 3 seconds before opening. "If your wife, daughter, and a woman you covet ask you to judge which of them is most beautiful, who would you choose?" This is completely different from the magic mirror style. Klein's lips quivered as his mind raced. Using nearly 10 seconds, he answered, "My intelligence is insufficient to determine this matter. I will assign someone who is more intelligent than me to give the answer." "How can I answer something that can get me killed?" He gritted his teeth as he added, "Who is this more intelligent person?" The giant's face on the stele froze for a few seconds. Klein solemnly answered, "Of course it's our king." The stele was shocked beyond words. It took quite a moment before it said, "All right, I'll consider it as you answering the question. You may pass." Klein immediately crossed the strange stele and walked into the cave. The ground in the cave was paved with large stone panels that had been weathered. The sides and top of the cave were filled with murals, speaking of stories of the giants and dragons battling the demonic wolves, mutants, devils, and phoenixes. The drawing style was crude and the color choice was dark. However, it was extremely vivid. Klein walked forward as he observed the murals. He discovered that there were swaths of withered weeds, as well as all kinds of coarse gravel in between the stone panels and the bottom of the murals. And the lack of water and the decline of life became more apparent the deeper he ventured inside. After walking for an unknown period of time, Klein saw a huge grayish-blue open door. Standing on each side of the door was a 4 to 5 meter tall giant. The giants guarding this place were different from Grosel and the others. They wore solid and beautiful iron-black armor and firm, exquisite helms. They looked like 2 huge statues. They didn't stop Klein and allowed him to pass through the door and enter the hall within. The hall wasn't too spacious. The ends of the hall could be seen clearly, and it could probably only hold 5 to 6 giants. As Klein was observing his environment, he suddenly halted. Then, the hall seemed to be pulled up by an invisible hand as it quickly rose. He staggered a little before finding his footing. All he saw were grayish-black walls flashing by as they kept sweeping downwards. In about 10 seconds, there was a thud as the hall stopped ascending. At this moment, it wasn't the cave tunnel outside the door, but a magnificent palace propped up by stone columns. Klein briskly left the original hall as he sized up his surroundings with piqued interest. This is the giant King's Court's elevator. This seems to be the place where the guards live. Outside is a long table taller than humans, with extremely large chairs. On the 2 sides are rooms, and inside them are neatly ordered beds. Klein swept past the various items in the hall before he stopped at a mural. The mural's main character was a giant dressed in full-body silver armor. As there was nothing to scale, Klein was unable to know exactly how tall he was. The giant stood by the side of a cliff, with a sword in hand pointing diagonally upwards. His body emitted a bright halo, like a rising sun illuminating the surroundings. Many giants were genuflecting around him, as though praying or worshipping him and awaiting a bestowment. The giant king's son, god of dawn, Badhalbrun? Klein looked at the face of the mural's main character in thought, and he saw that his face was blocked by a mask. There was only a dawn-like halo coming from his eyes. It's very similar to the god of combat statue in the Backlund underground ruins. His face is completely hidden behind a mask. Queen Mystic said before that the god of combat is a giant who lived from ancient times. Therefore, their church's headquarters, the Great Twilight Hall, resembled the giant king's court. Could it be the son of the giant king? God of Dawn escaped the destruction of the king's court, and at a certain point in time, he managed to retake the authority wielded by his father? Klein made a bold guess, but he lacked any evidence or clues. He used the correspondence principle to look at the wall opposite the mural. There was also a mural there, but the main character was no longer God of Dawn, Badhalbrun. Instead, it was a female giant in a leather vest and long skirt. This female giant stood sideways. Her facial contours were soft, and her single vertical eye was focused beneath her. Long, dark brown hair reached all the way to her back. Her right hand was spread out as she held items like wheat and fruits. Around her were golden fields, clear lakes, and trees covered with fruits and colorful mushrooms. Giant Queen, Goddess of Harvest. Omabella? Klein looked around, but he didn't see the mural representing Giant King Ormer. There's no depiction of the ancient god because this is the residence of remote guards. Then, going out from here will likely be the interior of the Giant King's court. Klein carefully walked to the door. He used the method he employed in the dream world of the battlefield ruins of the gods by activating creeping hunger and using the strength of a zombie to open the door. However, there wasn't a palace in the frozen dusk that he had imagined outside. Instead, it was a gray, hazy world. It appeared to be a cliff with a bottomless pit. According to Miss Justice's previous experience, this is likely the boundary of the dream. The only way is to head down and enter Grozel's subconscious. Finally, I'll arrive at the sea of collective subconscious. Miss Justice discovered a mind dragon in the human sea of collective subconscious where she was. Then, in this book world created by the Dragon of Imagination, what would be contained in the sea of collective subconscious? Klein's mind whirred as he conjured a staircase that led down into the hazy world. The staircase didn't head straight down but spiraled around deep into the gray haze. The bottom couldn't be seen, nor were any of the details of the mind world that were possible to discern. After silently observing it for a few seconds, Klein walked forward as he got onto the staircase and carefully walked down it. The surrounding light gradually dimmed with a gray, hazy luster that enveloped the extremely silent world. The moment Klein proceeded down the staircase, he felt more and more like he was being locked inside a dark, silent room. Slowly, his ears could hear his sloshing blood and his beating heart. The latter sped up as it was invaded by panic and horror which he could hardly keep in check. Klein focused his mind as he imagined the stacks of spherical light so as to stabilize his emotions and recover. To his side, a grayish-white cliff coldly stood there, a representation of the domain of Grozel's consciousness. It was silent as though it were dead, but the surrounding grayness would occasionally coruscate. Klein focused his gaze and saw that in one of the points of light, there was a giant who ripped apart a human before stuffing it into his mouth, as well as Grozel panicking. Back then, the latter was less than 3 meters tall, and it was clearly still an adolescent. The point of light flashed past, appearing in the frozen dusk that scattered over the mountain peak. Time here seemed to become impeded. Klein was just about to seek out any valuable information in Grozel's subconscious when he suddenly heard sounds akin to a beast's panting. With a whoosh, a huge palm appeared from the surrounding haze. Its skin was grayish-blue and was covered with signs of rot. On it was an obvious yellowish-green liquid as it quickly grabbed at Klein's ankle. Amidst the panting sound, similar palms rose up one after another from the staircase below, as though they were attempting to forcibly pull Klein's spirit body into the mind world's darkest and most unfathomable zone. Instantly, these rotting palms formed a dense horse as they kept struggling upwards and let out sounds of horrible, hair-raising panting. It made Klein instinctively jump up 3 steps. However, the countless palms that belonged to giant corpses didn't stop. They squirmed along the staircase as they surged upwards, covering every inch of space. Klein was just about to reach out his right palm to draw a death knell and use purifying bullets combined together with Death Knell's slaughter ability to finish off the countless monsters when 2 questions suddenly flashed in his mind. Where do these palms come from? Why would they be inside Grozel's subconscious? The moment this thought came to mind, his spiritual perception was triggered. Klein came to a realization as he immediately abandoned his thoughts of using Death Knell. He calmed his breathing and imagined the spherical lights. The huge, rotting palms took this opportunity to reach his feet as they grabbed his calves and ankles. At that moment, they silent vanished as though they had never appeared. Indeed, this is an illusion created by Grozel's subconscious. Here, minds don't just face each other, but they interact with them as well. If one lacks the corresponding beyonder powers, the deeper one goes, the easier it is to have an emotional breakdown. Intrusion by the other party's subconscious will slowly happen until one's beyonder powers are severely tainted. As a result, one will become a mental patient that will never be able to recover their rationality, and this might very well lead to a loss of control. This is different from communicating with spirits. Corruption isn't avoided simply by maintaining lucidity and reason. This is because one is already inside the target's beyonder powers. Klein muttered to himself, having figured out something. He hesitated for a few seconds before turning around to climb back up the stairs. He gave up on venturing deep into Grozel's mind world because he lacked the beyonder powers to placate his own mind. Insisting on heading down was equivalent to suicide. I'll consider exploring again after I find a mystical item that targets this aspect. Klein determined his thoughts as he walked faster. Finally, with a leap, he returned to Grozel's dreamscape and returned to the guard's quarters in the giant king's court. He already felt exhausted, so he immediately left the dream, walking out of Grozel's blacksmith through the walls before observing the wonders of the book world. I've already met Grozel, Mobit, and Ciatas. And while I was casually chatting with others, I also heard of the devout priest Snowman and the philosopher Frunzier. However, there isn't an Anderson Hood, Edwina Edwards, Danitz, or Gehrman Sparrow. Therefore, only the dead will possess brand new characters in the book. Or could it be that only those who had stayed in here for extended periods of time, fully expressing themselves as an adventurer in their day-to-day lives, would be able to have their subconscious replicated? As Klein strolled by the side of the street which was illuminated by the setting sun, he considered something that he found crucial. If it were the former theory where the dead would revive and become new characters, then there was nothing Klein needed to worry about. However, if it was the latter, he had to consider reducing the frequency at which he explored the book, as well as strictly control the amount of time he spent in it each time. There's no way to ascertain it for now. I'll deal with the situation by assuming it's the latter. There's definitely nothing wrong with being cautious. Klein quickly made up his mind and was about to return above the gray fog. At that moment he saw another familiar figure. Frunzier, with his black hair and blue eyes, was sitting on a long wooden chair by the street. He was staring blankly at the sky which seemed to be alit in flames, as though he was in thought. Recalling how this lone soldier's ash urn was still with him, he planned on sending it back to the Church of Storms cemetery in Backland. Klein silently sighed and walked over before sitting beside him. He asked as though it was a casual conversation, "What's on your mind?" "I'm wondering who I am, where I come from, how I should return." Frunzier didn't look away as he said in a dreamlike state. Without waiting for Klein to ask another question, he shook his head with a chuckle. "I ultimately feel that I don't belong here. I'm not myself at the moment, and that there's some place awaiting my return. They always mock me for considering such pointless questions, so they gave me the title of philosopher. As he spoke, he looked at the setting sun and once again fell into silence and looked spellbound. Klein didn't say a word. He sat there quietly and accompanied Frunzier in watching the sunset. Finally, he silently vanished. Frunzier didn't notice that the person beside him had already left. He sat there motionless like a marble statue, looking far into the distance. After replenishing the ship's supplies, Alger Wilson instructed the Blue Avenger to leave the Resistance's private harbor. It wasn't going to stay too long in the Rorstad archipelago. He had to return to Pasu Island to make his report by the designated time. At that moment, in the captain's cabin, he was watching in anticipation at the illusory door that was formed by items with spirituality and a burgeoning flame. It was the door of sacrifice, and it was also a door of bestowment. Amidst an illusory creaking sound, the mysterious door slowly opened, revealing an infinite depth and darkness within its interior. Light shot out from within before converging immediately. After everything calmed down, 2 items had appeared on the altar at some point in time. As for the door with all kinds of strange symbols, it was gone. Alger was able to compose himself as he seriously thanked Mr. Fool. He finished the ritual according to the procedure before reaching out to pick up the 2 items. One of them was a piece of paper that had been neatly folded, while the other was a translucent jellyfish that had azure blue seawater in it. Alger inspected the latter and discovered that there were occasional vortexes formed by winds or occasional lightning streaks, and from time to time he could hear a distant, moving voice sounding from it. This voice sounds like a woman's. From the looks of it, this characteristic's owner was a lady. Alger couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This meant that it wasn't some quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of Storms that had been killed. The Church of Storms didn't have any female high-ranking members, quasi or not. Putting away the ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic, Alger unfolded the piece of paper. He swept past the main ingredient, and he quickly looked at the supplementary ingredients. Finally, his eyes paused at the ritual. To him, the main ingredients were unimportant with a Beyonder characteristic in hand. He could look at it later. As for supplementary ingredients, they were rather easy to find, so they didn't need much attention. It was the ritual that was of utmost importance. Drink the potion in an Obninsk's belly. Alger silently read the ritual's contents as the corresponding information quickly surfaced in his mind. Obninsks were ancient sea monsters. They could directly devour a sailboat, and it had a humongous, distorted body. It had as many as 3 heads and many tentacles that entangled with each other. They were the protagonists in many legends at sea. Most of these sea monsters were tamed by the Church of Storms. They had a fixed region of activity, but it was unknown if they had near-human intelligence. It's no wonder the Church controls Obninsks, and not other sea monsters. It's no wonder there are so many Beyonders in the sailor pathway among pirates, but only a few can reach Sequence 5. Either they directly inherited it, or they're the subordinates of King of the 5 Seas or Queen Mystic. Then, where should I find Obninsks that don't belong to the Church? Alger frowned slightly as he contemplated his advancement that bypassed the Church of Storms. His first reaction was to find Queen Mystic Bernadette through Admiral of Stars Catlia. From her, he could find Obninsks that didn't belong to the Church of Storms. His second reaction was that it exposed himself to danger. This was because the corresponding Obninsks were likely servants of Queen Mystic, and they would report everything to their mistress. Yes, this will be the last resort if there aren't any other choices. Alger's thoughts raced as he quickly had another idea. That was to pray to Mr. Fool. This reawakened existence secretly wielded the former authority of sea god Kelvetua. He could commandeer undersea creatures, allowing him to know where to find Obninsks that didn't belong to any faction. There's no need to rush it. If I were to advance now, I won't be able to hide the advancement from others because of my lack of control over the spirituality dissipation. I can perform the prayer after I make my report and leave Pasu Island. Alger calmed down and memorized the ocean songster formula. Then, he moved the piece of paper to the tip of the candle's flame. As he watched the flame devour the formula at an increasing speed, Alger's gaze turned deep. After finishing off the remnant traces, his gaze landed on a sea map and locked onto a location. Bansi. Alger had planned on making a trip to Bansi in passing while en route to Pasu Island. He wanted to know what the present state of the harbor was. He had already shared his thoughts with his sailors, and no one objected. This was because they were equally curious as to why Bansi Harbor was suddenly destroyed. They were curious what it had turned into,